The protagonist of this story had only one desire in life: to reach the very peak of martial arts. But as time went on, he realized that even if he spent his entire life training, it would never be enough to achieve his dream. He simply wasn't destined to reach the summit of martial mastery. Still, driven by deep desperation, he refused to give up. He decided to chase an ancient legend, a tale from long ago about a divine dragon that guarded a golden fruit said to grant immortality to whoever consumed it. After a fierce and deadly battle against the divine dragon guardian, he finally reached the sacred place where the legendary fruit was said to grow. He could hardly believe it. The golden fruit of legend was real. Its radiant golden light illuminated the surroundings, exuding a mysterious, divine aura. Exhausted from the long fight, he sat atop the corpse of the slain divine dragon, his eyes fixed on the glowing fruit. After catching his breath, he slowly stood and approached the tree. Confidence filled his chest. With this fruit, he believed, he could finally reach the peak of martial arts that he had dreamed of all his life. Without hesitation, he plucked the golden fruit and began to eat it. The moment he swallowed, a strange and powerful energy surged through his body. His veins throbbed, his blood boiled, and his entire being trembled as if being reforged by divine power. It was then revealed that this man's name was Gilfus Eldragon, the one hailed as the strongest human in the entire world. But decades later, Gilfus Eldragon had grown old. Now lying weakly on his bed, he was surrounded by his children and grandchildren. They whispered that his time was near and that they must accept that he would soon pass away. His eldest son, Gilliam, held his father's hand tightly. Gilfus, the current head of the Eldragon family, told his son that he didn't want to see sadness on their faces, that his time had simply come. Gilliam forced a smile, his voice trembling as he said that the manor had already grown gloomy when their mother passed away, and it would be even lonelier once their father was gone. But Gilfus gently reminded him not to let weakness consume him, not to be swallowed by grief. Then, as silence filled the room, Gilfus thought back to the golden fruit. He admitted to himself that, in the end, perhaps no one could truly believe in the myths of the ancient world. Yet he still felt fortunate, for he had lived long enough to have a family of his own. He told his loved ones that he had lived a long and fulfilling life and that he had no regrets. But deep inside, he knew it was a lie. Even now, he still couldn't let go of his dream. If only he had more time, he would continue to pursue the peak of martial arts, the dream that had eluded him all his life. And so, in his final moments, he held on to that desire until his last breath. However, in a completely unexpected twist, Gilfus opened his eyes once again. Confused, he wondered if he had merely fallen asleep. Everything felt strange. His room was different. His body felt light, and his surroundings unfamiliar. When he finally looked at his hands, his eyes widened in disbelief. These aren't my hands. Am I a baby? He quickly realized he was in a bizarre situation. But as a 10-star level martial artist, he questioned how anyone could have done this to him without him noticing. Then a thought struck him: the divine dragon and the golden fruit. He finally understood. The fruit's effect wasn't immortality, but reincarnation. Though unexpected, the realization filled him with joy. He had been granted another chance, a second life, to reach the peak he had failed to attain before. Soon, he noticed he wasn't alone in the room. When he looked around, he realized he was inside the annex of the Eldragon Manor. Somehow, he had been reborn into the same family. He then noticed that the room was filled with other infants. Just as he was wondering why there were so many babies here, a group of maids entered, carrying baby bottles. But strangely, instead of milk, they carried a red liquid. Gilfus watched as the maids poured the crimson substance into the bottles. He thought they were about to feed the infants, but suddenly, one of the maids carried out a goblin. They forced the bottle into the goblin's mouth. Moments later, the goblin began to tremble violently. A red light burst from its body, and then it exploded into a shower of blood, splattering across the room. Gilfus froze in shock. Fear and confusion filled his mind. What in the world is happening here? One of the maids calmly said that the mixture would be safe if they adjusted the right amount of water. As they began feeding the red liquid to the other infants, another maid picked up Gilfus himself. He looked at the bottle and immediately realized it wasn't milk. The energy coming from it was terrifyingly strong. He could sense that the liquid was dragon blood, and that it was far too dangerous for a newborn's fragile body. But before he could react, the maid pushed the bottle into his mouth. Instinctively, like any infant, he began to drink. Instantly, immense power surged through his veins. His small body trembled from the pain. But Gilfus recognized it. The blood of ancient dragons was coursing through him. He thought, "This is dangerous, but maybe this is also an opportunity." At first, he considered stopping. But then he realized, if he could absorb this power, he might surpass even his former self. He might finally reach the true summit of martial arts. With fierce determination, he continued drinking the dragon's blood. His veins bulged, his body convulsed in agony, but his will remained unbroken. "Don't underestimate me," he thought. "I am Gilfus Eldragon." He repeated the words in his mind like a mantra, enduring the pain until, miraculously, he overcame it. The maid stared in disbelief as he continued to drink, surviving what should have been a death sentence. Within his tiny body, two colossal dragon energies clashed violently, battling for dominance. When one finally overpowered the other, Gilfus could hardly believe how easily he had absorbed the power. When the two dragon forces finally merged within him, he realized this was the perfect opportunity. After finishing the last drop, he couldn't believe he had survived the overwhelming pain. His body hadn't exploded. Instead, it had adapted. He noticed a few other infants had also survived, which made him smirk inwardly. Never underestimate the survival instincts of a newborn, he thought. But, as expected from a baby's body, exhaustion soon overcame him. His eyelids grew heavy, and despite his triumph, Gilfus Eldragon, the strongest human reborn, slowly drifted into sleep. After 7 years, he was now undergoing intense physical training. While doing one-handed push-ups, a massive boulder was balanced on his feet. When he finally reached his 1000th rep, he kicked the boulder upward. And as it came crashing down onto his back, Gilfus couldn't believe the strength his body now possessed. Gilfus Eldragon, the former family head of the Eldragon clan, now lived under a new name, Zeke Eldragon. Zeke thought about how he had achieved such physical power at a young age, realizing it was all thanks to the ancient dragon blood flowing in his veins. It was said that every being in this world possessed something called a source of power, but the ancient dragon blood that had been given to them as infants contained a tremendous amount of that power. Those who survived drinking it developed bodies far stronger than ordinary humans. With the divine dragon source of power within him, Zeke knew he had already surpassed the limits he had reached at the same age in his past life. And since he was the only infant who had managed to drink an entire bottle of ancient dragon blood, his body underwent a drastic transformation, one even he did not expect. Yet despite his progress, what frustrated him most was that he remained a mere 1 star. He had trained relentlessly, expecting to reach at least 4 stars by now. The star was the measure of one's source power. In this world, the human body was said to resemble a universe. The more stars one had floating within that inner universe, the stronger they became. However, as the number of stars increased, so too did the difficulty of reaching the next level. In his past life as Gilfus Eldragon, Zeke had achieved the unimaginable, 10 stars. He was the only person in the world to ever reach such a level. "Time really flies," Zeke muttered. He was now 7 years old. He learned that he was an illegitimate child of the current Eldragon family head. His mother had died when he was still an infant, and to this day, he had never even seen his father's face, something he considered deeply irresponsible. What shocked him most was the realization that 1,000 years had already passed since his reincarnation. He thought that reincarnation itself was already unbelievable. But after 1,000 years, the world had changed. It had become a true survival of the fittest era. The greatest proof of this was the practice of feeding infants the blood of ancient dragons, followed by a ritual known as the Dragon Trial. Only those who survived both the drinking of dragon blood and the Dragon Trial were deemed worthy to receive education and training as Eldragon warriors. Naturally, Zeke should have been one of them. Yet whenever he asked the servant assigned to take care of him why no instructor had ever been sent to train him, the servant would only say that he wasn't allowed to answer such questions. Even after turning 7, Zeke had never received a single lesson. Isn't that strange? Zeke wondered aloud. Every child who survived the dragon trial was supposed to begin combat training, everyone except him. Day after day, he lived alone with only a servant by his side. When he confronted the servant about it, the servant merely asked what was wrong with that arrangement. Zeke sighed and said that, for now, conditioning his body was more important than combat training. After all, he could teach himself if he wanted to. He had once been a 10-star warrior in his past life. Zeke then requested information about the other surviving infants or anything about the main family that could help him. But once again, the servant refused, saying she wasn't permitted to disclose such information. Frustration clouded Zeke's face. "Will you always refuse to answer me?" he asked sharply. The servant firmly repeated that she couldn't speak of such matters. "Isn't it cruel?" Zeke asked bitterly. "Treating me like this?" But the servant explained that she was only following orders, her duty being to attend to Zeke's daily needs, nothing more. The servant, a 3-star level practitioner, could have easily taught Zeke basic combat techniques. Yet Zeke had no interest in such trivial lessons. After 7 years of living with this maid, he had grown used to the same lifeless responses. Finally, Zeke decided to leave and head into the forest. The servant said nothing, merely watching as Zeke walked away. "So, she's really going to let me go?" Zeke thought, a hint of irritation in his tone. Deep in the forest, Zeke uprooted wild poisonous herbs and ate them without hesitation. As before, the taste was vile, but this was part of his training method. Then, suddenly, he noticed something. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm as he repeated to himself, "Be patient. Be patient." He could feel someone, or something, watching him from afar, observing his every move. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the presence. After a few moments, Zeke sighed. "They followed me all the way here, huh?" When he could no longer stand it, he called out, "You might as well come out if you've got something to say." Then he moved into the tall grass, hiding himself. Moments later, while crouched in the grass, Zeke sensed a dark, oppressive aura nearby. When he looked toward the source, he saw a creature known as an anger boar. What is that aura, he wondered. The black mist surrounding the beast was something he had never seen before, not even 1,000 years ago. As the anger boar grazed on the grass, Zeke suddenly stood and revealed himself, startling the beast. It charged at him immediately, and rather than fear, a smile formed on Zeke's face. He was genuinely thrilled to fight it. The boar lunged forward, but Zeke swiftly dodged, gathering golden energy into his fist. With a powerful strike, he unleashed an explosion that tore through the anger boar's body. He couldn't help but grin at the sight. His attack had been far stronger than he expected. Even as a 1-star, his power surpassed that of most practitioners at the same level. Hoisting the slain creature over his shoulder, Zeke muttered, "It'll be even better once I raise my star level." He was tired of 7 years of being ignored and isolated by the Eldragon family. He wondered if it was time to leave and travel on his own, maybe even venture toward the ocean. Meanwhile, in the distance, a cloaked man watched from the shadows. "What's going on with that boy?" he muttered. Even without formal training, he's reached 1-star level, and he killed that anger boar with a single strike. What puzzled the man even more was how Zeke managed to sense his presence. "That child isn't ordinary," he said quietly. He recalled that Zeke's mother had died young, and his father, the current family head, had shown no interest in him. Without proper guidance, the boy shouldn't have grown this strong. Still, as the son, illegitimate or not, of the Eldragon head, Zeke was bound to remain under the clan's watch. That was why someone like him had been assigned to monitor the boy from the shadows. An illegitimate son, yet the blood of the family head runs through his veins, the man whispered. Could that be why he's so strong? Uncertain, he chuckled softly. That kid will be interesting to watch in the future. Then he disappeared into the darkness. Back at Zeke's home, the boy was packing his belongings, ready to set off on his journey. But suddenly, he sensed several powerful presences outside. 3 4-star practitioners and 1 5-star. What are they doing here? He thought, stepping quietly to the door to listen. From their conversation, he heard them talking about how fresh and clean the air was in such a remote place, and how peaceful it was since there were no nearby rifts. Hearing this, Zeke concluded that they weren't assassins. They didn't sound like bad people at all. Deciding to confront them directly, he opened his door and asked, "What business do you have here?" The group froze in surprise. Then Zeke noticed the emblem embroidered on their clothing, the mark of the Eldragon clan. Eldragon, he muttered under his breath, wondering what they wanted from him. The men quickly bowed. It's an honor to finally meet you, young Master Zeke, their leader said. We've been sent to escort you to the site of your examination. Examination? Zeke frowned in confusion. Annoyance flickered across his face. They expect me to take an exam, he muttered, even though they haven't taught me a damn thing yet. And after a few days, Zeke could hardly believe that he had returned once again to the main estate of the Eldragon family. He wasn't brought here to live within the main estate again, but rather for another purpose. Before he could enter, they instructed him to change out of his dirty clothes first. Zeke then began to learn about something known as the Dragon's Nest. After 1,000 years, the Eldragon family had established a school that served all branches of their bloodline. Everyone born with any relation or connection to the Eldragon family dreamed of entering this so-called Dragon's Nest to receive proper education once they turned 7 years old. And today marked the day of the entrance ceremony for that academy. Zeke was here to take part in the entrance exam. Even though he hadn't learned anything about the modern generation of his family, taking the exam was mandatory. Zeke immediately felt disheartened when he realized that this was the true reason they had brought him here. Why now, he thought, when he had already decided to leave and travel the world. While sitting by the school gate, a boy from Ordiscale village approached him. It was Rangus, who asked if he was all right and what seemed to be bothering him. When Zeke asked who he was, the boy formally introduced himself as Rangus and said he had approached because Zeke looked troubled. Is that so? Zeke replied casually. After observing the flow of energy in Rangus's body, Zeke quietly thought to himself that the boy seemed shy but had an unusually strong sense of perception. Zeke then apologized for his situation, introducing himself in return and admitting that his mind was in turmoil because he had no idea what they would be required to do in the exam. Is that all? Said Rangus, feeling slightly nervous at the mention of the test. Still, he explained that the annual entrance exam for the Dragon's Nest didn't really change much. But when Zeke admitted he knew nothing about the exam, Rangus was shocked. Taking the test without any knowledge at all? Wasn't that far too reckless and dangerous? Just as Rangus was about to explain the details of the exam, a loud and arrogant voice suddenly interrupted them. A boastful boy shouted and called Rangus a weakling. Rangus turned around in shock and immediately recognized who it was. It was Retin, also from Ordiscale village. Mocking him, Retin asked why he was here, suggesting that he must have gotten lost to end up at the Dragon's Nest. He even told him it would be better to go home before he got hurt. I'm here to take the entrance exam, Rangus replied, though his voice trembled as Retin drew closer, asking if he was seriously going to take the test. Retin clutched his stomach and burst out laughing, saying it was impossible for him to pass. He even insulted Rangus's father, saying, "Your father's a pseudo-dragon, right? What could the son of a pseudo-dragon possibly accomplish?" Rangus's fist trembled as he held back his anger, but Zeke noticed everything. Then it was explained that the Eldragon family followed an absolute hierarchy. The ranks were as follows: novice whelp dragons, regular soldier child dragons, captain-level adult dragons, executive elder dragons, also known as elders. And at the very bottom were the pseudo-dragons, those who had failed to enter or graduate from the Dragon's Nest, considered immature and incomplete dragons. Yet Rangus had long dreamed of proving that even if they were called pseudo-dragons, they were still dragons nonetheless. Zeke was surprised and asked why Retin was so sure Rangus would fail the exam even before it started. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Retin snapped, asking if Zeke had a problem with him. Zeke calmly said he was merely curious why Retin was so confident Rangus couldn't pass. Retin pointed at Rangus and shouted that the reason was obvious. He was just a weakling. Zeke tilted his head and asked if he really thought Rangus was weak, because from what he could sense, Rangus seemed even stronger than them. Hearing that, Rangus's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time someone had stood up for him. The arrogant boys grew angry and asked if Zeke was seriously claiming they were weaker than a pseudo-dragon, a being they saw as inferior. But before things could escalate, a man arrived and drew everyone's attention. He was the adult dragon examiner, announcing that the Dragon's Nest entrance exam was about to begin and that all participants should register to receive their numbers. As Retin left, he glared at Zeke and warned that he wouldn't forget his face. Zeke sighed and said there was no need for anger, remarking that the children of this generation seemed to have such short tempers. Rangus quickly replied, "That wasn't that strange, since we're about the same age." Rangus added that anyone would be angry if told they were weaker than him. "Is that so?" Zeke muttered lightly. Since the entrance exam was mandatory, they had no choice but to take it. Though Zeke was surprised when Rangus said it was actually possible to skip the test, Zeke's eyes widened, and Rangus realized Zeke truly didn't know anything about it. Rangus advised him that it might be better to withdraw now before he got hurt. But Zeke replied confidently that a genius like him would never withdraw from a challenge. Rangus could only shake his head and say that Zeke was overly confident despite knowing nothing about the exam. Zeke simply laughed and said that whatever the test may be, they should hurry since it was about to start. Rangus had no choice but to agree. When they arrived at the testing grounds, the examiner announced that the exam was simple. To pass, they only needed to scratch the stones placed behind him. However, no other weapons were allowed except those provided by the academy. Still, they were free to use their bare hands if they wished, but each participant only had 3 attempts. "That's it," Zeke said, sounding unimpressed. After surviving the dragon trial when they were still infants, he expected something far more terrifying and intense. But this seemed disappointingly simple. The examiner then called the first participant and instructed him to begin. The boy, nervous but determined, struck the massive stone with all his strength. The sound of metal clashing against rock echoed loudly, ringing in their ears. But to everyone's shock, the boy's sword snapped in half, and the recoil shattered his arm. Zeke was stunned at what he saw. As the boy writhed in pain, the examiner calmly said that he still had 2 remaining attempts and asked if he wished to continue. But since the boy could no longer stand, the examiner declared him failed and ordered the others to clean up the area. As the injured participant was dragged away, the next number was called. Rangus trembled in fear at what he witnessed, while Zeke grew annoyed. "So this is what they call an exam," he muttered. He then asked what kind of stones they were using. It was explained that the stones possessed regenerative properties. Any scratches would vanish in an instant. Moreover, they could reflect physical force 100-fold when struck with power. Zeke immediately said that such materials were far too excessive for an entrance exam. But Rangus explained that it was still possible to scratch them if one could properly circulate their source power throughout their entire body before attacking. "I see," Zeke said. He realized that the circulation of source power was far more important than martial arts skills in this exam. After glancing at the other participants, he thought that only a few would be able to pass, including those arrogant boys. As the exam continued, more and more failed than passed. Many were injured badly due to the stone's ability to reflect ordinary physical attacks. Then, after a few moments, the examiner called out Zeke's number. "It's my turn," Zeke said with a calm smile. Rangus, still nervous, asked if he really had no intention of withdrawing. But Zeke simply walked forward, telling him not to worry. As he approached the examiner, the man's eyes widened in shock. Zeke's aura began to flare up, faintly revealing the might from his previous life as Gilfus. The examiner told him to step forward and choose a weapon, but Zeke said it wasn't necessary. His fists alone would be enough. The crowd murmured in disbelief. No matter how skilled he might be in circulating source power, they thought there was no way he could scratch the stone with his bare hands. His fists would surely shatter instead. Some of them said that not only Zeke's fists but also his arms would be destroyed, which made Rangus extremely nervous for him. Along with his fear came anger toward himself, thinking he should have forcibly stopped Zeke to prevent him from getting hurt. The examiner then gave the signal to begin. As Zeke approached the massive stone, he placed his hand on it, noting that this was the first time he had ever seen such a material. He thought to himself that it must have been formed over 1,000 years ago, and even now, there were still many things about the current generation that he didn't fully understand. But that didn't matter anymore. He immediately gathered his source power into his fist. While Rangus trembled with anxiety about what might happen to Zeke, our protagonist was actually filled with excitement because, for the first time, he could use his full strength. He decided to use the mysterious stone to measure his current power. Rangus's eyes widened once more as Zeke unleashed the first form of the dragon destruction combat technique. burst strike against the stone. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from the impact. Fragments of the shattered rock flew everywhere, and the violent wind from the blast sent dust and debris swirling through the air. In awe, yet on guard, Rangus quickly shielded himself from the aftermath, while the examiner's eyes widened in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. As the dust began to settle, Zeke stood there with a smile on his face, remarking that the technique he used still seemed too much for his current strength. Despite the severe injuries to his hand, he laughed at himself, realizing he still needed much more intense training. The other participants were speechless at what they had seen. Retin looked both shocked and annoyed that Zeke had destroyed the enchanted stone. A woman watching commented that Zeke was truly interesting. While the others still couldn't get over what had happened, Zeke waited happily for the examiner to announce the results, but the examiner was still in shock. The stone Zeke had destroyed was known to regenerate itself, and the only ones capable of breaking it were supposed to be those who had already reached the 4-star level or higher. Yet now, a mere child stood before him, having done what seemed impossible. "He's just an illegitimate son," the examiner muttered to himself, then wondered if Zeke's ability came from the blood of the family head that still flowed within him. He also realized that the technique Zeke used seemed strangely familiar. Still dazed, the examiner didn't respond right away, so Zeke called out to him impatiently, asking for the result. Snapping back to his senses, the examiner finally declared that Zeke had passed the test. One of the examiners then handed Zeke a small bottle containing a green liquid. Curious, Zeke asked what it was, but the man only asked if he could leave already since Zeke was blocking the area. Annoyed, Zeke frowned and muttered if everyone in this generation was this rude. Before he could complain further, Rangus ran up to him with excitement, praising Zeke's performance. Zeke proudly grinned and said it was nothing but peanuts. Zeke then asked what the liquid was, and Rangus explained that it was a healing potion, the standard potion of the Eldragon family. Healing potion? Zeke repeated. Rangus confirmed it. But since Zeke was an illegitimate son of the family, he suspected it might be poison. However, since Rangus had vouched for it, he wondered if it might actually be a spiritual medicine. The elixir, known as cloud-piercing clarity wood, was made from extremely rare materials, herbs found only in secret realms, along with the pure source power of divine beasts and the essence of elusive phantom beasts. When used, it could heal not only fresh wounds, but also old scars and injuries. On top of that, it could enhance one's source power. Because the ingredients were so rare and the process so complex, such elixirs were rarely seen. After drinking it, Zeke was amazed by its immediate effect on his body. "Is this really a spirit medicine?" he asked Rangus. Rangus replied that he didn't know what spirit medicine meant, but he was certain that the Eldragon family's potions were of far higher quality than any commercial ones outside their domain. Rangus then asked if the potion's effect surprised Zeke that much. "Of course," Zeke said, explaining that it healed both his serious injuries and the strain from his training. Still, he noticed that, unlike spirit medicine, it didn't seem to boost his source power. Rangus, on the other hand, said he was even more amazed by Zeke himself, to which Zeke chuckled and told him not to joke. Zeke thought to himself that the potion's existence showed how far knowledge had advanced over the last 1,000 years. Rangus praised Zeke's strength again, and Zeke declared that his dream was to become the strongest of all. Soon, the examiner announced that Retin had also passed the test, as well as his companions. Zeke expected as much, but then Rangus trembled nervously when his number was called. Despite his fear, he gathered his courage and walked to the front. Watching his stiff movements, Zeke wondered why Rangus was so nervous, then shouted to encourage him, telling him to trust himself. Embarrassed, Rangus asked him to lower his voice. When Rangus chose a sword as his weapon, Zeke watched closely, wondering what he was doing. Once the examiner gave the signal, Rangus attacked the stone, but as he expected, he failed on his first try. Determined, he stood again for another attempt, but his strike bounced off the stone, causing him to lose his balance and fall. His hands trembled from the stone's reflective ability. Retin and his group burst into laughter, saying it was just as they expected. The son of a pseudo-dragon is nothing more than a pseudo-dragon himself. They mocked him, telling him to give up. Retin even sneered at Zeke, asking if this was the same man he claimed could pass, and if Rangus was truly stronger than them. Zeke stayed silent for a moment, then told them to stop spouting nonsense. The examiner informed Rangus that he only had one attempt left and asked if he still wanted to continue. Rangus couldn't answer, overwhelmed by embarrassment and the ridicule of others. He lowered his head, but then Zeke walked up to him and asked what he was doing. He questioned why Rangus was using a sword instead of a spear, why he would choose a weapon that didn't suit him, and why he would take a test without any plan at all. Retin watched mockingly as Zeke told Rangus that in his current condition, he wouldn't even scratch the stone no matter how many times he tried. Retin and his group laughed again, calling Zeke an idiot, reminding him that Rangus knew nothing about using a spear. His weak father only ever taught him swordsmanship, they said, and switching weapons now wouldn't change the outcome. But Zeke ignored their jeers and called out to the examiner, asking if it was against the rules to change weapons. The examiner said it wasn't. Then Rangus is lucky, Zeke said with a grin. He turned to Rangus and asked if he trusted him. Memories of all the humiliation he and his father had suffered flashed through Rangus's mind. Gritting his teeth, he stood tall and said he would trust Zeke. He would fight with a spear, just as Zeke told him to. Rangus told himself that his father never managed to enter the dragon's nest. Because of that, people called him a pseudo-dragon and laughed at him. But despite all the humiliation, his father endured everything just to raise Rangus properly. That's why Rangus swore to prove to everyone that he, Rangus, the son raised with care by his father, is also a true dragon. He stood up once more, gripping the spear tightly in his hands, and declared that today he would prove that neither he nor his father were fake dragons. He also realized that if he tried again with a sword, the result would only be the same as before. So this time, he decided to trust Zeke completely. The only problem was that he didn't know how to use a spear. Zeke called out to him, and, as he pointed toward the enchanted stone, he told Rangus that there was nothing else he needed to do. Just thrust the spear straight into the stone without thinking about anything else. Just pierce it straight through, Zeke said firmly. Rangus tightened his grip on the spear. He knew that, under normal circumstances, stabbing the stone directly wouldn't cause even the slightest damage, especially since it had a strong regeneration element. But Zeke was the first person to ever stand up for him, even though they had just met that very day. It was something new and unfamiliar to him. But because of that, he chose to place his full trust in Zeke and believe in his own strength this time. He gathered his source power into the spear and immediately noticed something strange. For years, he had wielded a sword, yet he had never managed to wrap it in this much source energy, something he was now effortlessly doing with the spear. With a determined shout, Rangus unleashed his full power and struck the stone with everything he had. Retin nearly died laughing, saying exactly what he had predicted, that changing weapons wouldn't help him pass the test. But Rangus didn't stop. He felt something different, something powerful. The spear in his hands felt like an extension of his own body. Then, as he drove the weapon forward with all his strength, the spear pierced through the enchanted stone completely. The shock on Retin's face, and those of his companions, was priceless. Even the examiners couldn't hide their astonishment, delighted by what they had just witnessed. Rangus hadn't just scratched the stone, he had pierced straight through it. Zeke immediately praised him. While Rangus himself could hardly believe what he'd done, even after the examiner officially declared that he had passed, Rangus still asked in disbelief if he had really succeeded. Zeke smiled, wrapped an arm around his shoulder, and confirmed it. Overwhelmed with joy, Rangus nearly cried as he hugged Zeke tightly, shouting over and over that he had done it, that he had passed the test. Retin's group, however, refused to believe it. They called it luck, but Retin himself stayed silent, shaking with rage. He couldn't accept that, just as Zeke had said, Rangus was actually stronger than them, and that his result was far better. The examiner then announced that the test had officially ended. Afterward, he declared that the entrance ceremony would begin shortly. Zeke immediately asked if the test was truly over. Rangus replied that it seemed so, but added that there would probably be more tests once they entered the dragon's nest. Soon, a group of men emerged from a dark hallway. When they stepped into the light, the The examiner announced that the head of the Eldragon family would now deliver a speech to congratulate those who passed. The moment Zeke saw the man, he asked who the person with the cold, dark expression was. Rangus, clearly nervous, replied that it was the family head himself. That's the family head. Zeke said, "Why does he look like that? He's not even smiling. He looks colder than ice." Rangus immediately covered Zeke's mouth, whispering that it would be best if he stayed quiet, repeating his plea for him to stop talking. Zeke nodded. When he looked again at the group, he remarked that these people represented the current power of the Eldragon family. Some of them were at the 7-star level, while others were 6-star. To Zeke, their strength was impressive, especially since the current family head, Zeke Eldragon, was an 8-star level powerhouse. 1,000 years ago, only a handful of people had ever reached that level. Still, Zeke wasn't sure how many existed in this current era. "I don't like this family head," Zeke muttered. But before he could say more, Rangus tried to hush him again. Zeke sighed and thought to himself that he never expected this man to be his father in this lifetime. A dark, fiery aura radiated from Balza's body, making the entire area feel heavy. The examiner quickly ordered everyone to stay silent because Master Balza was about to speak. When Balza stepped forward, he uttered only a few words. "You must all strive to become the flesh and blood of the Eldragon family." As he spoke, the terrifying pressure of his aura spread across the hall. Zeke wasn't affected, but many of the examinees trembled in fear, some struggling to breathe as their bodies froze under the immense pressure. Zeke noticed that even Rangus was affected. He couldn't believe how easily everyone around him was overwhelmed by the family head's presence. More than that, Zeke could sense an intense hatred hidden within Balza's aura. He didn't know the reason behind it, but even so, he couldn't bring himself to like the man who was supposedly his father. When Balza turned away, another man stepped forward and drew everyone's attention. He had blonde hair and cheerfully thanked Balza for his words. He then said that Master Balza had high expectations for them all, and that just like his master, he would also keep his own speech short. As Zeke wondered who this man was, the speaker simply told everyone to train hard and grow stronger. "That's it," one of the examiners muttered. The man smiled and said that people who worry too much about small things go bald early, so he wouldn't bother with long speeches. Zeke couldn't understand what was wrong with them, but at least the atmosphere in the hall had lightened up. The examiner then announced that the new students would now be assigned to their dormitories. Everyone whose number was called had to head there immediately. Zeke asked if they wouldn't all be staying in the same dormitory, and Rangus explained that there were 4 East, West, South, and North dorms. Every student accepted into the academy was allowed to live in one of those 4 halls. When Zeke's number was called, he stood up and waved goodbye to Rangus. He was assigned to the East Hall. As he walked through the corridor, he commented that a lot had changed in this place over the past 1,000 years. After finding his room, he said that he must have gotten lost since it took him a while to arrive, and his roommate had probably gotten there first. When he opened the door, he cheerfully greeted his new roommate and apologized for being late. He then said that from today on, they'd be sharing the same room. But to his surprise, his new roommate turned out to be none other than Rangus himself. Zeke couldn't help but laugh, saying it seemed like fate kept linking them together. He asked if there was anything else scheduled for the day, and Rangus confirmed that their training would start tomorrow. "Is that so?" Zeke said casually, prompting Rangus to ask if he hadn't listened to the examiner's earlier explanation. Zeke admitted that he hadn't, on purpose. Rangus sighed and said they should get some rest early since training would begin the next day. As Zeke gazed out the window, he thought about his plan to escape from the Eldragon family and travel the world. But after what he'd learned about the enchanted stone with regenerative properties and the healing potion, he realized he had discovered many interesting things during the exam. If he truly wanted to understand all the changes that had taken place over the past 1,000 years, he thought, then maybe staying with the Eldragon family for a while wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. A month passed at the academy, and their training continued to grow harsher, holding heavy dumbbells in both hands. The instructor explained that the dragon's breath he was teaching them was one of the most important techniques ever created by the 15th Eldragon family head. After reminding them that they had to master the technique under any condition, the instructor's attention was drawn to a few students. Some of them, he noticed, had already mastered Dragon's Breath, especially the young woman he called Master Lika. Her overflowing energy suggested that she was close to reaching the 2-star level. But aside from her, one other student caught his eye, and he could hardly believe what he was seeing. Zeke was training while not only holding the dumbbells, but also balancing large stones on his head and arms. The instructor stared in disbelief and muttered to himself that the blood of the family head truly ran in Zeke's veins. However, it was said that no one had ever taught Zeke anything since he was a child, which is why everything he was witnessing now felt unfamiliar to him. Zeke, on the other hand, couldn't believe that the technique he once called the Dragon King's breathing technique had been further developed by the succeeding family heads, and that it was now being taught to other branches of the family as well. According to Zeke, breathing techniques were methods that gathered the source power from the surroundings into the body. Once circulated, this source power would strengthen a person's own inner energy. The effectiveness of such techniques depended on an individual's ability and intellect. That was why the great families of this world kept their techniques secret, never allowing them to be learned by outsiders or those not belonging to their bloodline. Zeke also realized that the Dragon's Breath was a safe and simple technique, easy enough to master, but it was useless to him if it could only be used while resting. His own version of the breathing technique allowed him to manipulate the surrounding source power even while moving. Because of that, it was far more complex and powerful in actual combat, but also much harder to learn. Only a few had ever mastered it. He thought the current generation must have simplified his original version so that even the family's branch members could learn it. And that decision had clearly helped strengthen the Eldragon family. Zeke couldn't help but feel a strange satisfaction. He never imagined that the techniques he had discovered long ago would still have an impact after 1,000 years. It made him wonder if the other martial arts techniques he created had also evolved over time. Interesting, he muttered to himself, amused by the thought. Lika, meanwhile, quietly observed Zeke from a distance. Later in the cafeteria, the other students were astonished by how much food Zeke was eating. As he continued devouring his meal, he noticed Rangus sitting silently across from him. "What's wrong?" Zeke asked. "You won't get strong if you don't eat." Rangus simply asked if Zeke didn't find his stamina strange. "That's it," Zeke replied. "You just need to eat more if you want to get stronger. Train harder. Push yourself." He even offered some of his food to Rangus, but the latter politely declined, saying he'd had enough. As Zeke thought about how some of the students were already well trained even before entering the academy, a girl suddenly approached them. "You're quite impressive," Lika said, her tone calm yet confident. Zeke blinked. "And who are you supposed to be?" he asked casually. Rangus immediately choked on his food, whispering nervously, "You don't know who she is? That's Master Lika, the daughter of the family head, Lord Balza." "Oh," Zeke said indifferently. "What do you want me to do about that?" "I don't know her." Rangus began sweating profusely. "You can't talk like that. Master Lika is one of the candidates to become the next family head. She's not someone you can just speak to casually." "Is that so?" Zeke replied. "Well, I'm a family head's child too. An illegitimate one, though." Rangus froze in shock, while Lika looked at him curiously. "Is that true?" she asked. "You're really the family head's illegitimate son?" The narrator's voice continued. Lika Typhon Eldragon, one of the candidates to inherit the Eldragon family, was now standing before Zeke herself. "Why would I lie about that?" Zeke said, shrugging. Lika frowned slightly. "Then tell me, how could an illegitimate child like you destroy the magic stone with your bare hands? How could someone not from a renowned family possess such strength?" "Because I'm Zeke," he replied confidently, turning back to Rangus. "Stop staring and finish your food." Both Lika and Rangus fell silent for a moment. Then Lika suddenly smiled. "You really are an interesting person," she said before sitting down beside him. "How about serving under me? I'll make you one of my followers." Zeke raised an eyebrow. "What exactly do you mean by that?" "I want you to join me," she said. "Be my ally, and I'll be your backer. Every illegitimate child needs allies and influence, don't they? Use your strength to help me become the next family head. And once I do, I'll help you achieve your own dreams." Zeke didn't even hesitate. "No," he said flatly. Lika frowned again. "Why not? Don't tell me you want to become the family head yourself." As her aura flared with a faint crackling energy, Zeke could tell that she was close to reaching 2-star level. For someone her age to release an aura like that, she was indeed impressive. Still, Zeke remained calm. "You can think and do whatever you want," he said. "But I have no interest in being family head or any kind of title." "Why?" Lika asked coldly. Zeke stabbed his knife into the table. "Because I don't need to serve anyone," he said, his voice steady but sharp. "I'm the strongest person there is." The cafeteria went silent. Even Lika couldn't believe what she was feeling. Zeke's presence had completely overwhelmed her for a moment. Rangus immediately stepped in to diffuse the tension, urging both of them to calm down. But Lika wasn't the type to back off, embarrassed and angered by what just happened. She decided to challenge Zeke to a duel. Zeke, however, didn't seem to care and simply continued eating. Moments later, a commotion spread across the campus. "Where are they going?" one student asked. "To the training grounds," another replied. "There's going to be a duel between the younger generation. Master Lika herself is fighting." "What? Master Lika from the Typhon family," someone exclaimed. "Who's brave enough to challenge her?" When they arrived at the training grounds, everyone whispered among themselves, wondering who would face her. Zeke, meanwhile, couldn't believe Lika was actually serious about the duel. "Are you all right with this?" Rangus asked nervously. "You'll be fighting Master Lika. Even if you call her master, I don't know who she is," Zeke replied bluntly. Rangus sighed. "You should at least show some respect now that I know you're also the family head's son." "Do what you want," Zeke said. Still, Rangus tried to explain. "What's important now is that you understand who you're up against. Master Lika isn't just anyone. She's the daughter of Lord Balza Eldragon, and she also carries the blood of the Typhon family, one of the 4 great families supporting the Eldragons. She's a prodigy who mastered all forms of the Typhon family's hereditary lightning greatsword technique at a young age. Like her father's other children, she has terrifying talent." Zeke tilted his head. "I didn't understand a word of that except that she's the family head's daughter." Rangus stared at him. "How do you not know any of this?" "Because I don't," Zeke said plainly. "So don't ask me." Rangus blinked as Zeke suddenly laughed. "But since I don't know anything about her," he said with a grin, "that'll just make the fight more fun." "Sounds exciting." Rangus could only sigh and worry. No matter how strong Zeke was, Master Lika was on another level entirely. "Why did you even accept her challenge?" he asked. "I never run from a fight," Zeke answered. "And it looks like my challenger's ready anyway." At that moment, Lika stood with her sword planted firmly in the ground. Her aura flared, lightning crackling faintly around her. "Are you two done talking?" she asked coldly. Lika shouted, asking if they were finally done talking, and Zeke replied that he was ready. Rangus, trembling in fear and shock, immediately ran away from them, warning Zeke to be careful in their fight. Zeke then turned to Lika and asked why she was so determined to fight him. Lika explained that she wanted to become the next family head of the Eldragon family, and to achieve that, she needed to defeat Zeke and make him one of her followers. "What do you mean by that?" Zeke asked, wondering what his connection was to her dream of becoming the family head. Lika questioned him back, asking if he truly had no idea about the current situation of their family and whether being an illegitimate child was the reason he was so unaware. Zeke simply answered that he didn't, admitting that his knowledge about their family was limited. Because of that, Lika began explaining. She said that including both of them, there were 5 candidates to become the next family head. Except for Zeke, all of her siblings were connected to the 4 major branch families of the Eldragon clan. The position of family head was so important that it became a source of conflict among those branches. For that reason, all of Zeke's siblings had entered the dragon's nest to study and represent their respective families. Since the fight for succession had turned into a fierce competition, Lika needed strong allies to stand against her older brothers. Zeke quickly understood that this was a power struggle between the 4 main branches of the Eldragon family. He found it all too complicated and wasn't even sure if he wanted to understand it. Lika then continued, saying that as one of the candidates for family head, she needed to strengthen not only her knowledge and power, but also her influence by gathering strong followers. Without another word, she charged straight toward Zeke, declaring that she would defeat him right then and there to make him one of her subordinates. But Zeke easily dodged her powerful strike, as well as the flurry of attacks that followed. Still, Lika refused to let him escape. The onlookers couldn't believe what they were seeing. The speed of their movements was incredible. Lika's attacks, despite her heavy greatsword, flowed so smoothly and rapidly that it seemed almost effortless. As they watched the battle between the siblings, the crowd began to murmur about Lika's precise control over her source power, noting how her strikes were becoming faster and stronger over time. They could only marvel at the power of a true daughter of the family head from one of the main branches. Some even said the fight's result was already obvious. What they didn't know, however, was that Lika herself was growing increasingly frustrated. She couldn't understand how Zeke kept dodging every single one of her attacks, or why it felt like he was simply toying with her. Rangus, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but be amazed, his earlier worries fading away as he saw Zeke's calm movements. Zeke then remarked that the martial arts Lika was using were unlike anything he had seen before. He admitted that her movements were far faster than those of any ordinary one-star level fighter. But Lika, irritated, shouted for him to stop talking and focus on their fight. Zeke clenched his fist and said he was already focused, and that was exactly why he could unleash such a powerful strike so easily. His punch landed squarely, and Lika immediately gagged from the force. She fell to her knees, gripping her sword and stomach in pain. The spectators gasped and began whispering among themselves, wondering how Zeke managed to avoid all of Lika's attacks and who this mysterious boy truly was. As Lika struggled to stand, she asked why none of her strikes could land. Compared to other one-star fighters, she knew she was much faster. So, logically, Zeke shouldn't be able to keep up. Zeke admitted that she was indeed faster than any one-star he had ever seen. But in his eyes, she was still just a one-star. "You're a one-star, too," Lika snapped, saying that Zeke shouldn't be able to match her speed and movements. "There's a simple reason for that," Zeke replied. "Your breathing, the movement of your eyes, even the shift of your muscles. I can read them all. By observing these small details, I can predict your next move. It's all based on experience." "Don't make me laugh," Lika shouted, launching another fast strike toward him. But Zeke easily dodged again, saying that just like his words a moment ago, he could see and read her every move. In the next instant, he countered with another powerful attack that sent Lika crashing into the wall with violent force. The spectators screamed in shock, asking if Lika had really been defeated. "Master Zeke, that was amazing. You beat Master Lika," Rangus shouted in excitement. But Zeke calmly said that it wasn't over yet. Their fight wasn't finished. As the dust cleared, Lika stood once again, bruised but defiant. Zeke noted that she had focused her source power into her core, allowing her to endure his attack without suffering serious damage. He smiled slightly and admitted that Lika was truly an extraordinary girl. "That's enough, Master Lika," Rangus pleaded. But Zeke told him to move back, warning that he could get caught in their next exchange. Zeke then noticed an intense surge of aura flowing from Lika. He wondered if she had just advanced to the 2-star level. The spectators noticed it, too. They couldn't be mistaken. The glowing mark on her body was proof that she had indeed become a 2-star with a white aura. The 2-star level was a stage where one could channel source power into their martial arts, even manifesting it outside their body. Lika thanked Zeke, saying that because of him, she had achieved the 2-star level earlier than expected. But because of that, she declared, "You no longer have any chance of winning." With her aura blazing, she charged toward Zeke, her great sword surrounded by radiant power. Zeke only laughed. He looked genuinely thrilled. "You've really improved," he said with excitement, dodging another rapid strike. "Your speed is incredible now." But his expression suddenly changed when he felt a sting on his cheek, a shallow cut. "I know I dodged that attack," Zeke thought to himself. Lika smirked and asked if he could finally see the difference in their strength. "This is my true ability," she said proudly. "Now that I've become a full 2-star and gained my aura, I'll show you the real power of the Typhon Greatsword technique." "Oh, then I get to witness a martial art I've never seen before," Zeke said, smiling in excitement. To him, this was turning out to be the most thrilling and enjoyable moment of their fight. Lika suddenly unleashed the lightning greatsword technique, Lightning Flash. Her sword crackled with blinding golden energy as she charged forward. Zeke was instantly enveloped in a storm of lightning, forcing him to retreat a step back as he shouted, "Wait a second. What kind of technique was that? How can you manipulate lightning like that? Isn't this too much for a sparring match? Lika smirked, driving her sword into the ground as golden light surged around her. You seem surprised, she said calmly, summoning another move. Lightning net. Sparks erupted from the earth, forming a glowing web of electricity that shot toward Zeke, but he narrowly dodged it. As he landed, he muttered to himself, her power has grown tremendously. Her strength now is nothing like before. At this rate, this fight won't be easy. The audience murmured in awe, unable to hide their astonishment. Ever since Lika had advanced to 2-star level, the tide of the battle had completely turned. Rangus, who had been watching anxiously, began to worry. Zeke noticed that Lika's movements were simple, nothing new compared to her 1-star self. But every swing of her blade now carried far greater force. Her lightning greatsword technique was overflowing with power, her aura amplifying each strike. What surprised Zeke even more was the speed. Lika was moving faster than he could have anticipated, and her lightning felt strangely mysterious. Still, he remained confident. Even if she could cloak herself in thunder, he was sure he could counter it. Yet curiosity filled him. What kind of power was this? What kind of lightning could she command? While evading her continuous assaults, he studied her every move, analyzing her aura and its rhythm. Lika, noticing Zeke's calm smile as he danced away from her attacks, frowned. You look too relaxed for someone in a duel, she sneered. Let's see how long that lasts. She dashed forward once more, her sword blazing with light as she used swift thunder, enveloping herself in golden lightning. But again, Zeke evaded at the last moment. She's as fast as lightning itself, he thought, only for Lika to swing her sword mid-charge. The blow struck true this time, sending Zeke flying backward with a powerful shock wave that scattered dust and debris across the field. Rangus gasped and rushed towards Zeke out of sheer panic, but one of the spectators grabbed his arm to stop him. Meanwhile, Zeke stood up, his clothes scorched, but his will unshaken. Lika charged again, unleashing another lightning flash, striking him head-on. Yet Zeke still stood tall afterward. How is he still standing? Lika muttered, her brow furrowed in disbelief. Rangus ran toward them, shouting, Master Lika, stop. That's enough. We've already seen your strength. But Lika snapped back coldly. Do you not understand, Rangus? Stopping mid-battle would be an insult to Zeke. Desperate, Rangus turned to Zeke and begged, Please, Master Zeke, surrender. That's enough. Lika chuckled. He's right. Judging by your condition, surrendering would be wise. If you kneel and pledge loyalty to me, I'll stop. But Zeke only smiled silently. Lika's eyes hardened. Even as an illegitimate child, you're truly a proud Eldragon, she said with a hint of mockery. She raised her great sword high, her aura surging. If that's what you want, then I'll use my full strength to end this. Lightning roared from the heavens as Lika summoned her first secret art, Heaven's Thunder. A colossal surge of golden energy descended, shattering the stones beneath Zeke's feet. Thunderbolts struck his body in a storm of divine fury. Rangus cried out in terror, watching his friend's body engulfed by golden lightning, smoke rising from his charred form. Lika drove her sword into the ground, exhaled deeply, and said softly, I'm sorry, Zeke, but this is the end. But then, a voice echoed through the crackling air. Is that so? In an instant, a brilliant golden lightning aura exploded skyward. Lika's eyes widened in shock as she turned around. Impossible. How can this be? How do you have a lightning aura? She stammered. Zeke stood, smiling calmly as golden arcs danced across his skin. So, this is what you call lightning aura? He said casually. If you're asking how I got it, I honestly don't know. His tone was calm, but his words sent ripples through the crowd. Impossible, Lika whispered, unable to believe what she was seeing. Zeke smirked. Truth is, I let you hit me on purpose. I wanted to study your lightning, how it flows, how it behaves, and somehow I learned to use it myself. That's absurd, Lika snapped inwardly. Zeke explained to himself that he had deliberately taken Lika's attacks because her lightning intrigued him. While enduring her strikes, he continuously activated his Dragon King's breath technique. The strange resonance between his breathing and her lightning caused golden energy to gather in his body. Before he knew it, he could manipulate the lightning himself. Maybe Lika has a unique constitution, he thought. And judging from her family's greatsword technique, it's likely their whole bloodline shares this lightning affinity. Zeke walked toward her confidently. I never expected lightning-type source power to be this incredible. This duel turned out to be the perfect training. With a grin, he added, thanks to you, Lika, I've reached 2-star level myself. Golden lightning flared around him as he declared, our battle isn't over yet. Lika roared and charged again, her great sword glowing with power, unleashing another blinding attack. But Zeke sidestepped effortlessly and prepared a counterstrike. However, as he moved, he suddenly vanished in a flash and reappeared on the opposite end of the arena. What just happened, he muttered. He then realized, when one gains immense source power, it strengthens the body's muscles and nerves. This new lightning aura must have changed my physiology. I can't fully control my speed yet. In the stands, Rangus was speechless. He couldn't follow their movements anymore. Both fighters were blurs of golden light and thunder. Am I just imagining things? Or has Lika not landed a single hit lately? He wondered. Frustrated, Lika shouted, are you mocking me, Zeke? Stop toying with me. I'm not, Zeke replied calmly. But I will admit you're a real threat. He then lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick, but Lika blocked it with her sword, the force pushing her backward. Zeke straightened, smirking. I think it's time to end this. End this, Lika repeated, narrowing her eyes. Yes, Zeke replied. I've been thinking of creating a new technique for a while now, and this seems like the perfect time. Creating a new technique? She said in disbelief. Zeke nodded. Exactly. He paused for a moment, then murmured, should I call it a first form, or maybe a special form? Lika blinked, confused. Did he even receive proper combat training? From which family could he have learned that? She wondered, her thoughts spinning. Before she could react, Zeke appeared beside her in a flash, lightning surging in his hand. Dragon Destruction Combat Arts, Special Form, Lightning Peak, he shouted. The attack struck her directly, wrapping her in a fierce storm of golden thunder. Her body trembled violently, her sword slipping from her grasp as she fell to her knees before him, electricity still crackling around her. The arena fell silent. Rangus and the others stared in disbelief. Zeke had won. Lika, lying on the ground, exhaled shakily. After a few moments, she forced herself to sit up, trembling. I can't believe I lost. I was supposed to become the next family head. I can't lose. Not to anyone, she thought bitterly. Zeke approached her, offering his hand. You were amazing, Lika. Truly strong, he said sincerely. It's always exciting to learn something new. This fight was worth it. Smiling warmly, he added, it'd be boring if this was the last time we fought. Let's have another sparring match sometime. Lika froze, her cheeks turning red as she stared at his outstretched hand. Despite her defeat, a faint hint of happiness appeared on her face, perhaps out of pride, or perhaps for the first time, admiration. Once again, Zeke said that they should have another sparring match soon. With a confident smile, he added that he couldn't wait for their next bout. Lika, though a bit shy, extended her hand toward him, admitting that she was no match for him and that she willingly accepted her defeat. Meanwhile, several hours later, deep inside a dimensional rift, Zeke Eldragon, the father of Lika and Zeke and the current head of the Eldragon family, stood surrounded by countless strange and feral monsters. As the creatures charged toward him, Balza's eyes began to glow with an intense light, releasing a crushing wave of aura and dragon pressure. He instantly froze every creature in place, drawing his sword. Balza invoked the first form, Genesis, of the Dragon Destruction Combat Arts. With a single fluid swing, all the monsters around him were cleaved cleanly in half. As he sheathed his sword, the Eldragon family soldiers rushed forward to finish off any remaining monsters that might have survived their master's strike. Balza turned toward the exit of the rift, but before he could leave, one of the soldiers called out to him, saying that he had an important report. Balza stopped walking and asked what it was about. The soldier informed him that Lady Lika had reached the 2-star level. Upon hearing this, Balza froze mid-step. His glowing eyes flickered, and his response came out cold and detached. So what of it? The soldier, clearly nervous, explained that reaching the 2-star level at only 7 years old was an extraordinary achievement. He added that with Lika's talent, once she graduated from Dragon's Nest, she would likely reach the 4-star level, or perhaps even the 5-star level. Balza's reply was chilling. Talent means nothing. The next time you report to me, I expect to hear how she can be of use to us. If all you bring are worthless updates like this, you'd better leave my sight. The soldier fell silent as Balza continued toward the rift's exit. But before he could step through, the soldier quickly added that Lika had recently lost in a sparring match. Balza stopped abruptly and turned his head slightly, his expression unreadable. Did she lose to one of her brothers? He asked. The soldier shook his head. No, master. She was defeated by someone her own age, by Lord Zeke. Zeke, Balza repeated, his voice low. The son of that woman. Memories surfaced of a humble maid, Zeke's mother. That woman truly was gifted in battle, he muttered. But she died after giving birth to the boy. He turned fully to face the soldier, his tone sharp. Tell me who could have possibly trained Zeke to defeat a 2-star cultivator. The soldier hesitated before answering. No one, master. Lord Zeke has never received formal training. He defeated Lady Lika through his own strength and skill alone. In fact, he too has already reached the 2-star level. I see, Balza said flatly. Then, turning his back once more, he declared, begin the first trial. The soldier was visibly startled. Master Balza, forgive my intrusion, but isn't it too soon for the first trial? It's only been a month since the students began their combat training. Most of them haven't even reached the 1-star level yet. Balza cut him off. I do not care. Death chooses no timing, no level, no favorites. Only the strong deserve to survive. Star levels mean nothing if they can't endure the first trial. Those who fail aren't worthy of the Eldragon name. Yes, master, the soldier replied quickly. But then Balza added, also, summon Freya. Tell her to return immediately. The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief. Freya? Master, do you mean that Freya? Balza nodded. Indeed. If Zeke could defeat Lika using only his own strength, then he's far more intriguing than I expected. I want Freya to design and supervise the first trial herself, and I expect her to personally observe every participant. The soldier bowed deeply. As you command, Master Balza. For the first time in a long while, a faint smile appeared on Balza's lips. A rare, almost warm expression flickered across his face as he said softly, he's the most interesting one of all. The next day at Dragon's Nest, the students continued their combat training under Rangus. Zeke, however, was off to the side practicing his breathing technique. Sitting in a wall-sit position, he balanced a massive boulder on his head while holding dumbbells in both hands. His unwavering focus drew the attention of Rangus and the others, who couldn't help but watch him in silence. With his eyes closed, Zeke contemplated the technique they were studying, the Strike Dragon combat arts. As he recalled, this technique was originally created by the 15th family head. Though labeled as a combat art, it was in truth a body enhancement method, simple yet well-constructed, allowing even young cultivators to grasp it. Rangus called out, Zeke, aren't you going to train? Zeke opened one eye. What do you mean? I mean combat training, Rangus clarified. We're practicing the Strike Dragon combat arts. I already learned that, Zeke replied casually. Rangus was stunned. What? But it was only taught to us this morning. How could you have mastered it already? Because I'm me, Zeke said with a smirk. But what's more important right now is that your source power is flowing incorrectly. My what? Rangus asked, confused. Zeke set down the heavy boulder from his head and told Rangus to turn around. Placing his hand on Rangus's back, Zeke channeled his aura through Rangus's body, correcting the flow of energy. There, he said. That's how your aura should circulate. Rangus turned to face him, grateful. You've really mastered the Strike Dragon combat arts, haven't you? That's incredible. Zeke frowned playfully. Are you doubting me? What kind of friend are you? No, not at all, Rangus quickly said. It's just, aside from my father, no one's ever taught me like that before. That's why I want to learn everything I can. You, Lord Zeke, already have your own martial arts, strong enough to defeat Lady Lika. I just thought the Strike Dragon combat arts might be too simple and boring for someone like you. It's not boring, Zeke replied. Actually, I admire its stability. It reminds me of my own dragon destruction combat arts. Though my children never liked that technique, they said it was too difficult and complicated. The dragon destruction combat arts was indeed a complex and demanding technique, but it possessed immense power. It consisted of 4 main forms, and during his battle with Lika, Zeke had created a 5th. Beyond that, there was even a secret, its final form, a terrifying and destructive ability, the same one he had once used to slay the divine dragon in his past life. He wondered silently how his descendants had handled his other dragon techniques over time. Perhaps they had modified them. The thought only made him more excited. Anyway, he said, since I've already mastered the strike dragon combat arts, I'll continue with my physical training. He smiled faintly. Everyone has their own way of learning techniques. But before he could continue, Rangus suddenly shouted his name. Zeke, please teach me. I know it's a shameless request, but I want to get stronger, even just a little. Zeke looked at him for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll teach you. Rangus blinked in surprise. Wait, you mean it? You'll really teach me? Of course, Zeke replied. Why do you look so surprised? You were the one who asked. I just didn't think you'd agree so easily, Rangus said sheepishly. I'm not lying, Zeke said. And I know you're worth teaching. Just then, Lika approached them. Though hesitant, she spoke up. Zeke, I'd like you to teach me too. Rangus turned to her, startled. You too, Lady Lika? Is there a problem? She asked calmly. Honestly, I used to think that no one my age could defeat me. As a candidate to become the next head of the Eldragon family, I was confident in my power. But yesterday's match shattered my pride. I still don't know how you managed to use lightning aura or how you wield it even better than I do. Zeke sighed. So now this is my fault, he muttered half-jokingly. Determined, Lika continued. I want to become stronger, strong enough to defeat our older brothers and you as well, Zeke. Please teach me. Zeke fell silent for a moment, deep in thought. Since Zeke did not answer right away, Lika asked if he was truly fine with it. Even though he was also a candidate to become the next head of the Eldragon family, Rangus agreed with her, realizing that even if Zeke was an illegitimate child, Balza Eldragon was still his father, which technically made Zeke one of the successors, whether he liked it or not. Zeke calmly replied that he did not mind, but the real question was whether Lika's body was in good enough condition to train. He said that from what he had seen in their match, her injuries would normally take at least a month to heal. Lika shook her head and said she had already used a healing potion, so there was no need for him to worry. Zeke and Rangus exchanged a look, whispering to each other. Zeke asked if that medicine truly had such absurd effectiveness. Rangus replied that if Zeke was referring to the basic potion given during the entrance exam, it definitely was not strong enough to heal Lika's wounds so quickly. Because she was the daughter of the family head, she must have used a much stronger kind of potion. Zeke sighed in amazement, muttering that this era truly was something else. Lika nodded, admitting that without the potion, she would have been bedridden for at least a month. But now, what mattered most was her request, whether Zeke would agree to train her as well. She knew that he, too, needed to train, but she wanted to grow stronger under his guidance. Zeke agreed without hesitation, saying that he never turned down young people with ambition. Both Lika and Rangus were surprised by his answer. Lika pointed out that he was also young like them, while Rangus added that they were about the same age. Zeke chuckled and agreed. Then, with a teasing tone, Zeke asked if she was truly sure about having him as her instructor. After all, he was the one who had defeated her. Lika replied firmly that she did not care about that. She did not have the luxury to be picky if she wanted to become the next head of the Eldragon family. She had to become stronger, no matter what it took. Zeke remembered how during their first encounter, she had mentioned her dream of becoming family head. He asked why she seemed so obsessed with that goal. Without hesitation, Lika answered that if she failed to become family head, she would only be used for a political marriage. She spoke bitterly, saying that in the best-case scenario, she would probably be forced to marry one of her cousins, but the worst case would be marrying a man she did not even know. Zeke's expression darkened, anger flickering in his eyes as he asked what she meant by that. Lika said it was natural, considering how valuable the Eldragon bloodline was, especially within the 4 branches of the family. Their source power was special. It could be used in countless ways. That was why the family was obsessed with keeping their bloodline pure. Rangus shuddered, sensing the terrifying aura that suddenly emanated from Zeke. His voice turned cold and sharp as he said that the Eldragon family had truly begun doing disgusting things like this. He clenched his fists, saying he would destroy such filthy and meaningless traditions. But before the atmosphere could grow heavier, several instructors arrived, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Lika blinked in surprise, wondering why they had come, while Zeke muttered that the timing could not be worse. He worried that they might have overheard what he had just said. Then, from behind them, a woman with fiery red hair appeared. One instructor stepped forward and announced that starting today, they would have a new instructor. Despite how busy this person was, she had taken the time to teach them personally, so they should be grateful. As the red-haired woman approached, she reached out her hand toward Lika and asked if she was Lady Lika. Feeling a wave of danger, Lika instinctively leaped backward. Zeke stepped forward protectively, while Rangus grabbed onto his arm in fear. The red-haired woman smiled faintly, praising Lika's sharp reaction and saying her aura quality was not bad at all. Zeke frowned slightly. He had not even sensed her presence until now. Rangus nervously asked who she was. The instructor then introduced her as Lady Freya Fywinkick of the Black Dragon Corps. Freya gave a polite smile and greeted everyone, saying she was pleased to meet them all. She then looked straight at Zeke and asked if he was Lord Zeke. When he confirmed it, she asked if he was not surprised by her sudden appearance. Zeke replied calmly that nothing she did was surprising. Freya froze for a moment as Zeke's eyes began to glow faintly, and he commented that her stealth technique was rather interesting. Freya quickly realized why even the family head, Balza Eldragon, was interested in this boy. Meanwhile, Zeke analyzed her movements. He noticed her source power was concentrated in her lower body, following a flow pattern he had never seen before. That must be why her footsteps made no sound at all. A spark of excitement lit up his eyes as he wondered what kind of martial art she used. Freya then took command of the class. She confirmed that she would be their new instructor. The students began whispering among themselves in disbelief. Lady Freya, the Tempest Wind, was known as one of the strongest warriors in the family. The other instructor confirmed that Freya was a 6-star practitioner under the Black Dragon Corps, the elite unit serving directly under the family head himself. The students were in awe, unable to understand why someone of her rank would come to teach at their academy. Freya smiled faintly and said she would indeed train them, but under one condition. They had to pass a simple test. The students gasped at her words. She told them not to worry. The test was simple. They just needed to bring a crystal like the one she was holding and survive for 1 full month inside the Poison Dragon Mountain. Rangus went pale at the name, while Zeke felt a sense of nostalgia. The Poison Dragon Mountain, he explained, was home to countless poisonous creatures. Even brushing against a single leaf could kill an ordinary human instantly. It was a region of pure danger. Zeke recalled how, in his previous life, he had often used that place as his personal training ground. Still, he thought this test might be too cruel for young students. Freya explained the rules. Each student would receive 1 crystal orb. If their orb broke or was lost, they would immediately be disqualified. When someone nervously asked what happened to those who were disqualified, Freya replied bluntly that they would be expelled from the dragon's nest. She added that they did not need to worry about the poison itself. If they properly used the dragon's breath-breathing technique, they would be fine. As long as they held on to their orbs and controlled their breathing, they could survive. Lika pointed out that aside from poisonous plants, there were monsters there, too. Freya's eyes turned sharp as she said they would need to defeat those monsters themselves, since that was the only way they could secure food. Without hunting, they would not last even a few days. The students were horrified. Retin muttered that it was impossible. Many doubted whether their basic combat technique, the strike dragon, could even hurt the creatures living there. Freya smirked and told them not to panic. They had 5 days to prepare. During that time, they could each choose a basic weapon art from the Eldragon family archives to learn. If they mastered it, their survival chances would improve. But if they failed to learn it within 5 days, she would not take responsibility for whatever happened in the mountain. One student asked timidly if Freya would help them in case things got too dangerous. Freya chuckled darkly, saying, "You're in the dragon's nest, the land of the Eldragon family. Here, the weak do not last. Only the strong survive. If you can't defeat a few monsters on your own, then you might as well sleep peacefully beside them in the bed of poison." The The students trembled in terror, sweat dripping down their faces. Rangus was on the verge of tears, while Lika stayed silent in deep thought. Zeke frowned to himself, wondering if this was still the same Eldragon family he once knew. It felt so different from when he had been the family head. Freya then said that was all for now. She began distributing martial arts books for every weapon type and told them to step forward to pick whichever technique they wanted to learn. As students crowded around, Rangus hesitated, unsure what to choose. Zeke advised him to take a spear technique, reminding him that he had used a spear during the entrance exam. Rangus quickly agreed and thanked him. Lika said she would pick a greatsword technique since she already knew the lightning greatsword's basic forms. But Zeke stopped her, suggesting she try axe arts instead. Lika asked why, and Zeke explained that it would help cover her current weaknesses. Since it was Zeke who had suggested it, she did not argue and simply nodded, quietly trusting his words. Freya then asked if everyone had chosen their books. When they confirmed, she told them to make good use of the remaining 5 days. Their survival depended entirely on mastering those techniques. If they failed to do so, they would die pathetically in the Poison Dragon Mountain. Just as she was about to leave, Freya suddenly remembered something and turned back. She warned them that during the test, their seniors would be trying to steal their crystal orbs. Rangus was stunned and asked what she meant. Freya explained that their 10-year-old senior group would also be taking the same test, but their task was to hunt down and steal the orbs from the younger batch. She added that the younger students outnumbered the seniors, and since the Poison Dragon Mountain was vast, they might get lucky and avoid confrontation. Still, their seniors would use everything they had to find and attack them. After saying that, Freya turned and left. Rangus looked terrified, sweat dripping down his face as he asked what they were supposed to do now. Not only did they have to deal with poisonous monsters, but also upperclassmen hunting them. Lika frowned and said that every upperclassman was at least 1-star level or higher. If they ganged up on her, she would not last long, and most of their classmates probably would not survive either. Zeke nodded, saying she had a point. If Lika could not fight alone, then she should form a group of 2 or 3. Cooperation was not forbidden, after all. They could help each other hunt monsters and defend against seniors. When Rangus asked about Zeke's plan, Zeke simply said that he intended to go solo and enjoy the exam. Lika sighed and admitted that somehow, that sounded just like him. Before they began training, Zeke suggested they eat first. As they walked away, Lika glanced at Rangus and asked if he did not think Zeke was a little strange sometimes. Rangus shrugged and replied, "Yeah, sometimes." 5 days later, the students gathered before the Poison Dragon Mountain, their emotions mixed between fear and determination. Freya stood before them, a confident smile on her face, and declared that the weather was perfect for the test to begin. Nervously, Rangus said that the exam was finally about to begin. Even though this was Zeke's plan, he could not help but wonder if it was really okay for someone like him to be part of Lady Lika's team. After all, there were many noble-born students she could have chosen instead of him, a mere commoner who had not even reached 1 star yet. "We're the same, Rangus," said another student. When Rangus turned around, he recognized them as Raymond and Celine. Celine, who came from the East Hall of Dragon's Nest, admitted she was also a commoner and could not believe she had been chosen to join Lady Lika in the upcoming trial at Poison Dragon Mountain. Raymond, also from the East Hall, smiled as he looked at Lady Lika. But Lika quickly said that it did not matter whether her teammates were nobles or commoners. She had chosen them because she recognized their potential and abilities. Hearing this, Rangus fell silent for a moment, then gripped his spear tightly and declared that he understood and that he would do his best not to become a burden to their group. Raymond followed, saying he would give his all to meet Lika's expectations. Lika smiled brightly and said, "I'm counting on you all." Then she turned to Zeke and asked if he was truly planning to take the trial alone. Zeke nodded confidently, saying he could not wait for it to begin. Celine, still nervous, admitted she admired both Zeke and Lika. While she was trembling in anxiety, Zeke was brave enough to face Poison Dragon Mountain on his own. Raymond remarked that it was natural for them to be confident since the blood of family heads flowed through their veins. But Lika quickly interjected, telling him not to compare her to Zeke because even she felt nervous. "You're nervous?" Zeke asked. "Is there even a reason to be nervous?" Aside from you, everyone here seems like a group of promising students." However, they all replied that there were plenty of reasons to be nervous about the upcoming trial. Lika then asked Zeke if he truly thought the students she picked were skilled. Zeke immediately confirmed it and thought to himself that Lika had successfully gathered some of the most promising students in the academy. He realized that her eye for talent was indeed remarkable. He praised their group's offense and defense, saying the trial would surely be easy for them. "You're right," Rangus replied with a drop of sweat running down his cheek. "You've always been too confident, Zeke." Freya then asked if all the participants had arrived, and soon noticed that many of the students had already formed groups. Since some were not yet masters of their weapon arts, forming teams was not a bad idea. Freya stepped forward and announced that the trial would begin shortly. She explained once again that their task was to survive for 1 full month in Poison Dragon Mountain and protect their crystal orbs. They would only pass if their orbs remained intact. Every orb was identical, meaning that if one lost theirs, it could be stolen by others. Many students grew anxious upon hearing this, while Zeke realized that this meant stealing orbs from other participants was fair game. Freya continued, saying that after the new students entered the mountain and settled, upperclassmen would also enter to steal their crystal orbs. The upperclassmen mocked them, saying that since most of the new students had not even reached 1 star, taking their orbs would be easy. Hearing this filled Zeke's classmates with mixed emotions, fear, excitement, and unease. Freya concluded the explanation, and as soon as she announced that the trial had officially begun, the students dashed toward Poison Dragon Mountain. Watching them go, Zeke heard Lika tell him to make sure he survived. He smiled and said he would, but that they should survive as well. Lika then called out to her team, and as Zeke told them to be careful, Freya noticed him. "It's your turn to enter, Zeke," she said. "Right," Zeke replied, apologizing for getting a bit carried away. "Carried away?" Freya asked. "Aren't you nervous at all?" "No," Zeke replied with a calm smile before walking toward the mountain. Freya watched him go, thinking to herself that he was indeed a peculiar boy. That night, at the camp outside Poison Dragon Mountain, one of the instructors asked Freya if the new students would be all right. When she asked what he meant, he said the trial seemed too early for beginners. Another instructor agreed, pointing out that most had only been in Dragon's Nest for a few months, that few had achieved even 1 star, and that they lacked real combat experience. He wondered how many would actually survive. Freya reassured them, saying there was no need to worry. Although the mountain was filled with poisonous creatures, most of them were only 1 or 2 star level beasts, not strong enough to pose a serious danger. With a cheerful smile, she said the students would do fine. Then, under her breath, she whispered that she would eventually release that thing. When an instructor asked what she said, Freya simply smiled and replied, "Nothing." She then announced that it was time for the upperclassmen to begin their part of the trial. The older students immediately ran off toward the mountain, their eyes gleaming as they carried their weapons. Watching them leave, Freya murmured, "I wonder how many will survive. I can't wait to see the results." Meanwhile, inside the Poison Dragon Mountain, as the upperclassmen began their hunt, one of them spotted their first target. It was none other than Zeke, still standing motionless at the foot of the mountain. "The newbies entered the mountain long ago," one said mockingly. "Is this guy stupid or what?" Another raised his crossbow and prepared to shoot. But before the arrow could reach him, Zeke effortlessly caught it midair. As the upperclassmen stared in disbelief, Zeke snapped the arrow in half and said, "I've been waiting for you." One of them asked what he meant, but another shouted that it did not matter. Did they not see how he had caught that arrow? Without wasting a second, Zeke dashed forward, his eyes sharp with excitement. "Now then," he said with a smirk, "let's play together." In the deeper part of Poison Dragon Mountain, Celine and her group were under attack by the mountain's monsters. After Celine slew a massive frog-like creature, another one suddenly leaped out from behind her. Raymond swiftly raised his shield, blocking the attack and saving Celine just in time. With a powerful swing, he bashed the monster to the ground and drove his shield straight into its body, killing it instantly. Seeing that Rangus was easily defeating his own opponent, Raymond smiled in satisfaction. Lika then praised them for their excellent teamwork, and Rangus gratefully thanked her. However, His eyes widened when he saw the mountain of slain frog monsters that Lika had single-handedly defeated. Celine, impressed, remarked that Lika's power was truly on another level, just as they had expected. Raymond agreed, saying that while they had been busy fighting a few monsters, Lika had already wiped out most of them by herself. Lika simply shrugged, saying it was only natural. After all, she was a 2-star warrior, and these creatures were nothing more than a warm-up for her. She also noted that since the exam had started a week ago, everyone had improved significantly, especially Celine and Raymond, who had both reached 1-star level. Celine gratefully acknowledged Lika, saying they wouldn't have advanced so quickly without her guidance, and Raymond echoed her gratitude. Rangus, however, remained silent, quietly thinking about how far he had fallen behind now that both Celine and Raymond had achieved their first stars. Celine noticed his downcast expression and gently told him that he would surely get stronger in time and reach 1-star level, too. Raymond agreed, telling him to be patient and keep working hard. Hearing their encouragement, Rangus smiled again and thanked them both. Lika then spoke, saying that Rangus had managed to defeat 3 giant frog monsters even without a star, which was truly impressive. She added that before the exam began, Rangus had trained personally with Zeke and had already perfected his spear handling, so it was only a matter of time before he became a 1-star. Moved by her faith in him, Rangus nearly teared up. As Lika looked toward the sky, she noted that night was fast approaching and told everyone they needed to head back to base. Celine agreed, warning that Poison Dragon Mountain was far too dangerous after dark. While they were on their way back, Lika suddenly stopped. Rangus immediately asked what was wrong, but Lika didn't answer. Her expression darkened as she stared ahead and demanded to know what a certain student was doing near their base. A moment later, a figure emerged from the tall grass. Rangus and the others were startled, and Celine and Raymond instinctively drew their weapons. The student stepped out with a smirk, holding his weapon loosely as he said he hadn't expected Lika to notice him so soon. Lika immediately recognized him as one of the upperclassmen and asked if he had come to steal their crystal. When he confirmed it, she realized that at last, an upperclassman had decided to attack their group, and this one was a 2-star. The upperclassman grinned, saying that their current exam required them to steal the crystals from first years. Though he hadn't expected his first target to be none other than Lady Lika's group, Lika asked if he still planned to stay even after realizing whose base he had invaded. She warned him that a single upperclassman wouldn't stand a chance against her team. But the upperclassman's grin widened as his expression turned menacing. "Who said I was alone?" he replied. From the grass behind him emerged 3 more upperclassmen, all 1-star level. Their leader sneered, saying that even Lady Lika would have trouble fighting them since her teammates were nothing but burdens. Drawing his sword, he shouted for them to surrender and hand over their crystal orbs. He then charged at Lika with a powerful attack, but she evaded effortlessly and ordered Celine and the others to maintain their battle formation while she handled him. Meanwhile, Rangus, still without a star, struggled to defend against the attacks of his opponent. The upperclassman taunted him, saying it would be better to surrender and hand over his crystal. Rangus hesitated, unsure of what to do, until he remembered a conversation he once had with Zeke. Back then, Rangus had asked Zeke if there was any way for someone weaker like him to defeat stronger opponents. He admitted he was still starless and worried that if stronger enemies appeared, he'd only drag his team down. Zeke's reply had shocked him. "Then you should surrender." Zeke explained that if the opponent was far stronger, 3-star or 4-star, then surrendering was the only logical choice, since a starless person could never hope to win. However, he added that if Rangus ever faced an opponent around 1-star level, there was still a chance. When Rangus asked how, Zeke simply said, "It's nothing unusual. You just have to exploit an opening." "An opening?" Rangus had asked, confused. "Exactly," Zeke replied. "If you can find and exploit an opening in your opponent's defense, you can defeat them, even if they're a 2-star. When Rangus asked how he was supposed to find such an opening, Zeke's answer was simple: endure. Keep enduring until your opponent shows one. Rangus had been doubtful, but Zeke continued, "There's no other way. You can't force an opening against someone stronger. You can only endure until they make a mistake. If you can't even do that, then defeating someone stronger will always be a fantasy for you." Zeke added. If your opponent is someone special like Lika, then you won't last long. But against an ordinary 2-star, you should be fine. He then told Rangus that confidence in his own strength was crucial and gave him one last piece of advice. Don't overthink it. Don't think about how to create an opening or the difference in power. Just wait patiently, and when it appears, thrust your spear straight into it. Now, in the midst of battle, Rangus clenched his fists as Zeke's words echoed in his mind. Since he was weaker, he had no choice but to endure every attack and wait for the right moment. The upperclassman grew more and more frustrated as Rangus continued to withstand his blows. Just fall down already, he shouted in anger, unleashing a powerful strike. But in that instant, Rangus saw it, the opening Zeke had spoken of. Without hesitation, he gathered all his strength and thrust his spear straight into his opponent's body. The upperclassman coughed, collapsed, and lost consciousness instantly. As he fell, a radiant light glowed on Rangus's chest, the mark of his newly awakened 1-star. Lika noticed immediately, surprised yet proud that Rangus had taken down his opponent. Meanwhile, the leader of the upperclassmen was in disbelief, unable to understand why Lika's power felt so overwhelming despite them both being 2-star level. Lika realized that ever since mastering the axe arts technique Zeke had recommended, she had learned to channel greater force and energy into her great sword, which explained the vast difference in power. She told her opponent that it was his misfortune to have chosen her group as a target. Then, summoning golden lightning around her sword, she declared, "This battle ends here." Her blade struck with blinding force, and the enemy leader fell unconscious. After ensuring the enemies were defeated, Lika rushed back to her team and asked if everyone was safe. Once confirmed, the group cheered in relief. They had just won their first battle against upperclassmen. Celine and Raymond congratulated Rangus on reaching 1-star level, and Rangus thanked them with a bright smile. Lika looked at her team proudly, realizing that now all of her members had finally manifested their first stars. With that, she said that the next battles ahead would be much easier. Then, with a thoughtful expression, she wondered aloud how Zeke was doing. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Poison Dragon Mountain, a terrified upperclassman was running for his life. Tears streamed down his face as he muttered repeatedly, "Please don't come here. Zeke, don't come here." He cursed under his breath, trembling in fear, asking himself just what kind of monster that boy named Zeke really was. Moments later, the upperclassmen were running frantically, shouting for help, hoping and praying that Zeke would not follow them. As Zeke dragged along one of the upperclassmen he had just defeated, the others cursed in fear and confusion, asking what kind of monster or demon he was. Holding the corpse of a giant snake beast in one hand, Zeke grinned and mockingly asked what their problem was, wondering aloud if no one else wanted to play with him. The upperclassmen, now completely terrified, called him insane as they continued to flee. Some questioned why a lowerclassman like Zeke was the one hunting them down when it should be the other way around, that the upperclassmen were supposed to be the hunters, not the hunted. Suddenly, one of the fleeing upperclassmen tripped and fell. As he struggled to get back on his feet, he froze. The moment he lifted his head, Zeke was already standing right in front of him. With his crimson eyes faintly glowing, Zeke sighed and said he was getting tired of chasing him. He reached out his hand, offering to help the upperclassman stand up, but calmly added that once he did, he would have to fight him. The upperclassman's eyes widened in pure horror before his body went limp, and he collapsed unconscious on the ground. Zeke tilted his head in confusion, muttering to himself and wondering what had just happened to the man. He looked around and asked out loud what was going on with the upperclassmen, questioning why they had suddenly become so defensive and cowardly. Calling them pathetic, he mocked how aggressive they had been the first time they saw him, only to end up running away in fear. He then smirked and shouted for the others not to leave him behind. Just then, Zeke felt a faint presence nearby. Turning toward his side, he asked whoever was watching him why they didn't come closer if they wanted a better look. When he received no reply, Zeke chuckled and said that since the observer was still watching without interfering, it must mean there was nothing wrong with what he was doing. With that, he said he would stop holding back and continue his little game with the upperclassmen. From the direction where Zeke had sensed the presence, a man emerged. It was one of the overseers monitoring the examination. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheek as he whispered to himself, unable to comprehend what kind of child Zeke was. He had witnessed Zeke defeat upperclassmen who were supposed to be far stronger than him. And even more astonishingly, Zeke had sensed his hidden presence. Realizing the gravity of what he had just seen, the overseer decided he had to report everything immediately. Meanwhile, at the camp outside Poison Dragon Mountain, Freya was taken aback when several observers arrived to make their report. According to them, it had been 1 week since the examination began. At present, 30% of the lower-classmen had already dropped out, while the remaining ones were gradually adapting to both their environment and the dangers of Poison Dragon Mountain. One of the observers added that they did not expect many more lower-classmen to withdraw from the test. When Freya asked about the upperclassmen, however, the observers exchanged uneasy glances and couldn't answer her directly. Freya's expression darkened, and she ordered them to speak clearly. Finally, one of them admitted that the upperclassmen were constantly fleeing. Freya frowned, momentarily lost in thought, and asked why they were running away. What exactly were they escaping from? She pointed out that, to her knowledge, there were no monsters within Poison Dragon Mountain that could threaten the upperclassmen. One of the observers then explained that they were not running from a monster, they were running from Lord Zeke. Freya raised an eyebrow and asked why they would flee from him. The observer took a deep breath and said that Zeke had been relentlessly attacking and hunting the upperclassmen. At first, they tried to fight back, but eventually, they had no choice but to run. Another observer spoke up, asking what kind of person Lord Zeke even was. Based on what he had seen, Zeke seemed to be enjoying himself, gleefully cutting down upperclassmen and hunting them like prey. For him, it was something completely unprecedented. A second observer nodded in agreement, saying that even though Zeke was the son of the Eldragon family head, he was far from normal. To them, Zeke was no longer just a prodigy. He was something beyond, a true monster in human form. Freya listened quietly, then spoke with a calm but serious tone. She admitted that she had also suspected Zeke was unusual from the very beginning. Unlike the others, he had chosen to take the exam alone and appeared completely relaxed upon entering Poison Dragon Mountain. That could only mean one thing. Zeke never planned to hide from the upperclassmen. From the very start, his intention had been to hunt them down himself. Remembering the look in Zeke's eyes when they first met, Freya couldn't help but think that the boy was indeed a monster. Suddenly, one of the observers frowned, asking what that strange sound was. Freya's lips curved into a faint smile as she said that what they were hearing was something she had been waiting for. A man then approached and asked Lady Freya where they should place the massive cage they had brought. Freya told them to leave it where it was and thanked them for their work. When the observers turned to look at the cage, their eyes widened in shock. They immediately asked what kind of creature was inside, and some even questioned whether Freya truly intended to release it into the mountain, as the creature's aura alone revealed it to be at least a 3-star level beast, far too powerful for any of the students to handle. But Freya, clearly pleased, reassured them that there was nothing to worry about. Adjustments had already been made to the creature. It would only target individuals of 2-star level strength or higher. Ordinary students would not suffer serious harm. One of the observers then asked why such a creature was suddenly being released during the exam. Freya replied calmly that it was a direct order from their family head, Balza. In her mind, she wanted to witness the abilities of the boy whom their soldiers had already begun calling a monster. She wanted to see whether Zeke could survive against such a being. With that thought, she ordered that the mysterious creature be released into Poison Dragon Mountain at dawn. The next morning, deep within Poison Dragon Mountain, Rangus and his team suddenly stopped in their tracks as the ground trembled violently beneath them. Lika frowned, saying she had a bad feeling about the tremor. Raymond wondered if perhaps the upperclassmen had caused it, but Rangus shook his head, saying it was most likely the work of a beast, probably a massive anger boar. Still, Lika couldn't shake off her unease and said that something about it felt different. A moment later, a second, stronger quake shook the mountain. As a giant tree began to fall toward them, Lika's instincts kicked in. She shouted for everyone to move, and the group jumped aside just in time as the enormous trunk crashed down where they had been standing seconds earlier. When they turned around, Lika froze in disbelief. Celine gasped and asked what kind of creature it was, while Rangus's face went pale and sweat dripped down his temples. In a trembling voice, he said they needed to run immediately because standing before them was a colossal golem. Meanwhile, on the other side of Poison Dragon Mountain, as Zeke sat atop a pile of monsters and upperclassmen he had defeated, he remarked that he was growing bored with the current situation of the examination, since no more upperclassmen dared to face or challenge him, and because he could no longer sense the presence of the exam's observers, who seemed to be simply letting him do whatever he pleased. Zeke found the entire situation rather disappointing. That was until he suddenly sensed a presence from the opposite side of Poison Dragon Mountain, causing him to immediately question what kind of strange aura it was. At first, he thought it belonged to a 2-star level creature, but eventually, he realized that the presence came from a 3-star entity. He instantly wondered if 3-star monsters were truly supposed to exist within Poison Dragon Mountain. He also questioned whether the aura he sensed belonged to an unknown being that had lived within Poison Dragon Mountain for 1,000 years. Zeke then thought that all the examinees would surely struggle against a 3-star level creature, and even Lika herself would definitely not be able to handle it. He also said that the instructors should have made sure that no 3-star level creatures existed within Poison Dragon Mountain before the examination began. But after pausing in brief contemplation, he questioned whether Freya and the other instructors had intentionally allowed a 3-star creature to remain on Poison Dragon Mountain as part of the exam. He then admitted that he had no idea what the instructors were thinking. Still, he found it perfect because it meant he would once again have an opponent to entertain himself with. Zeke also realized that the presence he sensed was far from where he currently was, and he wondered aloud why the creature did not simply appear near his location. Still, he stated that he couldn't just sit and wait. Because he wished to face a 3-star level monster, Zeke declared that he would go to it, and that the creature should wait for him. Meanwhile, Celine had launched an attack toward the golem, but even with the full force of her strike, it had no effect. She couldn't believe that she had failed to inflict even a scratch on the golem's body. Raymond also charged in and struck the golem with his shield, using all his strength. Yet his attack was just as ineffective as Celine's. This prompted Lika to use her aura and lightning to attack. After noticing that the golem's arm had sustained a scratch, Lika concluded that with aura, she was able to cause damage to the golem's outer shell. In other words, only 2-star levels like her could inflict any harm, and her 1-star companions were incapable of doing so. Rangus immediately called out to Lady Lika to ask what they should do next. Lika instructed them to listen to her orders. She said that after she gained the golem's attention, they would need to seize the opportunity to escape. However, Rangus insisted that they could not do that, nor could they abandon Lady Lika to face the golem alone. Lika told them that they would only become burdens to her in the fight, and she ordered them to observe the golem's arm that she had previously attacked. She added that even with her aura, all she had managed was a scratch, and that as 1-star levels, they truly lacked the ability to injure the golem. Raymond admitted that while they indeed could not injure the creature, they could still support Lika in battle, ensuring that every attack she launched would land successfully. When Lika asked what they meant, Rangus stated that he would do everything in his power not to become a burden. Celine agreed, saying that if they worked together to make sure Lady Lika's attacks hit their mark, then they would surely gain a chance to win. Because of the determination and trust her companions showed her, Lika couldn't help but smile, saying she understood what they wanted. She said she would rely on them to provide support so her attacks would land. As Lika gathered her aura and lightning into her sword, Raymond prepared to defend, while Rangus and Celine readied themselves for their offensive support. After Lika finished concentrating all her power into her sword, she instructed them to begin their renewed assault on the golem. Lika quickly advanced to the front to face the golem, but the creature immediately launched an attack toward her. Raymond used his shield to protect her, but because he was still only a 1-star level, he struggled to withstand the golem's 3-star power. Rangus and Celine dashed forward to attack the golem and draw its attention away. Meanwhile, Lika swiftly moved behind the golem to deliver her strike. She unleashed her lightning great sword technique, Heaven's Thunder, striking the golem from behind with her full strength. A powerful explosion erupted within the forest of Poison Dragon Mountain. After Lika managed to knock down the golem, and once the smoke had cleared, the damage she had caused to the forest was evident. Rangus immediately approached her to ask if she was all right, and Lika said she was fine, though she had used up all the source power in her entire body. She then asked how Raymond was doing. With Celine supporting him, Raymond replied that he was doing all right as well. But when Lika said that they should return to their base, she suddenly sensed the golem's presence again behind them. She quickly shoved Rangus away, resulting in Lika being the one seized by the golem. As the golem held her, she couldn't believe that it was still capable of moving. She realized she had grown too complacent after her attack. Celine also couldn't believe that after being hit by Lika's full power strike, the golem was still alive and able to move. Rangus immediately tried to save Lady Lika by attacking the golem with his spear, but the golem swung Lika rapidly, preventing him from landing a blow. As Rangus grew increasingly concerned for Lika, a tree suddenly came hurtling toward their direction. When the tree struck the golem, it released Lika from its grip. Rangus quickly helped her stand and move away from the creature. Lika, still confused, wondered aloud what had happened and how she had managed to escape the golem's hold. Then Zeke suddenly asked what kind of situation they were dealing with. Rangus and Lika immediately recognized him upon hearing his voice. But instead of checking on Lika's condition, Zeke was far too delighted by the sight of the monster. With his eyes glowing in excitement, he immediately asked what kind of clay puppet he was looking at. Just moments before Zeke arrived at the location where he had sensed the presence of the golem, he caught sight of a golden lightning aura. He immediately realized that this aura belonged to Lika, and he couldn't believe that Lika's group would be the first to encounter and clash with the monster. As Zeke continued sprinting at full speed, he said that in his previous life, he could have reached the location of the aura he sensed in an instant. But now, he could do nothing but run toward the monster's location, something he found utterly pathetic in his current state. He also thought about how Lika's group was filled with promising youngsters. Even so, their opponent was a 3-star level monster, so he had no idea how long they would be able to endure in battle. Suddenly, something came to mind, causing him to stop abruptly as he remembered a technique he had recently learned. He immediately grabbed the trunk of a huge tree. After pulling it out from the ground, he used his physical strength along with the new technique to hurl the massive tree toward the monster. While watching the tree fly through the air, Zeke commented that the result of the new technique wasn't bad at all. He also said he hadn't made a wrong decision learning it, because with his current body, he would definitely need this technique. The technique was known as the Nurturing Dragon Throwing Arts. According to Zeke, the basic Eldragon combat manuals had been given to them as preparation for the exam. The Nurturing Dragon Combat Arts, much like the Strike Dragon Combat Arts, didn't contain battle techniques, but instead basic movements and source power flow, simple instructional texts. But they were perfect for him, especially since in his previous life he had been a long-range fighter, possessing a body similar to melee fighters. However, he quickly realized that throwing a tree at the monster wouldn't be enough. So, Zeke resumed running toward Lika's location. Rangus, still unable to believe Zeke had arrived, immediately asked if they were all right. Rangus confirmed that they were, but said that wasn't what mattered. They had a bigger problem, the golem they were fighting. Zeke's eyes glimmered as he repeated the word golem, saying, "So that's what the creature was called." He also said the creature was strange because he could sense its presence, yet he couldn't detect any life force within it. As the golem rose again, it immediately launched an attack toward Zeke, prompting Lika to shout an alarm, with Rangus warning that the golem was extremely dangerous. But even though the golem unleashed a powerful attack, Zeke casually caught its fist with one hand, remarking that the creature was indeed tough. Because of the golem's hardness, Zeke quickly realized that he needed to use aura in order to gradually break through its defenses. With a swing of his arm as he pushed away the golem's fist, he commented that fighting and defeating the golem using normal methods would be too boring. Lika, exasperated, said that Zeke was always too reckless, while Rangus couldn't believe that Zeke actually found the golem boring to fight, considering their group had nearly died and struggled greatly against it. When the golem prepared to attack Zeke again, he immediately noted that because of its large size, the creature was definitely dangerous. Even so, he didn't hesitate to raise his arms and block the attack head-on, resulting in a powerful impact that shook the area. While defending himself, Zeke stated that the place was too dangerous, so they needed to move away. Lika's group immediately obeyed Zeke's order and hurriedly evacuated the battlefield. Once they were far enough, Zeke gathered momentum and threw the golem with tremendous force. As the creature crashed away, he remarked that its outer shell truly was extremely durable. While gathering aura into his fist and rushing forward, Zeke said he wanted to know if the inside of the golem's body was as tough as its outer shell. After leaping into the air, he declared that it was time to find out whether its interior was just as hard. He then activated the first form of the Dragon Destruction combat arts, Burst World, striking the monster and causing a massive explosion upon impact. In Zeke's mind, instead of dragging out the battle by slowly breaking through the golem's defenses, it was better to use Burst World to inject source power into the monster's body and destroy it from within. After confirming that his plan and attack had worked, Zeke was overjoyed, saying that fighting this way made the battle far more enjoyable. Meanwhile, 1 month later, at the Eldragon State main building, Zeke was irritated as he questioned why he had been summoned and had his training interrupted. It was then explained that the 1-month exam at Poison Dragon Mountain had concluded safely. After the 3-star golem attack, no other serious incidents had occurred. The number of 7-year-old class members had dropped to 30% from the beginning due to the harsh environment of Poison Dragon Mountain. But because they were exposed to constant danger and the brink of death, the remaining 30% of the 7-year-old class achieved good results and reached 1-star level. After the exam ended, Zeke was directly summoned by Zeke Eldragon, the head of the Eldragon family. As they walked through one of the hallways in the main estate, Zeke asked what the family head wanted from him. Freya was displeased that Zeke referred to the family head simply as head, so she requested that he address the family head as Master Head, although Zeke argued that it was practically the same. In Freya's mind, the reason for the summons was already obvious, but she still explained that Zeke had been called because of his behavior and actions during the exam and that he had brought this upon himself. When Zeke asked if it was truly because of his behavior, Freya immediately confirmed it. She said that the purpose of the upperclassmen exam was for them to attack the lowerclassmen and steal their crystal orbs. But Zeke, a lowerclassman, had done the opposite by attacking the upperclassmen, something they had never expected. Freya added that because of Zeke, not a single upperclassman had managed to steal a crystal orb from any lowerclassman, and so the upperclassmen had to retake the exam. Zeke argued that attacking upperclassmen wasn't forbidden, but Freya replied that no one would ever expect a lowerclassman to muster the courage to attack an upperclassman. Freya could only sigh, and as she turned away, she told him that his awful attitude needed to be corrected before he faced the Master Head. Once again, Freya reminded Zeke to fix his attitude and the way he spoke in front of the Master Head, especially when speaking directly to him. However, Zeke simply asked why, and Freya replied that even though he was still young, his terrible attitude could get him killed. She said she did not want to witness him being executed by his own father just because of his behavior. Zeke, on the other hand, only commented that if that were the case, then Balza was apparently quite violent. After they reached the door, Freya knocked immediately and, after addressing Balza as Master Head, introduced herself as a member of the Black Dragon Corps, Freya Winkik, and stated that they had come in response to the Master Head's summons. Balza then spoke in a serious tone, telling them that they may enter. After Freya opened the door and they stepped into the room, she immediately stated that she had brought Zeke according to the Master Head's orders. While Balza was still writing, he suddenly looked up at Zeke and seriously asked him why he had attacked the upperclassmen during the examination. Zeke fell silent for a moment, then said that everyone kept asking him the same repeated questions. So instead of answering, he decided to ask his father whether he was not allowed to attack the upperclassmen during the exam. When Balza asked what he meant by that, Zeke explained that the condition for passing the test was to survive in Poison Dragon Mountain for 1 month and keep their crystal orbs safe. Aside from that, he had not heard of any other rules. Therefore, he simply followed the rules of the exam and used his time in whatever way he wanted while the test was ongoing. He added that if there were any prohibited actions during the exam, they should have stated them clearly before the test even began. Upon hearing Zeke's words, Freya felt intense fear and anxiety, and she immediately shouted, demanding to know what he was saying and why he was speaking like that in front of the master head. At that moment, Balza's eyes suddenly narrowed as he released his terrifying dragon aura. Because of the pressure from it, Freya collapsed to her knees, thinking that the master head's aura was so strong that it could kill Zeke. Contrary to her expectations, however, the protagonist remained standing, and Balza's pressure had no effect on him. On top of that, Zeke even told Balza to stop trying to intimidate him because it was becoming extremely annoying, causing Balza's expression to darken in both shock and irritation. While Freya was still kneeling, Zeke asked if Balza had really summoned him just to ask such meaningless questions. Balza then asked how Zeke had done it, but Zeke did not understand the question and inquired what he was talking about. Balza stated that according to the reports, Zeke had not only defeated the upperclassmen, but had even brought down a 3-star golem. He also asked how Zeke was able to remain standing and calm in front of him after he had released such intense pressure. He then seriously demanded to know how someone like Zeke, a mere child born out of wedlock, had obtained such incomprehensible strength and power. Zeke simply asked if Balza really wanted to know the reason for his strength and said it was very simple. The only reason being that he was Zeke, which caused Balza to furrow his brows in frustration, while Zeke's gaze sharpened as he stood by his arrogant answer. After a moment of silence, staring between them, Balza finally said that Zeke's personality really was as terrible as the reports claimed. Yet, he would still reward him for defeating the golem. Balza told him that he could choose what he wanted. Either take any single item from the dragon treasury or gain access to the second floor of the dragon hall, which made Freya silently question what was happening and why Balza was actually rewarding him. According to Freya, both the Dragon Hall and the Dragon Treasury were repositories of rare items collected by the Eldragon family for more than 1,000 years, beginning with the patriarch Gilfus Eldragon. She explained that the Dragon Hall contained various kinds of books, including those now considered forbidden techniques, while the Dragon Treasury held relics from previous family heads of the Eldragon family, including legendary weapons, spirit medicines, artifacts, and other items from different eras. These facilities also contained the secret treasures of the Eldragon family, which was why they were heavily guarded, and only a few people were given the opportunity to enter, as one had to demonstrate extremely excellent results to even gain access to the second floor or higher levels of the Dragon Hall. Freya could not believe that despite all the disrespect Zeke had shown to his father, Master Balza still considered him an outstanding child. Zeke then said that if Balza was going to give him a reward, there was no need to be stingy and make him choose, and asked why he could not just be given access to both the Dragon Hall and the Dragon Treasury. Balza, however, stated that he could only choose one and then told them they could leave. But Zeke suddenly pointed at him, unable to believe that their conversation was already over, saying that he still had many things he wanted to say. This angered Freya, and she immediately grabbed Zeke by the collar and, while pulling him away, cheerfully said that it was a great honor for him to receive a reward directly from the master head, adding that she now understood his orders and that they would be leaving. As she turned her back and dragged Zeke along, he said that if that was the case, there was just one last thing he wanted to say to Balza. He stated that as long as Balza continued to kill off his own emotions the way he was doing, he would never become any stronger, no matter what he did. Balza was shocked as he released his aura once more, only to find that his dragon aura had been suppressed by the protagonist's divine dragon. Freya, trembling, told Zeke to be quiet, and after they left Balza's room, the father of the protagonist remained silent, questioning to himself what kind of presence he had felt from Zeke. Meanwhile, as they exited the main hall, Freya shouted, asking what had been going through Zeke's mind and why he had been so rude to the master head, and asked if he had not listened to her warnings before they entered Balza's room. Zeke merely asked what she was talking about, saying that he had done everything he could to hold himself back so that he could behave properly in front of Balza, which made Freya ask if that really counted as him restraining himself, and why he could speak politely to the instructors and even to her, yet be so disrespectful to the master head. Zeke simply replied that Balza was his father, so the way he spoke to him was different. Because of Zeke's abilities and personality, Freya could only say that he truly was not an ordinary child and asked who he really was. Zeke, however, asked if she was seriously questioning who he was, and as he always said, he was Zeke, which left Freya speechless. In her mind, all of them had drunk ancient dragon blood as infants, and they had no ability to defy the Master Head, because Balza possessed the power of the Dragon King, a superior species among all ancient dragons. Even Zeke should not have been able to oppose him. That was why she wondered what kind of child Zeke truly was, someone who could stand calmly in front of the Master Head. When Freya fell silent, Zeke asked if there was a problem, but she replied that there was none, while thinking that she needed to thoroughly investigate Zeke's birth records. She then asked which reward Zeke would choose. Once again, she explained that he could either enter the Dragon Hall up to the second floor or enter the Dragon Treasury to take any item he wanted, but he could only choose one. When Zeke asked if he could have both, Freya said no. So, he had no choice but to select the Dragon Hall, as it contained knowledge. Zeke then thought that he lacked understanding of the current era. For now, he wanted to learn about the new medicines and tools that had been created over the past 1,000 years, but he could only choose one. At that moment, Rangus arrived, unable to believe that they would actually be allowed into the Dragon Hall of the Eldragon family. When Zeke asked if he was happy, Rangus immediately confirmed it, and said that the Strike Dragon combat arts and Nurturing Dragon spear arts he had learned were already amazing. And now he would have the chance to learn even better martial arts from the Dragon Hall, adding that he could not believe they would receive such great rewards after passing the exam. Soon after, Lika also arrived, excitedly wondering how much knowledge she would be able to absorb before the time limit ended, and saying that she would need to read with all her effort. When Zeke asked if there was a time limit to their stay in the Dragon Hall, Lika replied that even though they could only enter the first floor, the basic rules were the same as the higher levels. She explained that each of them would be allowed to borrow one book from the Dragon Hall, but they could read as many others as they wanted as long as their time had not run out. So, managing their time inside would be extremely important. Zeke simply responded with an "I see." Lika then mentioned that she had heard Zeke had been given a choice for his reward and asked why he had chosen the Dragon Hall instead of the Dragon Treasury, saying that based on what she knew about him, she thought he would choose the Treasury. Zeke replied that he had thought about it at first as well, but for now, knowledge was more important to him. Upon hearing that, Lika said that the second floor of the Dragon Hall contained much rarer books than the first floor, especially when it came to martial arts, and that according to what she had heard, the difference in the quality of books between the floors was enormous. Even so, she said she believed there was no technique better than her lightning greatsword technique. Zeke, however, was simply staring at the Dragon Hall, causing Lika to ask whether he was even listening to her. When they finally arrived at the Dragon Hall, the Guardian announced that their time limit inside would be 5 hours and reminded them to use their time wisely and to remain silent while inside. Zeke was unsure if 5 hours was considered long or short for them, but Lika said that it was already a generous amount of time compared to others who were only allowed 2 to 3 hours inside the Dragon Hall. She then said that the first thing they had to do was decide which book they wanted to borrow, and after that, they should use the rest of their time to read as many other books as possible. Rangus mentioned that he had heard of talented people who could read multiple books at the same time, but his current goal was simply to find a martial arts book that suited him before their time ran out. After they entered the Dragon Hall, Zeke commented that finding the books that suited them, and that they wanted to borrow, would probably be difficult. While Rangus and Celine still could not believe that they were actually inside the Dragon Hall, and that this was what it truly looked like. Zeke, on the other hand, said that the number of books in the Dragon Hall was even more impressive than he had expected. He immediately smiled, excited about whether there was some new knowledge he could discover that might surprise him. After Zeke finished selecting and reading some of the books he wanted, it was as though he had been struck by lightning from the shock, wondering what kind of new information he was uncovering. With a mountain of books stacked in front of him and at his sides, Zeke still couldn't believe what he was reading about rifts, chaos, and magic. Because of the overwhelming amount of new knowledge he was discovering, his mind struggled to process everything all at once. Eventually, Zeke simply laid down beside the books he had already finished, remarking that the events of the past 1,000 years were terrifying. More than anything, he still couldn't believe what had happened to their world within just 1,000 years, especially the fact that their world was now becoming connected to another world through rifts. According to the information he discovered, 900 years ago was the first time the dimensional wall was torn after a rift appeared. Beyond that rift lay a chaotic world, now known as the Chaos Realm. In the Chaos Realm, monsters known as Chaos roamed freely, and there were also humans in that world who possessed powerful source power and continued to fight these chaos. After the Eldragon family learned about the existence of these people, they cooperated with them to fight against the chaos. Through the bond formed in war and their continuous battles against the chaos, for powerful female warriors from the other world eventually married into the Eldragon family. They were Typona, Fafnilde, Levius, and Bahamut, the founders of the 4 great Eldragon branch families that still exist to this day. Zeke's thoughts then drifted back to the anger boar he had killed in the forest, the one covered in a strange black mist, as well as the lightning aura he had recently seen from Lika. He admitted to himself that he truly knew nothing about any of those things, because both the strange black mist from the anger boar and Lika's lightning aura originated from the other world. But what truly caught his interest was magic. For to Zeke, it felt like an advanced form of technology brought by the people from the other world into their own. His eyes shone with excitement as he wondered where the books on magic might be, questioning why he couldn't find a single book that could teach him magic. Normally, such books would be placed near the history section. But then, Zeke was startled when he suddenly heard a voice telling him to be quiet while inside the Dragon Hall. When he turned around, he noticed a golden aura in the darker area of the hall, and immediately wondered how it was possible for him to hear a voice even though he sensed no presence. He also questioned whether it was truly just a voice or if this was what they called magic, a technique capable of transmitting sound alone. As he looked up at the ceiling of the Dragon Hall, Zeke confirmed he still couldn't sense any presence aside from the source power he had seen earlier. Then suddenly, the books in front of him moved. When the books floated into the air, Zeke was completely shocked and cried out in surprise, asking what was happening. But his eyes gleamed again when he realized something: the use of source power threads to manipulate objects in books. Excited, Zeke exclaimed how interesting that technique was. But when the mysterious voice once again told him to be quiet, Zeke grabbed one of the books midair, asking how he was supposed to stay quiet in front of something so fascinating, and demanded that the source of the voice show itself to him properly instead. However, the cloaked figure sitting on the upper floor of the Dragon Hall remained silent. After using their source power threads again, Zeke immediately froze when he realized his entire body was now bound. In the next instant, the mysterious cloaked figure threw him down to the first floor, saying that his time inside the Dragon Hall was over. After tossing him out of the hall's doors, Zeke tumbled across the ground and stabilized himself before landing properly, saying he had discovered yet another thing he didn't understand. As he stood up, he wasn't sure whether he was angry or simply excited by this new discovery, demanding that the cloaked figure show him clearly how the source power thread was used. But before he could continue, Rangus arrived, full of confusion, immediately asking Zeke what happened. Lika followed, asking what he had done inside the Dragon Hall for him to be forcibly thrown out. Zeke simply said he had gotten a little too excited, then asked how things had gone for them, if they had found the books and techniques they wanted. Rangus confirmed this and said he had borrowed a martial arts book called Cloudwater Spear Arts, adding that he thought he had learned a few simple techniques while inside. Celine said she had also learned some techniques and, in addition, had borrowed a martial arts book called Windflower Sword Arts. Raymond said he had learned about the Eldragon-style Guardian Sword Arts inside, and the book he borrowed was also Eldragon-style, specifically about Guardian Shield Arts. Zeke greeted them awkwardly, thinking to himself that all the techniques they had borrowed were ones he had created in his past life as mere pastimes. When Zeke asked which book Lika had chosen, she happily said she had picked the Heavy Wave Great Sword Arts, created by the first patriarch of the Eldragon family, Gilfus Eldragon. In the present time, it was known as the Heavy Wave Great Sword Arts, revised and improved version by their 15th family head. She added that she also possessed their family's hereditary martial arts, so she could use the book for research. Zeke fell silent, thinking about how another one of his techniques had been revised by the 15th family head, just like his dragon's breath and strike dragon combat arts. He also remembered seeing many books in the Dragon Hall related to his other techniques from the past, but most of them now had improved versions placed alongside the originals. He wondered if the 15th family head was behind all those improved versions, finding the man more and more intriguing. When Zeke glanced back at the Dragon Hall, he thought that he had originally assumed things would become boring after entering it. But now, he could no longer wait for the next chance to go back inside. 5 years later, as Lika walked down a hallway, she suddenly stopped and wondered where Zeke and Rangus were. Just then, their classmates arrived and greeted Lady Lika, informing her that Lord Zeke and the others were currently at the training ground practicing. Again, Lika Typhona, she muttered before thanking her classmates. She was now 12 years old. When she arrived at the training ground, she immediately saw Rangus, Raymond, and Celine preparing to attack our protagonist, Zeke, who was now also 12 years old. Meanwhile, in Balza's office, he received a report about the appearance of a special rift. When he asked the person on the other end whether the report was truly reliable, it was immediately confirmed. The man reporting was Ein, captain of the Black Dragon Corps, who stated that according to their investigation, there was roughly an 80% chance that water magic existed inside this newly appeared special rift. Balza responded that the location where the rift had appeared was an extremely troublesome spot, and he questioned why, out of all the places within their territory, the special rift had manifested there. Still, they could not afford to ignore it, as there was a high probability that magic water existed inside the rift. According to Balza, anyone who drinks magic water becomes a mage, because those who consume it gain a special constitution that allows them to convert source power into a different force known as mana. He further explained that the emergence of mana-based magic introduced entirely new techniques to the world and, at the same time, sparked fierce territorial struggles over the sources of magic water known as magic springs. In this age of magic, the number of mages directly determines a house's military strength. However, within Eldragon territory, not a single magic spring existed. For a house like the Eldragon family, which possessed no magic springs, there was only one way to obtain magic water: conquering special rifts. At present, the number of Eldragon mages was extremely small, and including Balza himself, all of them were hardened veterans who had obtained magic water through special rift conquests. Even so, in terms of sheer numbers, they were being overwhelmed by other houses that owned magic springs. For this reason, conquering special rifts was Eldragon's top priority mission. However, as Ein had reported, the location where the special rift appeared, the abundant dragon forest, was far too troublesome. There had even been a small border skirmish in the surrounding region just the other day. The abundant dragon forest was a vast woodland that lay mostly within Eldragon territory, but part of it stretched into the lands of another house. Those who claimed broader ownership of the forest and referred to it as the Great Abundant Forest were the Kerberos family. Ein added that the rift itself was certainly within Eldragon lands, but considering its scale and position, the special domain formed around it might extend into Kerberos territory. Knowing those mongrels, there was a high chance they would swarm toward it. Balza remarked that their noses were the only thing they were good for, and in any case, they would detect the special rift sooner or later. Thus, the Eldragon family had to prepare with a struggle against them in mind. Since it was a special rift, both sides would have limited options, but they needed to act before the Kerberos family caught on. With that decided, Balza immediately instructed Ein to inform all dragon nests at once and announced that a selection exam would be held as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Lika commented that Rangus and the others really went all out every time they trained with Zeke. In the middle of it all, Zeke remained calm as he waited for their attacks. As the three of them attacked Zeke simultaneously from different directions, Zeke's expression darkened as he strengthened his body and accepted all of their blows at once. With the sharp tip of Rangus's spear pressed and embedded into the hero's cheek, Zeke remarked that their coordination was good, but that Rangus was putting too much force into his spear, which ruined the true strength of spear arts. At the time, Rangus was 11 years old. As for Celine, who was 12, Zeke advised her that she focused too much on speed and the number of strikes, leaving no weight behind her attacks, and that she needed to find a proper balance. Raymond, who was also 12, was told by Zeke that his movements and use of the shield were good and correct. Even so, Zeke stated that all of them were still far too passive, and he told them to get more accustomed to attacking. Once again, he instructed them to come at him. As Rangus charged forward again, Lika remarked that watching their training was still completely insane. When Zeke asked what exactly she found so crazy about it, Lika replied that letting himself get hit bare-bodied without using source power was total madness. Zeke simply asked what she was talking about, and said that this was proper training for him. Shouting toward Lika while flexing his muscles beneath his shirt, he told her that she should witness the fruits of his training. Zeke added that because of this training, his body had become sturdy even without source power. Lika complained that Zeke should at least have them stop attacking while they were talking. But at that very moment, Rangus delivered a powerful spear strike from behind Zeke. Rangus declared that Lika should look closely at his attack to see just how insane Zeke's body truly was. This caused Lika to shut her eyes and clutch her head, muttering that all of them were truly abnormal. Not only did Zeke refuse to use any bodily defense, but Rangus and the others continued attacking him with full force. Raymond suddenly asked how Zeke could possess such incredible defense without using source power, while Celine said that it was far too mysterious to be explained by the human body. Lika told them not to lump Zeke in with humans, because Zeke was not one of them. She then asked if they knew what the seniors used to call Zeke and revealed that he was known as the Eastern Hall's demon child. This prompted Zeke to ask whether that title was meant as an insult before questioning what Lika's purpose was in coming to see them and whether she wanted to join their training. Lika replied that training was fine, but there was something she wanted to tell Zeke first. When Zeke asked what it was, Lika said it looked like they would soon be seeing children from the other dragon nests, and much sooner than expected. Rangus was visibly shocked by this, while Raymond commented that he had figured it would happen someday, though he hadn't expected it to be so early, and that it was finally time to meet them. When Celine asked if this was for the next test, Lika replied that even she didn't know the details. Zeke then asked where Lika had picked up such rumors, to which she answered that she simply observed the instructors, their conversations, and their movements. Zeke said that he had never paid attention to such things, meaning gossip and rumors from instructors, the way Lika always did. Lika responded that regardless, they needed to be careful because the West Hall had that guy. By that guy, she meant one of the next head candidates besides herself and Zeke. Zeke merely said that now it sounded fun. A few days later, the students of the East Dragon's Nest were gathered in the arena, including several students who were being introduced for the first time. Zeke noted that everyone had been assembled in the arena without any distinction by grade, and Lika agreed, adding that just as she had said before, they would meet students from other dragon nests. After a short while, the students suddenly fell silent as Freya arrived and immediately ordered them to quiet down. Once the students were lined up before her, Freya announced that 3 days from now, they would be fighting the children of the other dragon nests. Again, Freya announced that 3 days from now, they would be fighting the children of the other dragon nests, also known as the Dragon Halls. This immediately caused murmurs to spread among the students, as many of them could not believe that they would be facing students from other dragon halls this time. According to them, battles between students of different dragon halls usually only happened during graduation exams, so they could not help but wonder why such a fight was suddenly being held. Now, Freya explained that there were various reasons behind it, but she could not discuss the details yet. She then added one more thing she wanted to mention. Those who won these matches would be given a special mission. Upon hearing this, Zeke's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. He began to wonder if the special mission Freya mentioned would be worth fighting for, and in his mind, the situation was becoming more and more interesting. Freya then told the students that the matches would be elimination style, with 7 participants selected from each of the East, West, South, and North halls. She also said that the students themselves would decide who would compete and that the selection had to be finished today. One of the upperclassmen asked Freya if those 7 fighters would be chosen only from among the upperclassmen. In response, Freya simply asked him what he thought was the reason she had gathered every student of their hall there, then stated that participants would be selected from all grades. This caused several upperclassmen to look slightly shocked, and they immediately began questioning what the lowerclassmen could possibly do against students from the other dragon halls. According to them, there was not a single lowerclassman capable of fighting on equal footing with the upperclassmen, as all lowerclassmen were weak beings. However, before leaving, Freya bluntly stated that she did not care either way and that they should decide everything among themselves today. As soon as Freya left, one of the upperclassmen named Rick suddenly shouted, telling all the lowerclassmen to listen to him. He declared that the 7 fighters would be chosen from among the upperclassmen and asked if any lowerclassmen had a problem with what he said. Lika immediately shouted back, saying that she did have a problem with Rick's decision. She stated that it was obvious they should also select from the lowerclassmen because they had just as much right to participate in the battle. Rick looked at Lika with a mocking smile and said that she seemed to be under some misunderstanding. What they were discussing, according to him, was everyone's ability. He added that no matter how noble Lika's bloodline was, in a contest of skill, it meant nothing. In response, Lika slowly walked toward Rick as her aura burst forth. As she revealed her 3 stars, she asked him if ability was truly what they were talking about when choosing who would fight the other dragon halls. The upperclassmen were shocked, unable to believe that Lika was already at the 3-star level. Some of them had heard rumors that she was only at 2 stars, so they began questioning how this had happened. Lika merely said that she agreed with Rick's statement that strength and ability should be the basis for choosing who would fight the other dragon halls. She then loudly asked Rick if there were 7 upperclassmen stronger than her, and if not, then they should also select from the lowerclassmen. Enraged and irritated, Rick was unable to answer immediately and eventually said that the only reason Lady Lika was stronger than the other upperclassmen was because her bloodline was special. Nevertheless, Rick insisted that aside from Lika, there was not a single lowerclassman capable of standing against the upperclassmen, calling them nothing but trash. At that moment, Zeke suddenly told him that he was too noisy. Rick, now furious at the protagonist, asked if Zeke could repeat what he had just said. As requested, Zeke mockingly repeated that Rick was too loud and annoying, causing Rick's anger to flare even further. Zeke then calmly asked Rick if he truly believed that all lowerclassmen were weak beings and nothing but trash in the eyes of the upperclassmen. Rick fell silent in shock as Zeke's expression changed and his aura surged forward. Zeke asked if the upperclassmen would agree to everyone fighting each other until only 7 students remained. This made Lika immediately grab her head, saying that Zeke's suggestion was a huge problem. She also commented that his idea was far too violent. Lika then explained what she was trying to say instead. How about holding preliminaries for those who wanted to participate, allowing anyone who wished to compete in 3 days to join, regardless of grade? She asked the upperclassmen what they thought of her suggestion, adding that if they were confident in their abilities, there should be no problem. Rick agreed to Lika's proposal, even though he thought it would only be a waste of time, as they needed to focus on their training. As the upperclassmen turned away, Rick glanced back at Lika and Zeke. Lika then asked Zeke if he would join the preliminaries, and Zeke immediately confirmed it. He also said that Rangus, Celine, and Raymond should join as well. The 3 were slightly shocked, and Rangus quickly asked if Zeke was serious about making them join the preliminaries and fight the upperclassmen. Zeke confirmed it without hesitation. He said that they had been training with him all this time, and if they could not show the results now, then when would they ever be able to show them? Celine commented that the pressure of fighting upperclassmen was insane, while Raymond simply said that since Zeke had already decided, all they could do was give their best against the upperclassmen in the preliminaries. Lika then said that it seemed she would once again be fighting alongside her teammates, and she immediately asked the other lowerclassmen if any of them also wanted to join the preliminaries. However, the other lowerclassmen were too nervous, whispering among themselves and saying that they had no chance of winning against the upperclassmen, especially since there were 3-star levels among them. Hearing this, Zeke let out a sigh and asked his fellow lowerclassmen why they lacked motivation. He told them that fighting stronger opponents was where they gained the most and added that, for now, he wanted to see the so-called abilities of their upperclassmen. After the upperclassmen took out their weapons, they spoke among themselves, saying that the selfishness of lowerclassmen these days was such a pain. No matter how hard the lowerclassmen tried, there was no way they could win against them. As Rangus and the others gathered together, Trembling from the anxiety they felt about facing the upperclassmen, one of the upperclassmen mockingly said that they should go easy on the lowerclassmen. Another upperclassman laughed and agreed, adding that aside from Lady Lika, the lowerclassmen were all like babies, only at 2-star levels. Zeke noticed the reactions of Rangus and the others. So he asked them why they looked so gloomy and whether they were worried about the battle. Rangus immediately confirmed it, saying that their opponents were all 3-star upperclassmen, so it was only natural to feel worried. Zeke then reminded them that they had trained hard with him for the past 5 years and had done well in their training. Because of that, he said they needed to have more faith in themselves. Celine and Raymond were immediately encouraged by Zeke's words and reminder, while Rangus still could not completely shake off the nervousness he felt about the upcoming fight. Suddenly, one of the upperclassmen shouted, telling them to stop chattering because they were just wasting precious time, and that upperclassman did not have time to waste on lowerclassmen. He told them to hurry up and start the fight already, saying they would teach the lowerclassmen their proper place. However, in less than a minute, the spectators could not believe what they were witnessing, immediately questioning what was happening and how the lowerclassmen had managed to defeat the upperclassmen so easily. Some of those watching even wondered if the upperclassmen were really this weak this year, but others said it was not that the upperclassmen were weak. Rather, the lowerclassmen they faced were simply monsters. Zeke wore a wide smile, clearly delighted by the result of the battle, and he immediately praised and congratulated Rangus and the others. In Zeke's mind, Rangus's deflection techniques and his eye for spotting openings had become much sharper. Celine was also handling the multi-strike windflower sword arts very well, and Zeke thought it was impressive how Raymond could smoothly switch between his shield and sword arts. According to Zeke, all of them had shown magnificent results from their training, and at this rate, if they gained confidence through real combat, it would only benefit them further. Zeke also thought that Lika had grown stronger as well, and with her lightning aura, she could defeat her opponents in a single attack. While the other upperclassmen were still in disbelief at the speed and ferocity of the fight they had witnessed, Lika commented that she believed it was only right to defeat her opponent decisively in order to teach them a lesson for their arrogance. However, Rick could not accept the result of the battle. According to him, there was no way 3-star upperclassmen would lose to 2-star lowerclassmen. At that moment, Zeke walked toward him and said that Rick was naive, because even after seeing the results with his own eyes, he was still spouting such nonsense. As Zeke approached Rick, he said that age and the number of stars were merely indicators, because in actual combat, the strong were simply the victors. Zeke added that if the upperclassmen were weak, then they would lose, and that was all there was to it. Rick suddenly pointed his finger at Zeke, shouting and calling him stupid. He insisted that the number of stars was equivalent to power and asked if Zeke did not even know something so basic. Zeke calmly replied that whether Rick had stars or not, if his heart was destroyed, he would die all the same. Rick fell silent for a moment when Zeke told him not to lose sight of the essence of strength, because in combat, strength was simply whether one could win or not, and nothing more. Rick then shouted again, telling Zeke to shut up and demanding to know who Zeke thought he was. Rick said he was an upperclassman, so a brat like Zeke should not try to twist logic because it would not work on him. He added that he had been going easy on the lowerclassmen because they were just kids, but because of Zeke's words, it was now too late for Zeke to cry later, as he would not hold back anymore. Zeke simply replied that he was already tired of their war of words. He said that children should act like children and move their bodies before their mouths. And since only the two of them were left in the arena, he asked Rick to show the martial arts he had mastered and was so proud of, as well as how much he had trained. This only made Rick boil with rage, shouting at Zeke not to underestimate him. Rick immediately charged forward with his great strength technique, using all his power. However, before Rick's attack could even land, Zeke's eyes suddenly emitted a golden light, and with a single punch to Rick's face, Rick was sent flying across the arena. After that, Zeke even laughed, saying that Rick had indeed trained well. Because of Zeke's remark, the entire audience fell silent, as did Rick, who remained kneeling on the ground. Other students quickly agreed with Lika's comment that Zeke was truly ridiculous for saying Rick had trained well, because before Rick could even show the results of his training at the Dragon's Nest, he had already been defeated by Zeke. Meanwhile, at the West Hall training grounds, students could be seen groaning in pain, clutching various parts of their bodies from the injuries they had sustained after the battle. After letting out a deep sigh, one man said that every single one of them was useless. This man was one of the candidates for the next family head, Untitled Eldragon. Soon after, other students arrived, and one of them addressed him as Lord Vanille, reporting that the selection here was already complete. This man, Alan, Vanille's right-hand man, was a 3-star level, and behind him were the other 3-star students who had passed the selection, including Retin, who was only 12 years old. Vanille immediately noticed Retin and called him over, asking if he was truly already a 3-star level despite being a lowerclassman. When Retin confirmed it, Vanille praised him, saying that he liked competent people like Retin. Vanille added that if Retin proved useful, he would make him one of his subordinates. Retin immediately bowed and thanked Vanille, thinking to himself that Lord Vanille had acknowledged his strength and that with Lord Vanille here, there was no way the West Hall would lose to the other halls. Retin also believed that if they achieved great results in the special mission, Lord Vanille would become the next head of the Eldragon family, and when that happened, he would become a direct subordinate of the family head. Alan then stepped closer to Vanille and said there was something he needed to inform him about. When Vanille asked what it was, Alan whispered that apparently Lady Lika would be participating in the East Hall selection team. This made Vanille scratch his head in irritation, with annoyance clearly visible on his face. He said that Lika was an endlessly annoying pest to him. He then stood up and said that it did not matter, because no matter how excellent Lika was, they would be the ones to win. Vanille declared once more that they would win, complete the special mission, and prove to his older brothers that the seat of the next family head truly belonged to him. On the day of the selection, all of the participants gathered along with the students of Dragon's Nest from the various dragon halls. Because of the sheer number of students who came to watch, Rangus couldn't help but feel nervous as he muttered that there were so many people in the arena. Lika then explained that most of the students from the different halls had gathered to witness the selection, and she also added that since some kids had dropped out during the exams, she could say that the number of students had already been greatly reduced, asking Rangus if he agreed. Instead of answering her question, Rangus thought to himself that Lika was right, and that those who had dropped out of Dragon's Nest weren't here because they were called pseudo-dragons. Just like his dad. Lika immediately noticed the sadness on Rangus's face, so she quickly changed the topic, patting him on the back as she said that what mattered was that they had been chosen as representatives of the East Hall and that they should be proud of themselves. Rangus immediately agreed and said that he would do everything he could in the upcoming selection. Soon after, they noticed Zeke standing quietly among the participants of the selection. When they approached Zeke, Rangus immediately asked if something was wrong, while Lika also remarked that Zeke seemed unusually quiet today. Zeke replied that there was no problem and that he was simply gauging the fighting strength of the students around him. Suddenly, Rangus collapsed in shock when they heard a loud voice saying, as expected of Lord Zeke, to think that he can also do such a thing. When Zeke turned toward the source of the voice, he saw 2 students running toward them. At the same time, Zeke casually remarked that things had certainly changed. The 2 upperclassmen, who were also members of the selection and were currently running toward him, immediately agreed with what Zeke said. Rick added that after their battle, they had reconsidered their way of thinking, and even though he was part of Eldragon, he genuinely respected the strong. Zeke simply replied that it wasn't a bad thing, so it was fine. Meanwhile, Rangus burst into tears as he clung to Zeke's legs, saying that he was truly shocked by Rick's sudden shout as they helped Rangus stand up. Zeke thought to himself that every participant in the selection from the different dragon halls was at the 3-star level, except for those from the East Hall. As he expected, there were no 4-star students among the participants, but there were several who already had 1 foot in that realm. That was why Zeke was excited to see what kind of techniques he would witness this time. While they continued talking, a girl suddenly hugged Lika from behind, and Lika immediately recognized her as Sandy. Because of Lika and Sandy's loud voices, Zeke also turned his attention toward them. While still hugging Lika, Sandy said that it had been a long time since they last saw each other and asked how Lika had been. She also asked if anyone was bullying Lika, but Lika simply replied that she was fine. When Celine asked who the person hugging Lika was, Lika immediately introduced her as Sandy, her cousin Sandy Typhona, the daughter of the Typhona family head. This shocked Rangus and the others, as Sandy was also a member of one of the 4 great families. With a serious tone, Sandy asked Lika who these kids were, and Lika answered that they were her companions and also her friends. Sandy then asked if Lika was sure they were her friends, saying that while it was good to get along with other kids, they lacked the ability to be Lika's companions. Since Lika was one of the candidates to become the next family head of the Eldragon family, Zeke immediately intervened, saying that it would only become clear when they fought. When Sandy asked who he was, Lika quickly said that he was Zeke and also one of the candidates like her. Sandy then asked if he really was a candidate and whether he was the rumored illegitimate child of the current family head. She bluntly stated that she never thought a mere bastard like Zeke would still be alive. Despite Sandy's harsh words, Zeke remained smiling, while Lika was clearly shocked and immediately asked Sandy why she was acting like that in front of her friends and Zeke. Sandy was surprised by Lika's reaction and said that even if Zeke was an illegitimate child, he was still Lika's rival. She added that Lika wouldn't be able to defeat the other family head candidates with such an attitude. Sandy also remarked that Zeke's group was of poor quality, as none of them were even 3-star level, and asked if the East Hall students were really that weak now. Zeke suddenly cut in, pouting slightly as he warned Sandy that if she kept looking down on them the way she was now, she would end up having the rug pulled out from under her. Sandy's expression immediately darkened, her eyes narrowing as she asked Zeke to repeat what he had just said, questioning whether a mere illegitimate child with no backing other than the family head's blood was actually daring to lecture her. Zeke calmly replied that what he said wasn't advice, but a warning. This caused Sandy to flare up in anger, but another student quickly stepped in and said that Sandy shouldn't cause trouble for the other teams. The student introduced himself as Edgy's Vanblade, a representative of the North Hall. As Rangus tried to recall who Edgy's was, Sandy told him not to interfere, saying that they were in the middle of an important conversation. Edgy's, however, smiled and said he couldn't let it slide since the selection battle was about to begin. As the students continued chatting while waiting for the selection to start, a man suddenly arrived and drew everyone's attention. Rangus, Lika, and Sandy all fell silent, while Zeke smiled brightly, excited for the battle to come. The man who announced that the selection battle would now begin was none other than the captain of the Gold Dragon Corps, Teach Mintrick, Teach also known as the Educator. Mintrick announced that from this moment on, the selection battle would officially begin. He then explained to everyone that the matches would follow a tournament-style elimination format, combining all 4 halls. According to him, the 4 halls would be split into 2 groups, and the halls that emerged victorious from each group would face each other in the finals. He added that the battle format would be one-on-one duels, where each hall would send out its fighters one at a time following a predetermined order of the 7 participants from each hall. Mintrick further explained that the hall which defeated 4 opponents first would be declared the winner, and once the match began, no changes to the fighting order would be allowed. Because of this, the fighting order itself had to be carefully considered as part of each hall's strategy. As a final point, Mintrick revealed that those selected through this match would be assigned a special mission, one that was extremely important to the Eldragon family. Anyone who took part in this mission would make a significant contribution to the family. And for Lika and Vanille, gaining such contributions meant taking a major step closer to the head seat. After that, Mintrick said they would now determine the brackets and called forward the representatives of each hall in order to draw a stone from the box. The first he called was Vanille Fafneild, the representative of the West Hall. As Vanille approached the officer holding the box, he immediately reached inside and took a stone. Afterward, Mintrick promptly sent him back to his position. As Vanille walked away, a bead of sweat rolled down Lika's face as she stared at her older brother, who was also looking back at her and her group with a malicious smile. Zeke quickly noticed this and asked Lika if she knew that man. Lika immediately confirmed it and told Zeke that the man was the West Hall's head candidate she had mentioned before, none other than Vanille Fafneild Eldragon. I see, Zeke replied simply, a faint smile forming on his face as he thought about it. Aside from Vanille, the West Hall had many strong warriors overall. Not only that, Zeke could also tell that the other halls were well trained too, though everyone could clearly feel the difference in power between them. Soon, Zeke's gaze landed on Retin, and he thought that it had been a while since he last saw that face. According to Zeke, Retin already had considerable skill during the entrance exam, but to have reached the 3-star level at the age of 12 made Zeke smile, thinking that Retin must have trained extremely hard as well. Just then, Retin suddenly noticed Rangus, and his expression darkened with hostility as he questioned why Rangus was even included in the current selection. Students who recognized Rangus were also shocked, some even shouting in surprise as they wondered what Rangus was doing in the arena. Because of this, Rangus once again felt nervous. When Raymond noticed it, he immediately asked if Rangus was okay. Rangus hesitantly replied that he was fine, while Retin continued to stare at him with clear malicious intent. Soon after, Mintrick called the representative of the North Hall. After Edgies drew a stone from the box, Mintrick then called the representative of the South Hall, who likewise took a stone. Finally, he called the last representative from the East Hall. When Lika heard this, she immediately told Zeke that he was being called forward, causing Zeke to look at her in confusion as he asked why he had to be their representative. Lika calmly replied that the reason was simple. It was because he was the strongest in their group. Eric and the others immediately agreed with her, while Zeke questioned whether, in situations like this, it would be better to send the youngest member of the group instead. Lika merely asked what he meant by that, then added that they were all about the same age anyway before ordering Zeke to go forward and take a stone. With no other choice, Zeke accepted his role as the East Hall's representative and stepped forward. However, Sandy suddenly questioned why an illegitimate child like Zeke was chosen as their representative instead of Lika herself. Lika simply replied that it was because Zeke was the strongest among them. Even so, Sandy did not believe her. According to Sandy, Zeke was not even at the 3-star level like Lika. She also reminded Lika that the selection was effectively a head candidate battle between her and Vanille, and that at this rate, Lika would surely lose. Lika merely smiled and said that it was fine and that there would be no problem, confidently declaring that their team was strong. After Zeke took the last stone from the box, Mintrick instructed each hall's representative to channel their source power into the stone they had drawn. As they did so, the stones began to glow, turning either blue or red. Mintrick then explained that the colors would determine the brackets, announcing that the first match would be East Hall versus North Hall, followed by West Hall versus South Hall. Upon learning that their first opponent would be the North Hall, Zeke's group immediately turned their attention towards Sandy and Edgies' team. They soon noticed a particularly tall student, and upon seeing his appearance and the sharpness of his gaze, Rangus shuddered in shock and asked if that tall man was truly a student of Dragon's Nest. Lika confirmed it, though she had not expected that they would be facing Sandy's team in the very first match. Meanwhile, Sandy released her lightning aura and told Lika that this was a good opportunity to wake her up. Pointing at Lika's team, Sandy declared that she would thoroughly crush Lika so that she would remember her position and purpose in life. Lika, however, did not waver. As her golden lightning aura surged forth, she told Sandy to bring it on. At the same time, while holding the blue stone, Zeke noticed Edgies smiling calmly as he said that it looked like they would be fighting in the first match and that he was really looking forward to it. Seeing Edgies' reaction and hearing his words, Zeke replied that it seemed like they would get along, adding that he too was looking forward to the battle and could not wait to fight anymore. Meanwhile, after a brief moment of silence filled the entire arena, Mintrick declared that the first match would take place between East Hall and North Hall. As soon as everyone heard the announcement, Eric immediately told Lord Zeke that he would do everything he could to win his fight. However, despite his determined words, his expression betrayed him. This caused sweat to trickle down Lika's cheek as she nervously asked Zeke if Eric would really be all right. Zeke simply agreed with her observation. Soon after, Mintrick asked whether both groups were ready for the match. Once Eric stepped into the center of the arena to face his opponent, Mintrick immediately ordered the start of the battle. Eric charged at his opponent right away after gathering his source power into his fist. As Zeke and the others watched from the sidelines, Zeke couldn't help but wonder what the outcome of Eric's match would be. Lika responded by saying that, judging by their appearances, it was going to be a tough fight, and she quickly asked for Zeke's opinion. Zeke simply replied that there was no such thing as a guaranteed victory in any battle, unless they were talking about himself, since he was confident that his wins were always absolute. Lika then clarified that she wasn't referring to him, but to Eric, so Zeke decided to just focus on watching the fight. Zeke added that, in terms of skill alone, North Hall's fighter wasn't much different from Eric, and if Eric fought the way he normally did, he should be able to win. Lika immediately agreed but pointed out that this was their first time fighting in front of such a large crowd, and the pressure of representing their team was also a heavy burden. As Eric continued to receive relentless attacks, Zeke admitted that her words were true. After Eric was eventually knocked down by his opponent, Mintrick declared that the winner of the first match was North Hall. Because of this, Marin became extremely nervous, and despite her hesitation, she said she needed to win. Lika tried to comfort her, telling her not to be too anxious and that she would be fine. But in just a moment, Marin was also defeated by her opponent, leaving Zeke and Lika with nothing but a sigh. As Eric and Marin trembled, they apologized to Zeke for their losses. But Zeke simply laughed and said he already knew they were completely overwhelmed by the atmosphere of the arena. He added that they didn't need to worry, because if this were a real battlefield where life and death were at stake, the results would surely be different. Zeke cheerfully reminded them that the place they were in now was meant for learning and testing their strength. However, their team had already suffered 2 straight losses, making the next match extremely important, and Zeke immediately asked if Rangus understood that. Rangus, already overwhelmed with fear and shock, begged Zeke not to make him even more nervous, saying he had been anxious since morning. To make matters worse, he would be facing the largest and most intimidating member of North Hall. Zeke calmly reminded Rangus that he had already fought senior students before when they were forming teams. But Rangus insisted that none of the East Hall seniors had looked as frightening as this opponent. Rangus also admitted that fighting someone so intimidating in front of such a huge crowd made him extremely nervous, causing Zeke to sigh while gently holding Rangus's head and trying to calm him down. Zeke then wrapped his arm around Rangus and told him to carefully observe his opponent, asking what weapon he was holding. After taking a closer look, Rangus saw the massive sword his opponent carried. When Rangus told Zeke that his opponent used a sword, Zeke confirmed it and explained that Rangus was simply fighting someone holding a sword, so he didn't need to think about anything else. Zeke said that if his opponent thrust the sword, Rangus only needed to parry it. If the opponent slashed upward, he only needed to pull back. And if the opponent swung downward, he only needed to step forward and thrust his spear. Zeke emphasized that Rangus only needed to focus on dealing with the weapon in front of him, just like he always did. Because of Zeke's words, Rangus gradually regained his confidence. After Mintrick signaled the start of the match, Rangus's opponent immediately charged forward and used the triple leaf sword style technique called single blade branch. But before the attack could land, Rangus swiftly dodged it. The giant opponent followed up with the twin fong branch technique, launching a barrage of attacks. However, Rangus skillfully dodged and parried every strike, growing more focused. After once again dodging his opponent's sword swing, the giant used another technique called Leaf Storm Dance to attack Rangus. But before the attack could hit, Rangus's eyes suddenly flashed with clarity. He immediately used his Cloud Water Spear style technique called Flowing Clouds and Water to parry the sword. The force from their clash caused the giant opponent to lose his balance. Rangus wasted no time seizing the opportunity. Using another Cloud Water Spear style technique called Raging Current Strike, he thrust his spear into his opponent's chest, knocking him unconscious and sending him crashing to the ground. Mintrick immediately declared the match over and announced that East Hall had won the 3rd match. Rangus sighed in relief, while Zeke smiled. Beginning with Rangus' victory, East Hall steadily gained momentum as Celine won the 4th match and Renauld claimed victory in the 5th. Soon, the 6th match began between Lika and Sandy. Lika greeted Sandy, saying it had been a while since they last crossed swords like this. While both wielded lightning thunder techniques, Sandy admitted she had never expected North Hall's elites to lose to younger students who hadn't even reached the 3-star level. Lika calmly replied that, as she had said before, her companions were strong. Sandy mockingly agreed, admitting she had underestimated Lika's companions, but stated that they weren't the real issue between them. As Sandy released her golden aura, Lika was visibly startled and nervous. Sandy declared that Lika's companions were secondary, and that if Lika truly wanted to become the family head, she needed overwhelming power herself. Yet she was only second in East Hall. Sandy questioned whether Lika truly understood how dangerous her position was. Lika answered that she fully understood her standing and, while glancing at Zeke behind her, said she had not given up on becoming the family head, nor on surpassing her sister Sandy, because she believed her current strength was enough to defeat her. Sandy responded by saying she wanted to see that confidence for herself. As soon as Sandy activated her ability, she vanished from Lika's sight, shocking the spectators. In an instant, Sandy reappeared behind Lika, saying she wanted to witness Lika's so-called strength. Lika quickly defended herself with her sword, but Sandy suddenly ducked in front of her and launched another attack. As they exchanged intense blows, Edgies observed that, as expected, Sandy held the advantage. Though he wondered how well Lika could fight against someone who wielded lightning great sword arts even better than she did. When Sandy used the lightning great sword art called Judgment, Lika suffered a wound on her side, causing Celine and Marin to panic. After retreating, Lika reassured herself that she was fine, realizing the injury was only a scratch and that she simply needed to catch her breath. Rangus commented that Sandy was incredibly strong, amazed that Lady Lika had been pushed back so quickly, while Reynolds mentioned hearing that Lady Lika had been trained by Lady Sandy when she was younger. Lika then launched another attack toward Sandy, but after easily dodging it, Sandy remarked that Lika still hadn't fixed her bad habit of wildly swinging her sword whenever she was cornered. Lika ignored the remark, and as their lightning auras clashed alongside their blades, a powerful explosion erupted in the center of the arena. Lika suffered multiple injuries during their fierce exchange. Sandy then stated that, just as she expected, Lika's bad habits hadn't improved at all, and that she couldn't even become number 1 in East Hall. Sandy added that if Lika had simply joined North Hall, she would never have allowed Lika to end up like this. Despite her injuries, Lika slowly stood up and declared that the fight wasn't over. Sandy responded that it would be better for her to surrender because she couldn't defeat her at her current level. Sandy even said that if this was how things would turn out, she should have petitioned their father from the start and forcibly brought Lika to North Hall. Lika remained silent, and after raising her sword again, Sandy remarked that Lika was being stubborn, leaving her no choice but to teach her a lesson. In a flash, Sandy disappeared once more and reappeared behind Lika, surrounded by lightning, launching another attack. Just as Lika attempted to defend with her sword, Sandy kicked her in the side, throwing her off balance before following up with another strike. Sandy unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, causing Lika to suffer injuries across multiple parts of her body. Celine and the others grew extremely worried, but Zeke calmly observed that Lika looked like she was about to break through another barrier. As Sandy prepared another attack, she told Lika that it would be better to surrender and use the first secret technique of the lightning greatsword arts, engulfing Lika in a golden storm of lightning. The audience fell silent as they wondered if the battle had ended, but Sandy was shocked when Lika stood up again, saying that now she finally understood how powerful Sandy's lightning greatsword arts truly were. Sandy couldn't hide her disbelief, questioning how Lika was still standing because her last attack should have been the finishing blow. Lika admitted Sandy was right, saying that the old version of herself would have been defeated by that attack. But over the past 5 years, she had been training relentlessly as well, and their match was far from over. It was only just beginning. Before Sandy and Lika's match began, Zeke had asked if something was bothering Lika because she wasn't acting like her usual self. Zeke also asked if she was nervous, and Lika admitted that she was, since her opponent would be none other than her sister Sandy. "Is that so?" Zeke asked. Lika explained that her sister Sandy was the one who first taught her the basics of the lightning greatsword arts. She learned the fundamentals from her uncle, the current head of the Typhona family, but whenever she didn't understand something, she would go to sister Sandy for guidance, making Sandy something like a mentor to her. "I see," Zeke replied. Lika then confessed that she had never managed to defeat Sandy even once. She said that although she had grown stronger over the past 5 years, Sandy had been training just as hard as she had. Lika also admitted that despite everything she had said earlier, she couldn't honestly say she was certain she would win against Sandy. Zeke calmly responded that in that case, Lika should remember their training together and recall the 5 long years they spent training side by side. However, the moment Lika remembered their training, her expressions suddenly twisted as if she were about to cry from frustration, prompting Zeke to jokingly ask if training with him had really been that terrible. Zeke then explained that Lika's biggest weakness was her tendency to let her emotions narrow her focus whenever battles became intense. That was why, for the past 5 years, their training had been centered on helping her remain calm during combat. Lika agreed, saying that Zeke had certainly attacked her quite freely during their training sessions, but Zeke simply winked and said that was what true spirit meant. This only made Lika more irritated as she asked what kind of spirit he was talking about and how that could possibly count as spirit. Zeke simply replied that the results of that training were definitely showing and that Lika should now be able to calmly analyze her opponent's movements even while fighting. Lika admitted that might be true, but she still wasn't sure whether it would be enough to help her fight against Sister Sandy. Zeke assured her that she would soon find out once she faced Sandy, because when someone with Lika's talent truly observed her opponent's movements, she would come to understand just how powerful that ability could be. Zeke also reminded her not to forget that she had been trained by him, the strongest there was, so she no longer needed to worry about past results. Lika said that Zeke spoke as if it were obvious, and she immediately thanked him for helping her relax before her match. Zeke then asked if Sandy had really been the one who taught Lika the lightning greatsword arts, and when Lika confirmed it, Zeke said that this would be the perfect opportunity for her. Just like during training, all she needed to do was carefully observe Sandy's techniques, because if she did that properly, she would surely grow even stronger than Sandy. Back in the present battle, Lika stated that she had carefully observed her sister Sandy's lightning greatsword arts, even taking Sandy's attacks head-on to study them thoroughly. And now she had finally begun to see through them. When Sandy asked what Lika was talking about, Lika suddenly launched an attack toward her. Because of the afterimages created by Lika's sword movements, Sandy couldn't determine whether Lika had slowed down or stopped, allowing Lika to land a successful strike. While Sandy was still shocked by Lika's sudden counterattack, Lika continued to unleash a relentless barrage of lightning-infused sword strikes, leaving Sandy with no choice but to endure each attack. As Lika charged forward once again, Sandy could only question what was happening and why Lika had suddenly become so fast. When Lika attempted to replicate Sandy's earlier finishing move called Judgment, the attempt initially failed. However, Lika quickly realized that her mistake was failing to replicate the tempo variation that Sandy naturally possessed, something Lika previously lacked. Now that she understood it, she simply needed to apply it properly. Sandy argued that such mastery wasn't something Lika could instantly copy just by realizing it. Meanwhile, Rangus and the others watched in awe at the sudden transformation in Lika's movements and attacks. Zeke, on the other hand, laughed in satisfaction, saying that, just as he expected, fighting someone who used the same technique always produced remarkable insight. When Eric asked whether Lord Zeke truly understood the sudden changes in Lady Lika's movements, Zeke explained that Lika was learning her sister's lightning greatsword arts during the fight itself, and that it was the direct result of their training, which allowed her to calmly analyze her opponent even while under heavy attack. "I see," Eric replied. As they continued watching the battle, Zeke added that Lika used to lose her composure during combat, focusing only on her own sword, but now she was different. She had gained the composure to observe her opponent while fighting, and by studying the same sword style in the middle of combat, she had reached an entirely new stage. Even so, Sandy still couldn't believe that Lika had already managed to copy her techniques, insisting that such an incomplete imitation would never defeat her. However, after another clash between their swords and lightning, Sandy was suddenly sent flying backward, unable to believe that she was being overwhelmed by Lika. Lika immediately rushed towards Sandy again, declaring that as for physical training, she had spent the past years training to the brink of death with a certain someone. As she gathered lightning for her next attack, Lika told Sandy that this was the true strength of her lightning great sword arts now, before unleashing her grand thunder technique. The attack caused Sandy's eyes to widen as golden lightning surged violently across the entire arena. After the attack ended, Sandy remained standing while struggling to catch her breath, admitting that Lika had truly grown stronger before finally collapsing, resulting in Lika's victory. Even Venel couldn't believe the strength Lika had displayed, especially in defeating Sandy. As Lika walked back toward Zeke and the others, Zeke immediately praised her, saying that it seemed he wouldn't need to fight after all. Lika smiled happily and said she was glad she had managed to secure the victory for her team. She also mentioned that if she had lost, not that she had ever intended to, Zeke would have been the one to face Edgies in the next match. This immediately prompted Zeke to ask if Lika knew Edgies personally. Lika replied that she didn't know him personally, but Edgies was extremely famous, as he was said to be the greatest genius ever produced by the Van Lade family. Is that so? Zeke muttered, thinking to himself that judging by Edgies' aura, he indeed stood far above the other participants in this tournament. Lika then added that even for Zeke, facing Edgies would have been uncertain, and there was no telling what might have happened. Meanwhile, Menrich stepped into the center of the arena and announced that although East Hall's victory had already been decided, the matches would still continue until the end. Rangus and Zeke were both surprised by this announcement. Lika commented that it was strange because she thought the competition was supposed to end once 4 opponents had been defeated. Zeke, however, remained silent as he stared toward Menrich and Edgies, unable to stop himself from wondering what they were planning. Regardless of whatever scheme they had in mind, Zeke thought to himself that as long as he could fight, that alone was more than enough for him. Edgies then said that although North Hall may have lost, he was happy that he still had the chance to fight Zeke like this. When Zeke asked if Edgies really wanted to fight him that badly, Edgies immediately confirmed and explained that what he meant was that Zeke was East Hall's representative. Despite having Lady Lika present, it was Zeke who was chosen, so how could he not be curious about who Zeke truly was? Edgies also added that even if Zeke carried the blood of a family head, from what he could sense, Zeke was only at the 2-star level. And yet he was chosen as the representative instead of the 3-star Lady Lika. That was the main reason he wanted to fight him. Zeke remained silent as he listened to Edgies' words. After a moment, Zeke said that, just as he expected, they seemed to get along because he himself had been eager to cross blades with Edgies as well. When Edgies asked if that was true, Zeke replied that there were many skilled fighters in this venue, but Edgies was exceptional. Zeke also mentioned that he had heard about Edgies' reputation, being called a once-in-a-century genius at such a young age, and that he truly wanted to measure Edgies' strength through a direct battle. Good, if that's the case, Edgies responded. And as he slowly drew his katana, he said that he was becoming more excited by the minute. Meanwhile, Zeke immediately noticed that his opponent used a katana, and it had been a long time since he had faced someone who wielded that type of weapon. As soon as Menrich announced the start of their match, Edgies rushed toward Zeke with incredible speed, slightly catching him off guard, but also filling him with excitement. Zeke noted that with just a single step, Edgies was able to cover such a vast distance, and he couldn't help but praise Edgies' footwork. Edgies, smiling confidently, immediately used his 1,000-blade style technique, called 9 blades, to attack Zeke. Because of the golden glow from Edgies' aura, Zeke was shocked to realize that the presence of Edgies' katana seemed to completely vanish. However, before Edgies' attack could strike Zeke's body, Edgies himself was startled when his blade only cut through Zeke's afterimage. After launching his attack, Edgies quickly realized that Zeke had avoided his strike by twisting his body within a split second. Edgies admitted that he was certain his attack would land, but Zeke simply smiled and praised the excellence of Edgies' strike, even asking him to show more of his techniques. Without hesitation, Edgies moved swiftly once again and unleashed another 1,000-blade style technique, called Wave Blade, toward Zeke. As Zeke carefully observed Edgies' attack, he commented that Edgies' blade trajectory was extremely difficult to read. Suddenly, Zeke was caught off guard when he realized that one of Edgies' attacks was coming from beneath the ground, something he had not anticipated. Even so, Zeke remained calm and continued praising Edgies' skill, saying that although he had no intention of allowing Edgies to cut him, the sword paths of Edgies were truly unpredictable. At that moment, Zeke concluded that Edgies was truly a genius, constantly changing his attack patterns without sacrificing speed or power. Edgies' source power flowed flawlessly without a single wasted movement, delivering sharp strikes that perfectly read Zeke's breathing and rhythm. Zeke knew that such mastery was impossible without relentless training. Meanwhile, because Zeke kept evading every attack, Edgies admitted that he couldn't believe he still couldn't catch him. Edgies praised Zeke, saying that he was truly incredible, and asked what kind of training Zeke had undergone. Zeke simply asked if Edgies really wanted to know what kind of training he did, and then casually invited Edgies to train with him after their battle was over. Moments later, Zeke suddenly moved toward Edgies to launch his own attack. As Zeke's eyes flashed with determination, he struck forward with his fist toward Edgies. Edgies immediately raised his katana to block the attack, but the sheer force behind Zeke's punch caused Edgies' entire body to tremble, leaving him in disbelief that Zeke was supposedly only at the 2-star level. After delivering the punch, Zeke noticed the damage inflicted on his own fist, and he realized that although he had tried altering his breathing pattern, Edgies had already adapted to that as well. Because of this, Zeke couldn't help but admit that Edgies was an even more exceptional warrior than he had initially expected. Edgies then remarked that Zeke had finally launched an attack against him, and asked if that meant Zeke was already finished observing his techniques. Zeke replied that, to some extent, he was. Hearing this, Edgies wondered if Zeke had already figured out his abilities. Edgies then launched another swift attack toward Zeke. As Zeke watched the incoming strike, he initially thought it was identical to the previous attacks, but he was suddenly shocked when, just before the blade could reach him, Edgies abruptly changed the direction of his sword using his lingering shadow technique. The unexpected shift prevented Zeke from reacting in time, resulting in Edgies successfully striking Zeke across the chest. After landing his attack, Edgies asked whether he still needed to reveal more of his techniques in order to meet Zeke's expectations. Meanwhile, as Zeke held his chest, he couldn't believe that Edgies had managed to wound him during their fight. Even so, Zeke continued smiling, admitting that their battle was becoming more and more enjoyable. Meanwhile, as the intense battle between Zeke and Edgies continued, Sandy slowly regained consciousness. Her teammates immediately ran toward her and anxiously asked if she was all right. Sandy quickly responded that she was fine. Soon after, she realized that she had lost her match against Lika. Even so, as she recalled how Lika had defeated her, Sandy could not help but smile and let out a soft sigh. Although she had lost, she was genuinely pleased with the outcome of their fight and with Lika's current strength. After that, Sandy apologized to her teammates, saying that if she had won, they might still have had a chance to secure the special mission. However, her teammates immediately protested, insisting that they were the ones who should apologize for being a burden to her and Edgies. They all bowed their heads in front of Sandy, but she firmly told them that what they were thinking was not true. According to Sandy, their opponents were simply that strong. She added that they just needed to train harder so they would not lose again next time. Hearing this, her teammates felt encouraged and regained their spirits. Sandy then asked whether the match between West Hall and South Hall had already begun, but one of them pointed toward the ongoing battle, saying that for some reason, the current match was still going on. She also told Sandy that the fight happening right now was truly incredible. When Sandy looked toward the arena and saw the two fighters clashing, she could not help but feel shocked and wonder what was happening. She immediately realized that Edgies was using the 5 aura blades, which meant he was fighting seriously with his full strength. As Sandy continued watching the battle between Zeke and Edgies, she remembered what Lika had told her, that among their group, Zeke was the strongest. That memory made her fall silent, as she had not fully believed Lika's words before, but now she understood that they were true. Meanwhile, Edgies used his 1000 battle style technique, called 5 Shadow, to attack the protagonist, but Zeke easily evaded it. Sweat immediately ran down Edgies' cheeks, as he could not believe that even that technique had failed to work against Zeke. On top of that, Edgies said that after fighting this much, Zeke was not even out of breath, and he immediately asked what kind of body Zeke possessed. Zeke simply replied that it was nothing special. He had just put a lot of effort into training his basic stamina. He added that techniques are good, but fundamentals are just as important. I see. Edges responded, saying that if that was the case, he would focus more on training his body from now on. He then used his ability once again to attack the protagonist, but with only his arms. Zeke shattered every single strike directed at him. At that moment, Zeke assessed that the blade's hardness, sharpness, generation speed, and range were around the lower upper tier overall, but considering Edges' age, he could become very interesting in the future. Zeke smiled as he realized that through this battle with Edges, he had finally confirmed something: the difference between 1,000 years ago and the present era. According to Zeke, in the martial arts of 1,000 years ago, the motion of the attack itself was paramount. The essence of martial arts was to express all creation through one's techniques, and source power was merely supplementary. But in the modern era, by manifesting source power, practitioners express all of creation through it. In other words, handling source power itself has become the essence of modern martial arts. As he continued evading the attacks, Zeke thought to himself that he had been foolish. He had focused so much on the techniques themselves that he had failed to notice this shift for so long. Even so, he found the changes of the past 1,000 years fascinating beyond measure. Meanwhile, as Edges continued attacking, he realized that all his strikes were being perfectly countered by Zeke. He could only conclude to himself that Zeke was truly a superhuman. Rangus and the others remained deeply worried, and Rangus mentioned that the fight had already lasted for over an hour with no sign of ending. Lika, however, calmly said that neither of them was normal, but their battle would probably be over soon. Edges then told Zeke that it looked like he had already finished observing all of his movements this time. Zeke did not deny it, and said that their fight had been a truly wonderful experience. "I think so too," Edges replied. Suddenly, the protagonist declared that he would pay his respects to Edges. Therefore, what he had learned from their battle, he would now present to Edges as a new technique. As Zeke clenched his fist, Edges suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Edges laughed, saying that now he understood why he could not defeat Zeke. Even so, he gathered his full power and activated the 1,000-blade-style secret technique called 5-Blade Ultimate Strike, declaring that he would continue struggling until the end. However, before Edges could launch his attack, Zeke suddenly leaped high into the air. While suspended above the arena, he gathered his source power into his fist and unleashed a rain of massive golden fists across the entire arena. This technique was Zeke's new move, the modified second form of his Dragon Destruction combat arts, which he called Fist Star. As a result, consecutive explosions erupted throughout different parts of the arena, causing the students watching to panic. When the attack finally struck Edges, a tremendous explosion shook the entire arena. Reynold quickly raised his shield to protect his teammates, marveling at the sheer power of Zeke's attack. Sandy, meanwhile, was so stunned that she could only ask who had won the fight. At that moment, Mentric declared that they had seen enough and announced the end of the match. As the smoke gradually cleared, Edges' broken katana became visible. Lying on the ground, Edges could only laugh, saying that he could not even move a single finger. He admitted that Zeke's strength was overwhelming and that he still had much more training to do if he wished to catch up. Though sweat continued to drip from Zeke due to exhaustion, he smiled as the victory was declared in favor of East Hall. The spectators could hardly believe what they had witnessed and could not stop asking what kind of battle they had just seen, as well as how Edges had been defeated. Mentric then announced that they would repair the arena first before starting the match between West Hall and South Hall, instructing everyone to begin preparing. Rangus and the others were filled with admiration and joy, as they had not expected Zeke to defeat Edges. Lika commented that Zeke had once again destroyed the arena and that he was strange in so many ways. Zeke immediately asked what she meant, adding that what mattered most was that he had won. He then said that whatever Lika meant was not important right now, because what they needed to focus on was watching the upcoming match between West Hall and South Hall. That's right, Lika agreed, adding that another candidate for the position of family head would be participating in the next match, none other than Vanille Fafnir Eldrian. After the battle between Edges and Zeke, Zeke asked Rangus if he had gone a bit overboard, because with that level of destruction in the arena, he thought it would not be repaired anytime soon. However, Rangus told him it was fine and asked Zeke to look toward the side of the arena. Zeke was completely stunned and immediately asked how it was possible and how they had managed to restore the arena so quickly. Rangus then explained that the entire arena had been built using a rare stone called etherite, and when someone infused it with source power, it could restore itself to its original form. Upon hearing this, the protagonist immediately realized that this was yet another incredible material that had appeared during the 1,000 years he had been gone. As Zeke continued to marvel at the sight, Rangus added that using such an expensive material to construct an arena of this size was truly astonishing. While smiling, Zeke said that West Hall seemed to have the best overall quality, but South Hall also had some strong-looking fighters, so he wondered how their battle would turn out. However, contrary to Zeke's expectations, the match between West Hall and South Hall became utterly one-sided. At the conclusion of the battle between West Hall and South Hall, Mintrick couldn't shake off a growing sense of doubt. He felt that something about Vanille's match was off. More than that, he found it hard to believe how overwhelmingly one-sided the fight had been. He couldn't help but question whether Vanille truly possessed enough strength to defeat Layla Sonar that easily. Meanwhile, Vanille calmly asked Mintrick if he was going to announce the winner. Snapping out of his thoughts, Mintrick looked away briefly before declaring that the victor of the match was West Hall, led by Vanille. He then added that the final battle between East Hall and West Hall would begin in 1 hour. As the announcement settled over the arena, the spectators remained unusually quiet, still unable to process what they had just witnessed. In contrast, Layla's teammates were deeply worried about her condition. One of them carried her away carefully, while Lika stared in disbelief, unable to accept that Layla had been defeated so effortlessly. Zeke, on the other hand, remained silent, observing everything. In Zeke's mind, he was certain something was wrong. The gap in strength and abilities between Layla and Vanille should not have been that wide. Yet, for some unknown reason, Layla's source power flow had been completely unstable. In that state, there was little doubt that something had gone wrong with her compared to her normal condition, which explained why the fight had ended so one-sidedly. Zeke also suspected that Mintrick, acting as referee, had noticed something unusual. This left him quietly wondering what had truly happened during Vanille and Layla's battle. Even Reynold couldn't believe that Lady Layla from the Sonar family would appear as helpless as they had just seen. He remarked that, as expected, a next head candidate was on a completely different level from them. However, Celine pointed out that the fight had felt too one-sided. Lika agreed, but said that perhaps that was simply the reality. It was their first time witnessing the true strength of the prominent figures from other halls, so it was difficult to determine whether something was actually wrong. Eric then mentioned that speaking of next head candidates, that included Lord Zeke and Lady Lika as well, meaning Lord Vanille must also possess incredible power like them. Though hesitant, Celine and Lika eventually nodded in agreement. Rangus, however, remained silent and absent-minded. When Eric asked what was troubling him, Rangus said it was nothing, just that Lord Vanille was astonishingly strong, and in fact, everyone from West Hall seemed powerful. His words unintentionally dampened Reynold's spirit, prompting Rangus to quickly apologize for sounding so weak-hearted right before their upcoming match. Lika then said that Rangus wasn't wrong. She admitted that she had lost her last match, too, and as frustrating as it was, she was still nowhere near West Hall's level. Eric responded that if Lika was saying that, then he felt the same. He couldn't even defeat any of them, despite having more stars. Even so, he had no intention of losing. Just like Rangus and the others who managed to overcome stronger opponents, he wanted to do the same. They could still defeat West Hall. His determination reignited Celine's spirit. As Zeke watched them, he thought that their fighting spirit was finally in the right place. It seemed that Marin and Eric might truly grow from this battle. However, the bigger concern right now was Lika. To Zeke, it didn't seem like Lika had noticed Layla's abnormal source power at all. If she believed everything that happened was purely Vanille's strength, then her shaken reaction made sense. But since Zeke himself didn't know the full details, he couldn't offer careless advice. He quietly wondered what he should do. Rangus soon noticed Lika's unusual expression and asked if she was all right. Lika immediately replied that she was fine and, as she walked away, said she just needed to clear her head. Later, in a garden outside the arena, Lika sat alone by a fountain. She couldn't believe that Vanille had grown strong enough to overwhelm Layla the way he did. Even Edgies had been unable to completely overpower Layla without suffering a scratch. Yet Vanille had done it effortlessly. The last time Lika fought Vanille was when they were 5 years old, and she had lost. Since then, she had trained relentlessly, determined to one day defeat him. She had believed she had finally caught up. Yet what she witnessed today shattered that confidence. If the match order remained unchanged, Vanille's opponent would likely be Zeke. Strangely, she felt relieved at that thought, since it meant she wouldn't have to face Vanille herself. But she hated herself for feeling that relief. It was as if she had already admitted defeat, despite her long-standing desire to overcome him. Suddenly, Vanille appeared and asked what she was doing there. With a mocking tone, he commented that she looked awfully serious while sitting alone. Lika's eyes narrowed as she demanded to know what he wanted, stating that they had nothing to discuss and that she had no intention of talking to him. Vanille smirked and told her not to be so prickly. If he became the head of the Eldragon family, she might end up as his wife. At those words, Lika stood abruptly and told him to be silent, declaring that she would be the one to become family head. She began walking away, but Vanille stopped her with his words. He said he knew she was thinking that she couldn't defeat him. He couldn't blame her, since she had failed to beat him back then, either. Surely she had seen what he did to Layla. As he casually draped an arm over her shoulder, he said he was certain she was thinking she couldn't defeat him after witnessing that fight, and asked if he was wrong. Lika only told him once more to be quiet. Vanille then bluntly stated that she should just admit it. Back then, now, and forever, she would never surpass him. He told her to give up and submit to him, promising that if she did, he would treat her well, tightening his grip on her shoulder as he spoke. Lika immediately shoved his hand away and shouted at him to stop talking. Vanille merely remarked that her reaction wasn't cute at all. Without another word, Lika walked away. As she left, Vanille coldly muttered that after placing his arm around her and gripping her shoulder like that, it was already the end for her. He then turned to his subordinate and said they both knew what needed to be done next. The subordinate replied that Vanille could leave everything to them. He then asked whether they shouldn't prepare for the illegitimate brat Zeke the same way they had prepared for Lika. Vanille responded that they could handle Zeke during the match or even set things up while fighting him. Although he admitted it would be best to prepare beforehand, Zeke seemed unusually sharp. If Zeke noticed their preparations, it would only complicate things. Besides, from what he observed, Zeke had deliberately allowed himself to be hit at times, so arranging things mid-battle would suffice. His subordinate agreed. As Vanille bumped fists with him, he scoffed, saying that even if Zeke had defeated Edgies, he wasn't about to lose to some bastard child, even without relying on tricks. As the water in the fountain behind them slowly changed color, Vanille declared that in this match, they would be the ones to win and claim the special mission. 1 hour after the scheduled time for the battle between East Hall and West Hall, Eric nervously said that the moment everyone had been waiting for had finally arrived. However, in his mind, he could not stop thinking about the reality of their situation. He and Marin were upperclassmen, yet among all the representatives of East Hall, they were the weakest. On the other hand, the group from West Hall was clearly packed with elites. Because of that, Eric could not help but feel a deep sense of anxiety and doubt, wondering if they could really win against West Hall. Suddenly, a fist flew through the air and struck him on the head. After punching Eric, Zeke called him an idiot and loudly asked what had happened to all the confidence he had shown earlier. When Eric admitted that it had only been an act, Zeke shouted and asked him why he was even fighting in the first place. Was he fighting just to lose? Eric immediately replied that it was not like that. Zeke then told him that if he was going to fight, then regardless of the difference in strength, he had to fight to win, and that was what truly mattered. Because of those words, even though a large bump had formed on Eric's head from the punch, he suddenly felt his spirit rise again and said that Zeke was right. He was going to fight to win. Zeke laughed and told him that was more like it. Eric needed to have confidence in himself. After all, Eric had trained hard before, so he should believe in his own abilities. Eric quickly agreed with everything Zeke had said and thanked him. Suddenly, however, Eric fell silent when Zeke said that he would give him a small parting gift. Zeke told Eric to relax his shoulders because the Great Power Fist style was all about gathering all of his strength into a single point before striking. If Eric tensed up too much, the strength he should be concentrating would scatter instead. Zeke tapped Eric's shoulders and once again told him to relax. Immediately, Eric felt a strange sense of relief and confidence. He smiled and said that right now, he felt like he could actually win his fight. Zeke replied that was good, then told Eric to go out there and win. As Eric walked toward the middle of the arena, Lika commented that what Zeke had done was strange. She knew that Zeke had never actually learned the Great Power Fist style, yet he seemed to know a lot about it. She also pointed out that sometimes Zeke seemed oddly knowledgeable about other martial arts as well. When she asked him why that was, Zeke simply smiled and said it was a foolish question. Then he calmly said that the answer should be obvious because he was Zeke. Hearing that, Lika could not believe she had even bothered asking such a question in the first place. Meanwhile, when Eric finally saw the opponent he would be facing, the first thought that came to his mind was that the man was a monster. He had already seen how this man fought in the earlier match. Even so, this time, Eric felt confident that he would not lose. Just then, Eric's opponent mocked him, saying that Eric was acting pretty cocky for someone who had lost to a North Hall punk before. Eric firmly told him to shut up, saying that he was not the same person he had been back then. Still, his opponent questioned whether Eric was really so sure about that. At that moment, Mintrick announced that the first match between East Hall and West Hall would now begin. Eric's opponent immediately launched forward. Eric was momentarily shocked by the man's incredible speed, and before he could fully react, the opponent used his insect brawl dagger technique called Mantis Slash to attack, saying that someone like Eric could never change in just a few hours. Eric was forced to fall back while blocking the attack. His opponent could not believe that Eric had managed to defend himself using his aura. Nevertheless, he did not stop. He challenged Eric to try defending his next attack and immediately unleashed a barrage using his technique called Swarming Locust, raining down attacks on Eric. Seeing Eric struggling in his current situation, the opponent mocked him again, asking what the problem was and what had happened to all the confidence he had been talking about earlier. He said that he had thought Eric might have actually changed. Meanwhile, after receiving several injuries from his opponent's relentless attacks, Eric admitted to himself that his enemy was indeed strong. But that did not mean he could simply allow himself to be beaten one-sidedly. Eric immediately launched a punch in retaliation, but his opponent easily dodged it and told him that he was far too slow. At the same time, Eric received another blow from his opponent, who confidently declared that there was no way an attack like Eric's would ever hit him. Eric realized that at this rate, he would never be able to catch his enemy. He asked himself what he should do now. At that moment, he remembered Zeke's words. He needed to relax his shoulders because the Great Power Fist style gathered all of his strength into a single point. Eric suddenly fell silent for a moment before making a decision to gamble everything on a single attack. He returned to his stance and began gathering his aura. Seeing this, his opponent sneered and said that a weakling like Eric was surprisingly stubborn. The opponent then used a technique called Stinging Bee Flash in an attempt to break through Eric's defense. However, after taking the attack head-on, Eric suddenly smiled and said that he had finally caught him. His opponent was shocked when Eric grabbed and restrained his weapon. Eric then declared that it was time for him to take Eric's attack. Gathering all the aura he had concentrated into his fist, Eric unleashed the Great Power Fist technique called Great Power Fist. The powerful blow sent his opponent flying straight into the wall of the arena. The spectators fell into stunned silence. Meanwhile, Zeke simply smiled as Mintrick announced that the winner of the match was Eric from East Hall. Eric's opponent had lost consciousness. His eyes were rolled back and completely white. Eric's face immediately turned red with joy, and he could not stop himself from shouting in excitement over his victory. Sometime later, when Eric's opponent regained consciousness, he could not believe that he had been defeated by Eric. While holding his injured arm, he suddenly heard someone call his name. It was Vanille. The man quickly went before Vanille and knelt down, apologizing for losing his match. However, before he could even finish speaking, Vanille suddenly attacked him. The brutal act caused intense fear among the members of West Hall, including Retin. Vanille then looked coldly at the rest of his companions and asked if they understood what they needed to do. He told them that they must crush every opponent they faced. None of them dared to object and simply obeyed his command out of fear. Meanwhile, Eric confidently told Marin that she could definitely win her match. Marin nodded in agreement, while her opponent simply stared at her with a serious and unwavering gaze. When Mintrick finally gave the signal to begin the fight, Marin immediately released her aura and rushed toward her opponent with great speed. As she charged forward, she used her red flame sword-style technique called Times Spark /Times to launch her attack. However, her opponent easily defended against the strike using his spear. With precise timing, he deflected Marin's sword, causing her to lose her balance for a brief moment. Seeing the opening, her opponent quickly took advantage of it. After moving swiftly to Marin's side, he immediately unleashed the Great Wild Spear-style technique known as Times Rampaging Pierce, striking Marin hard in the side. Because of the heavy damage Marin received from the attack, she couldn't help but drop to one knee and cough violently. Before she could even recover, her opponent launched another attack without hesitation. As the assault continued, Rangus could hardly believe what he was witnessing and could only mutter that the situation for Marin was looking bad. Meanwhile, as blood continued to spill from the wounds Marin was receiving during the fight, Lika trembled with anger toward Marin's opponent. And even Celine said that she couldn't bear to watch any longer. Eric, now cursing under his breath in anger, was about to rush toward Marin's opponent, but Reynold quickly stopped him, firmly reminding him that he was not allowed to interfere in the fight. Reynold added that the match hadn't been officially called yet, and if Eric jumped in now, East Hall would lose by disqualification. After some time passed, Mintrick finally declared that the winner of the match between Marin and her opponent was West Hall. While Marin lay there unconscious, her opponent arrogantly stepped on Marin's face. As Mintrick's declaration of victory echoed through the arena, Eric and the others immediately ran toward Marin. While Eric and Lika were filled with deep worry as they saw Marin lying there covered in blood, Zeke remained silent as he watched everything that had happened. However, the intense anger on his face revealed just how furious he was at the severe injuries Marin had suffered. As Rangus and Celine continued to worry about Marin, Eric shouted Marin's name in desperation. Rangus couldn't help but wonder if Marin would be all right, while Celine said that the injuries Marin had received from her opponent were far too excessive. Zeke, on the other hand, had a look of intense anger on his face. Yet he remained silent as he calmly watched their enemies. As Marin's opponent began walking away from the scene, Eric suddenly shouted at him. Raising his voice, Eric demanded to know if there had been any need for him to go that far. The opponent's expression darkened slightly, and when he turned back, he asked if they had a problem. When Eric asked what he meant by that, the man simply replied that what had happened was a battle, in other words, real combat, and he had merely gone all out to ensure a certain victory against Marin. Hearing that only made Eric angrier. He said that even if it had been a battle, what he did to Marin was still too much, especially since she had suffered severe injuries and lost consciousness. Celine also shouted in agreement, saying Eric was right and that Marin's opponent didn't need to go that far. The man merely smiled mockingly and said they were too soft. According to him, those from West Hall never showed mercy to their enemies in real combat. As he pointed at Eric and the others, he said that in West Hall, they simply crushed their enemies, and that was all there was to it. Lika immediately stepped forward and walked toward Marin's opponent. With a dark expression, she asked if what he had done was an order from Vanille. However, the man answered arrogantly, saying, "So what?" He added that if they didn't like it, they could just forfeit. Then he asked Lika if she didn't understand what it meant that the referee hadn't stopped the match. He continued by saying that Marin had still shown the will to fight, and that he had only needed to break that will. After that, he asked them if what he had done wasn't simply natural. Lika shouted again in anger, but Marin's opponent only complained that they were being too noisy before turning his back on them. As he walked away, he mockingly told them they should worry about themselves first before worrying about their friend, because all of them would end up the same way Marin did. Not long after that, Retin suddenly stepped in and said, "That's just how it is." He added that they were welcome to forfeit right there if they wanted. Then he looked at Rangus and asked if he had heard what was just said. Rangus suddenly turned his head toward him, sweat slowly running down his cheek as he uttered Retin's name. Retin then casually said that Rangus should start calling him by his name now, before immediately asking if Rangus planned to forfeit their match. Rangus remained silent. Retin mocked him again, saying that if Rangus wanted to be toyed with like that girl Marin, he wouldn't stop him. He even asked if Rangus wanted him to do the same thing he used to do to him back in the village, calling Rangus a weakling. Rangus lowered his head, his face darkening. Lika, on the other hand, was clearly furious at Retin's words, but Rangus suddenly told Lady Lika that it was fine. Slowly rising to his feet, Rangus said that he wasn't running away. This made Lika turn and look at him in surprise. Rangus then declared that today, right here, he was going to surpass Retin. Retin immediately looked annoyed and demanded to know what Rangus meant by that. Meanwhile, as Marin remained unconscious, the medical team continued treating her injuries while the spectators silently watched everything unfold. In the middle of the arena, Rangus let out a deep breath while gripping his spear when suddenly someone called his name, startling him. Rangus was both confused and astonished because he immediately recognized the voice. It was Zeke's. When he turned to look at him, Zeke calmly told him not to worry because no one else could hear them. According to Zeke, he was speaking directly into Rangus's mind. He explained that he had recreated this technique a few years ago after reading many books. As Rangus wondered where he should even begin commenting on what Zeke had just done, Zeke told him that more importantly, the reason he used the technique was to give Rangus a piece of advice. When Rangus asked what advice he meant, Zeke said, "There is a saying, clouds drift freely and water flows gently." Rangus began wondering what exactly Zeke meant by that proverb. Zeke continued, saying that clouds drift without a care and water flows ever so gently. He added that whenever Rangus was struggling, he should picture that image in his mind. Just then, Mintrick asked what Rangus was doing. Rangus immediately apologized and quickly assumed his battle stance. Mintrick then announced that the second battle between West Hall and East Hall would begin. The moment Rangus heard the start of the match, he moved forward and used his Cloud Water Spear style technique, called Water Pierce, to attack Retin. Retin was briefly surprised by Rangus's speed, but he easily countered the attack and deflected the spear. Retin then told Rangus not to get cocky. Calling him a little weakling, he used his Serpent Strike sword-style technique called Ambush Pierce. His aura took the shape of a snake as it shot directly toward Rangus's chest. As Rangus defended himself against the attack, Retin sneered and said that was all Rangus had behind his big talk. He mocked him further, saying Rangus looked pathetic and calling him a little runt as he charged forward to attack again. Rangus remained silent, raising his spear once more to prepare for the incoming strike. However, when Retin used another Serpent Strike sword-style technique called Serpentine Slash, Rangus was caught off guard. The attack twisted and curved like a snake, making it impossible for him to block properly, and he was struck in the side. Rangus immediately thought that he was certain he had defended against the attack, yet somehow Retin had changed the direction of his strike mid-attack. Retin mockingly asked what was wrong with him and told Rangus to try hitting him back if he even could. Determined not to lose, Rangus declared that he could still attack and hit Retin. He immediately used another Cloud Water Spear style technique called Flowing Clouds and Water. But before their weapons could clash, Retin suddenly smiled. In the next instant, his attack curved again and changed direction, striking Rangus once more and sending him flying away. The explosion that followed caused Lika and the others to worry greatly, while Zeke simply remained silent as he watched the battle. After the dust slowly cleared, Rangus could be seen kneeling on the ground while holding onto his spear. Rangus thought to himself that he had tried to deflect and counter Retin's attacks, but every move he made was being turned against him. Retin asked if Rangus had been thinking about using his movements to counterattack. Laughing mockingly, he told Rangus to give him a break. He called Rangus a poor guy before revealing that his specialty was countering. Retin then said it was unfortunate for Rangus because he was several levels above him in every way. Meanwhile, Rangus struggled to stay standing, gripping his spear so he wouldn't collapse. He said that what Retin claimed was impossible. However, Retin suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Rangus by the hair, and said he didn't know what kind of delusion Rangus was living in. He mockingly declared that a child of a pseudo-dragon could never become strong. According to him, Rangus was nothing in the end, just a weakling like his father. Even while struggling, Rangus told Retin not to dare insult his father. But while holding Rangus by the hair, Retin punched him in the face and called him a fake dragon. Rangus fell to the ground. Yet Retin continued kicking and attacking him repeatedly while shouting that a fake dragon like Rangus could never defeat the real thing. As Rangus continued to receive heavy blows from Retin, he began to think to himself that he really was hopeless after all. He thought he had grown stronger, but perhaps it had all been a delusion because he was still weak. Tears slowly streamed down his face as the thought echoed in his mind that he was just a fake dragon after all. At that moment, a memory resurfaced. It was a time when he and his father were fishing by the riverbank. His father had asked if Rangus liked fishing, and Rangus's father said that he liked it, too. He told Rangus that, as he could see, he loved fishing while gazing at the clouds and the flowing water, just like he was doing at that moment. When Rangus asked if his father liked clouds and water, his father smiled and said that clouds always drift so serenely, and the river water continues flowing endlessly. Watching them, he said, made him realize that human worries were actually very small and trivial things. When Rangus asked what he meant, his father simply replied that maybe someday Rangus would understand it as well. Back in the present, Rangus lay on the ground covered in blood as he whispered the words drifting and flowing. Mintrick remained silent as he carefully observed the battle. Soon after, Retin grabbed Rangus again and declared that this was where their fight would end. As Retin gathered his aura into his fist for the finishing blow, he said that a fake dragon would always remain a fake. He added that Rangus should crawl through life on his hands and knees. But when Rangus opened his eyes, he remembered Zeke's words before the battle began. Just like water flowing gently, Rangus's aura began to flow smoothly through his body. Before Retin's attack could land, Rangus managed to block it. Retin did not expect Rangus's sudden defense, and upon sensing the aura coming from him, he quickly stepped back and retreated to pick up his sword. Meanwhile, Mintrick smiled in surprise at the unexpected turn of events. He had just seen the third star on Rangus's chest shine brightly, clear proof that Rangus had broken through to the 3-star level in the middle of his battle with Retin. Retin's face darkened instantly, and his expression twisted with rage at what he had just witnessed. More than anything, he could not believe that Rangus had actually broken through to the 3-star level in the middle of their battle. The realization only fueled his anger. Furthermore, he refused to accept that Rangus now stood on the same level as him. There's no way some fake is standing on the same level as me, Retin snarled, declaring that he would never acknowledge it. As he prepared to strike again, he shouted that he would never accept that someone he once mocked had reached the same 3-star rank. Without hesitation, Retin unleashed his Serpent Strike sword style, Serpentine, sending a swift and twisting attack toward Rangus. Despite having one eye nearly shut from his injuries, Rangus reacted with remarkable speed, effortlessly evading the strike even as it shifted direction. Retin was stunned. That same attack had landed before. Yet now, Rangus avoided it so easily. A thought crossed his mind. Had Rangus already read the pattern of his attacks? The idea was unbearable. Refusing to accept it, Retin launched another assault, this time using rampaging Serpent Flash. As he rained down relentless strikes, he shouted for Rangus to try and withstand this one. But once again, Rangus moved with uncanny fluidity, dodging every blow with motions as soft and natural as clouds drifting and water flowing. Lika could hardly believe what she was seeing, while Zeke calmly observed and remarked that Rangus had just taken a step closer to the essence. Curious, Lika immediately asked what he meant. Zeke explained that clouds drift freely and water flows gently, never stopping no matter what happens. Like them, Rangus was learning to accept incoming force and let it pass through him, adapting fluidly with every movement. Zeke added that he himself had demonstrated a glimpse of it earlier, but Rangus had fully made it his own in this battle. Hearing this, Lika was left in awe, sweat forming on her cheek as she admitted she couldn't believe Rangus had achieved that in such a short time. However, Zeke pointed out that Rangus didn't even seem aware of it yet, and that his level of focus was truly extraordinary. Retin, on the other hand, could only curse in frustration as he watched everything unfold. For reasons he couldn't explain, fear began creeping into his heart. Shouting desperately, he warned Rangus not to come any closer as he unleashed a barrage of attacks. Yet, just like before, every strike was easily avoided. When Retin's sword finally clashed with Rangus' spear, he couldn't withstand the force behind it. As he prepared to attack again, Zeke suddenly laughed in excitement, saying that this was exactly it, because water doesn't always flow calmly. Seeing the attack Rangus was about to unleash, Retin panicked. He turned and ran, cursing and questioning how Rangus had become this strong. Meanwhile, Rangus slowly formed a swirling water tornado at the center of the arena. Zeke declared that once water grows wild, no one can stand against its current. The attack struck Retin square in the chest, sending him flying as he coughed up blood before losing consciousness. Seeing Retin's condition, Mintrick immediately declared the match over and announced East Hall as the winner. Rangus stood there in shock, unable to fully grasp what had just happened. As he questioned everything, Lika and the others ran toward him, calling his name. Lika excitedly praised him, saying he was amazing and congratulating him on reaching the 3-star level and winning right after. She called it the best outcome possible. But Rangus, still confused, asked if she was really talking about him, if he had truly broken through and won. When he looked over at Retin lying unconscious, disbelief filled his eyes. He couldn't believe he had defeated someone who had mocked and hurt him since childhood back in their village. Even so, he kept asking if he had really won. Celine happily confirmed it, saying his match was incredible. Stuttering, Rangus finally admitted that he had truly defeated Retin. As he stared at him, memories flooded back, and before he knew it, tears began to fall. Eric immediately put an arm around him and asked why he was crying, then curiously questioned what that crazy move earlier had been. Still unaware, Rangus asked what he meant. Lika added that she also wanted to know what that attack was. Renaud described it as a massive water dragon surging upward like a waterfall, saying it looked insane and incredibly cool. Rangus could only shake his head, insisting he didn't know any move like that. But Renaud was certain that was exactly what it looked like. Then Zeke finally spoke, revealing that the technique Rangus used was called Rising Dragon Pierce. Smiling, he explained that it originally came from the second volume of the Cloud Water Spear style, even though Rangus had only studied the first volume. Rangus was surprised, while Lika immediately questioned how Zeke knew about the second volume. Zeke, however, couldn't tell them that he was the one who had created the technique. Lika then realized just how incredible Rangus was. He had reached the second volume purely through self-study. Zeke went on to explain inwardly that the Cloud Water Spear style was a martial art he had created in his previous life, though he didn't remember ever writing it into a book. Most likely, later generations had documented and divided it into multiple volumes, hiding its true essence in the upper levels so immature fighters wouldn't access it. Yet, despite that, Rangus had carved a path to that hidden essence through his own strength alone. To Zeke, it was a wonderful sight, such young talent blooming before his eyes. Just then, Mintrick called out to East Hall, asking how long they planned to stand around chatting. Celine quickly apologized, while Eric suddenly suggested they ride this momentum and finish off their opponents. Celine nodded, agreeing to do her best. Starting from Rangus's match, East Hall's morale soared to its peak. However, West Hall also rallied after their loss, and the battles grew even fiercer. In the fourth match, Celine fought well but narrowly lost, leaving Vanille sighing in disappointment. But in the fifth match, Renaud pushed himself to the limit and managed to secure a hard-fought victory, bringing the outcome to the final rounds. As Rangus supported him, Renaud admitted he barely pulled it off, earning praise from Rangus. While Eric lifted his shield and sword with renewed determination, Celine apologized to everyone, saying that if she had won, the match would already be over. Lika reassured her, saying she had fought well and reminding her that the rule was to reach 4 wins. They were now at 3 wins and 2 losses. Victory was right in front of them. Lika confidently declared that all that remained was for her to win and end everything, telling them to leave it to her. At that moment, Zeke called out to her. When Lika asked what he wanted, she suddenly blushed as he stepped close to her, asking if she felt all right or if anything seemed off. Letting out a small sigh, Lika said she was fine and fully prepared as always, gently pushing him away and pointing out that he was standing too close. She assured him not to worry, promising she wouldn't lose. Rangus then cheered her on, asking her to do her best. Zeke, however, remained silent. As Lika walked toward the center of the arena, he couldn't help but wonder to himself what this strange feeling was, something unfamiliar stirring within him. Because his teammate had lost to Reynolds, Alan was furious. Without hesitation, he kicked the defeated fighter and coldly called him a useless pawn. As the man slammed against the wall, Alan added that he was worthless. Still, Alan declared that as long as he won his upcoming fight against Lika, everything would return to how it should be. Suddenly, Lika cut in. With a confident smile, she told Alan that what he wanted would never happen because she would be the one to win their battle. Pulling her sword from where it was embedded in the ground, she prepared herself. And at that moment, Mintrick officially announced the start of the match between West Hall and East Hall, Alan versus Lika. In an instant, Lika vanished from where she stood and launched her attack. As she charged toward Alan, he immediately noticed her incredible speed. While defending against her strike, a bead of sweat ran down his cheek as he realized that this was the lightning aura user. Lika, the one said to surpass even Sandy in power. After deflecting her attack, Alan quickly moved behind her. As Lika landed, Alan leapt back, creating distance. But Lika did not stop. She continued her assault, once again using her lightning aura to strike. Alan began to think that in terms of raw strength, he might actually lose this fight. Fortunately for him, Lord Vanille had already taken action before the match even began. Whatever ability Vanille had used on Lika now took effect. Lika was visibly shocked, questioning what had just happened, while the audience quickly noticed that her lightning aura had completely vanished. Seeing this, Vanille gave Alan a signal to attack. Without hesitation, Alan charged forward, declaring that Lika couldn't beat him. Absolutely not. Even without her aura, Lika used her physical strength to block Alan's attack with her sword. However, Alan suddenly kicked her in the stomach, forcing her back. Her allies grew increasingly worried as they watched. Eric clenched his teeth in frustration, while Zeke remained silent. Holding her stomach, Lika kept asking herself why she couldn't use her lightning aura. Alan repeated that she would never defeat him, then unleashed a barrage of attacks across her body. Unable to use her aura, Lika had no choice but to endure each blow. It was explained that a warrior's body is deeply connected to the source power within them, and every movement is enhanced by that power. If a warrior loses their source power mid-battle, every attack from their opponent can become a fatal blow. Alan struck at Lika's head once more. Despite one of her eyes closing from the damage, Lika remained determined to win. She told herself that she only needed to defend against Alan's attacks until her source power and lightning aura returned. Sandy and Edgies grew more alarmed. Sandy said something was wrong. Lika was acting strangely. Edgies agreed and wondered if her source power had stopped functioning, questioning how that could have happened. Meanwhile, after enduring Alan's relentless assault, Lika suddenly dropped to her knees in the middle of the arena. She coughed and struggled to breathe. Even Alan was surprised that she could withstand so much without her source power, as expected of someone on par with Lord Vanille as a candidate for the next head. When Alan glanced toward Vanille, he saw him smiling grimly as he gave a clear order to kill Lika. Alan's expression darkened. He admitted that Lika had held out for quite some time, but this was as far as she would go. Rangus could no longer contain his worry and shouted, pleading for the match to be stopped as he tried to rush toward Lika. However, Reynolds blocked him, stating that he could not interfere. Zeke, who had remained silent until now, suddenly darkened in expression. His eyes glowed with anger, and his fists ignited with aura as he saw Alan preparing his next attack. Lika, sitting helplessly in the center of the arena, was filled with fear. She could barely move her body as Alan closed in. Just then, a golden bolt of lightning flashed across the arena. In an instant, Sandy appeared in front of Lika, sword in hand, shouting at Alan and demanding to know what he was about to do. Alan was momentarily stunned and halted his attack. Zeke let out a quiet sigh of relief, realizing he no longer needed to intervene. He knew that if he stepped in, East Hall would be disqualified, handing victory to West Hall. Alan questioned Sandy, asking why she was interfering. Sandy angrily replied that Alan should not pretend innocence. He had clearly tried to kill Lika, and she demanded that he confirm it. The audience fell silent in shock. Alan smirked and accused Sandy of being overly violent in her thinking, insisting that he would never do such a thing to a family head candidate. At that moment, Edgy stepped into the arena and questioned Alan as well. From his position, the last strike had looked far too dangerous. Alan grew irritated and asked if they were accusing him. Edgy's calmly replied that if Alan disliked being accused, he should be more careful with his actions. He pointed out that anyone could see Lika could not use her source power, and attacking someone in that state with aura was unacceptable. Vanille then approached, calling out to Edgy's and asking if he was interfering in the match just to complain about how they fought. He stated that in real combat, an opponent's condition doesn't matter. They simply crush the enemy completely. According to Vanille, West Hall fights as if every match is a real battle. Sandy, still furious, argued that even so, there should be limits, that this was a match, not a death duel. Vanille mocked them, calling them soft, and saying that was exactly why they lose. Edgy's remained silent, but Sandy's anger only grew. Vanille continued, saying they were not playing pretend war. They were fighting for real. He laughed, then added that while this was not a kill or be killed situation, they were still holding back, so it wasn't as if they were trying to kill Lika. However, with a grim expression, he admitted that something might have been a bit broken. Hearing this, Sandy reached her limit and released her lightning aura in anger. Before the situation could escalate, Mintrick released his own aura, silencing everyone with overwhelming pressure. In a cold voice, he demanded to know when he had ever given permission for such pointless chatter. Despite this, Sandy insisted that Alan's earlier attack had clear killing intent. Mintrick dismissed her, stating that someone who did not belong in the arena had no right to speak. He added that fools had no business disrupting the match, and whether the fight continued or ended was his decision alone. Edgy's immediately apologized. Mintrick then declared the match over. West Hall had won. He ordered everyone not involved in the next match to leave at once. Edgy's quickly lifted Lika and told Sandy to pick up her sword before they left. As they exited the arena, Rangus and the others rushed to Lika's side. Deeply worried, Edgy's reassured them that she would be fine. He had already given her a healing potion, but she needed time to recover, so he would take her straight to the infirmary. Zeke remarked that Edgy's might face consequences for what he and Sandy had done. Edgy's simply smiled and told him not to worry, adding that he knew Zeke had also been ready to step in. Zeke jokingly denied it. As Edgy's carried Lika away, Sandy commented that something about all of this felt wrong. Alan was strong, yes, but for Lika to be overwhelmed like that was impossible. Edgy's agreed, saying that something had already fell off since the very first match with Layla. There was definitely something going on with West Hall. While Lika remained unconscious, Edgy's warned Zeke to be careful in his upcoming fight against Vanille. Zeke gave a slight nod, saying he appreciated the concern. As he walked toward the center of the arena, Vanille pointed his weapon at him and declared that it was unfortunate Zeke would never be able to defeat him, and East Hall's loss was already guaranteed. Zeke ignored him completely. Instead, he casually stretched right in front of him. Vanille fell silent, veins bulging on his face in irritation. Mintrick then announced the 7th match between East Hall and West Hall. The moment he gave the signal to begin, Zeke moved. In an instant, he delivered a powerful punch straight to Vanille's jaw, causing him to spit blood. Zeke coldly remarked that Vanille's smug attitude really irritated him, and he wanted to see how long he could keep it up. The force of the blow sent Vanille flying into the wall at the far end of the arena, triggering a massive explosion. The audience was left in complete shock, their jaws dropping, while even Mintrick widened his eyes in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. Zeke then added that for someone who talked so much about real combat, Vanille had left himself completely open and asked if this was the kind of real combat he liked. Before receiving a devastating attack from Zeke, Vanille first heard him ask and confirm whether those from West Hall were truly fighting as if it were real combat. Because of this, confusion was clearly written across Vanille's face at the question from their protagonist. until Zeke stated that he would also fight Vanille in real combat mode and asked if he was sure he wouldn't regret it. Vanille then questioned what Zeke meant and arrogantly replied that Zeke would be the one to regret this battle, while silently wondering to himself what Zeke was talking about. Zeke then spoke again, and as he clenched his fists, his eyes faintly glowed while his expression darkened. Suddenly, Alan shouted, "Lord Vanille," with both shock and concern. Although Zeke launched a powerful attack toward Vanille, the latter still managed to counter with a strong move of his own, a fast-moving sphere of wind rushing toward Zeke. However, before it could hit, Zeke simply tilted his head slightly, effortlessly dodging the attack as it crashed into the arena wall. When Vanille stood up, he cursed under his breath. Despite clearly feeling the impact of Zeke's strike, he couldn't understand how Zeke was still standing in the center of the arena. Vanille knew he had countered as quickly as possible when Zeke attacked him. So how was it that Zeke remained completely unharmed? Zeke then remarked that he now understood Vanille possessed wind-type source power and asked if he was from one of the 4 great families. He also questioned whether that was the special source power of Vanille's clan. Vanille, still furious, simply called Zeke a bastard. In response, Zeke mocked him, asking how real combat felt, adding that he had even tried to match Vanille's style a bit for his sake. This only fueled Vanille's anger further. As he demanded an explanation, he suddenly froze. Zeke had already moved behind him in an instant. Glancing back slightly, Zeke's eyes glowed again as he calmly said, "That's the 2nd time." He then struck Vanille at the back of the neck, sending him flying across the arena. As Vanille skidded to a halt, he questioned what kind of absurdity this was, how someone like him was being handled so easily by Zeke. When Vanille stood once more, Zeke immediately closed the distance again. As he prepared another attack, Zeke remarked that thinking in the middle of a real fight wouldn't help and asked if Vanille had always felt safe until now. Then Zeke delivered another powerful punch straight to Vanille's chest. The impact shook his entire body. His eyes turned white as he coughed up blood, collapsing to his knees in front of Zeke. "That makes 3 times, Zeke said. Trembling from pain, Vanille demanded to know what Zeke was talking about, what exactly he was counting. Zeke simply replied that it was obvious. He was counting how many times Vanille had already died in this battle. Vanille, still confused, listened as Zeke explained. The first was when he struck his face. The second was the blow to his neck, and the third was the attack to his heart. Zeke added that the only reason Vanille was still alive was because of the rules. Enraged, Vanille shouted that there was no way that was true. But Zeke kicked him in the face mid-sentence, declaring that Vanille was right. This was real combat, and break time was over. Talking to your enemy wasn't part of it. The force of the kick sent Vanille rolling across the arena. Sandy's expression darkened as she watched, unable to believe what she was seeing. Sweat trickled down her face as she said that the battle between Zeke and Vanille could no longer be called a fight. Edgies agreed, adding that compared to this, his own match with Zeke felt like nothing more than a friendly spar. He went on to say that Zeke's strength was unreasonable, that he was the very definition of unfair. Standing in the middle of the arena with a faint smile, Zeke asked Vanille if he was starting to understand what real combat truly was. As Vanille lay trembling on the ground, struggling from his injuries, Zeke acknowledged that crushing the enemy completely was indeed important on a battlefield, just as Vanille had said. He added that Vanille and the others from West Hall would likely become excellent warriors in the future. As Vanille tried to crawl toward him, Zeke briefly closed his eyes and pointed out that they were not on a battlefield. Their match was under the supervision of instructors, with healing potions readily available. He described it as a very soft environment for someone like Vanille to be talking about real combat. Vanille, still struggling, told Zeke to shut up, but Zeke continued, saying that the real combat Vanille spoke of was far removed from reality, that he was merely running away from his own weakness. He then asked if he was wrong. Instead of answering, Vanille shouted repeatedly for Zeke to be silent, his anger reaching its peak. Suddenly, a green whirlwind formed behind him, leaving the spectators stunned. Vanille declared that someone like Zeke, a bastard child, had no right to lecture him. Zeke calmly asked if Vanille was going through a rebellious phase, saying that if that were the case, nothing he said would get through anyway. He added that as Vanille's opponent, it was fine for him to release all his frustration. Vanille, preparing his attack, told Zeke to shut up and stop acting like he knew everything. He then unleashed his wind-rending fan art, Stormblade, sending a barrage of wind attacks at Zeke. Zeke easily leaped into the air, dodging every strike. While airborne, Vanille thought to himself that he only needed one chance, just a moment to touch Zeke. Elsewhere, Rangus, unable to understand what was happening, asked why the ground was tearing apart when he couldn't see anything. Edgies explained that it was Vanille's power, the wind aura of the Fafnald family, one of the 4 great houses. He added that wind aura was invisible, so it was natural that Rangus couldn't see it. Sandy, still irritated, called it a nasty power that suited Vanille perfectly. Edgies laughed and told her not to say things like that, though he admitted that regardless of whether it was annoying, it was difficult to deal with. Vanille's continuous invisible attacks made him a tough opponent. Hearing this, Rangus grew even more worried. Meanwhile, in the arena, Vanille was baffled. None of his attacks were hitting Zeke, even though Zeke couldn't see them. Zeke simply replied that he only needed to follow the flow of the air. Vanille couldn't believe it, calling it nonsense. Suddenly, Zeke struck Vanille on the head and pointed out that his defense was wide open again. Clutching his head, Vanille declared he had truly had enough of Zeke. He launched a rapid series of attacks, but Zeke avoided them effortlessly, hands behind his back and eyes closed, as if playing around. After being cursed at again, Zeke remarked that Vanille really was in a rebellious phase. When Vanille finally stopped attacking, Zeke asked if he felt better. But Vanille only grew more furious, threatening to kill him. Zeke responded that Vanille's stubborn will was admirable in a warrior. As he delivered another blow, he added that Vanille's body had long since reached its limit. Vanille dropped to his knees once more. Zeke suggested ending the match, saying continuing would only cause more suffering. But suddenly, a mysterious purple aura emerged as Vanille grabbed Zeke's leg. Zeke didn't notice anything unusual at first and asked if he still wanted to continue. As the purple aura intensified, Vanille's face darkened, and he began laughing like a demon. When Zeke questioned what was happening, Vanille gathered his aura into his weapon and declared that this would be Zeke's end. He unleashed Gale Bullet from his wind-rending fan arts. Zeke tried to use his source power to defend, but something fell off. He couldn't use it. With no choice, he blocked the attack using only his physical strength. Rangus and Eric were shocked that Vanille had landed a successful hit. Edgies noticed something strange about Zeke and pointed it out. When Celine asked what he meant, Lika and Marin arrived. Lika, being helped to sit, apologized for worrying them. When asked if she knew what was happening to Zeke, she explained that rather than knowing, she realized he was the same as her. During her earlier match, she had suddenly been unable to use her source power. She added that Layla, who fought Vanille first, had acted strangely too. Perhaps she experienced the same thing. If that was true, then Zeke likely couldn't use his source power either. Back in the arena, Vanille laughed, convinced of his victory. He mocked Zeke for his earlier arrogance and declared he would ensure Zeke would never stand against him again. Gathering his power, he prepared his ultimate technique, Typhoon falling to dust. As Zeke stood back up, Vanille ordered him to die and launched his attack. Rangus could only shout Zeke's name in worry. Zeke, however, focused all his physical strength into his fist. Before the attack could hit, he rushed forward and delivered a powerful punch straight to Vanille's face. The impact sent Vanille crashing into the arena wall. As the dust settled, Vanille looked at Zeke with fear and disbelief, sweat dripping down his face. He couldn't understand how Zeke could still fight after everything. His companions were equally stunned, while Lika simply laughed softly, remarking that it didn't seem to matter to Zeke whether he could use his source power or not. Vanille could hardly believe it. Even after unleashing his mysterious power, Zeke still managed to stand despite taking the full brunt of his attack. He couldn't stop himself from wondering, how was that even possible? Meanwhile, as Zeke rose to his feet, he noticed a strange purple energy flowing both inside and around his body. It didn't take him long to confirm what it was poison. Because of this, Vanille grew even more furious and confused. How did Zeke figure it out? According to him, that poison shouldn't have been detectable at all. Then, without warning, Zeke spoke. He remarked that Vanille had finally scored a passing mark and said that he now understood why everyone who fought against Vanille and Alan ended up losing so one-sidedly. Zeke added that he had figured out the poison only activates when source power is stirred. He admitted that it had even slipped past him until the moment he used his own source power. Still, he acknowledged that Vanille had done quite well in creating such a poison. Vanille declared that his poison had completely sealed Zeke's source power and demanded to know how he withstood his last attack. But Zeke responded proudly, saying that something like Vanille's poison was meaningless against a thoroughly trained body. Even if his source power was sealed, it was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. He added that someone like him, the strongest, would never be shaken by such a thing. Hearing his poison dismissed so easily only fueled Vanille's anger. With a furious voice, he asked if Zeke was saying that his creation, his true killing poison, was meaningless. Zeke tilted his head slightly and asked if Vanille had made it himself. He observed that the poison seemed harmless to its creator, noting how Vanille could channel it into his opponent using source power without suffering any side effects. Zeke admitted that it was a groundbreaking kind of poison and that creating something like it was truly impressive. But then he raised his voice and declared that it simply didn't work on him. Taking a deep breath, Zeke forcefully expelled all the poison from his body through his nose. Vanille's eyes widened in shock. Sweat began to form on his face as he watched in disbelief. Zeke had detoxified himself and even expelled the poison through his nostrils. Zeke calmly explained that while the poison was indeed unique and interesting, that was as far as it went. In the end, everything came down to his own strength. If Vanille relied entirely on his poison, then he still had a long way to go. Vanille froze for a moment, stunned by those words, before asking what Zeke meant. But instead of answering directly, Zeke simply asked if Vanille was satisfied. Now, that question only made Vanille grit his teeth harder. Memories began flooding his mind, memories of the harsh world he grew up in. He recalled his mother's cold words, telling him that no matter what, he had to become the next head of the Eldragon family, and if he couldn't, then he had no reason to exist. He remembered the constant praise surrounding Lady Lika, who had already mastered the family's secret technique. Everyone spoke of the candidates for the next family head as geniuses. Everyone except him. Vanille knew it himself. He was ordinary. No matter how hard he tried, it only exposed how little talent he truly had. He could accept that his older siblings were stronger, but he could never accept that even Lika, who was younger than him, surpassed him so completely. He remembered his mother's harsh lectures, shouting at him, asking how he could fail at something so simple. Those endless days of scolding carved deep scars into his mind. But in the midst of that suffering, he had finally discovered his own talent, poison creation. When he succeeded in creating this poison, he believed he had finally found his path. With it, he could become the next family head. With it, his mother would finally acknowledge him. And yet now, Zeke had effortlessly detoxified it and called it meaningless. Enraged, Vanille shouted, asking what Zeke could possibly know about him. He spoke of how he was constantly compared to geniuses, no matter how hard he worked. In front of their overwhelming talent, he was nothing. And still, the comparisons never stopped. That was why, no matter what, he had to struggle and claw his way upward. As he launched another attack, Vanille declared that someone like Zeke, who knew nothing about him, had no right to judge him. Zeke raised his left arm to block the attack and used his right hand to grab Vanille's arm. But suddenly, Vanille flipped his weapon and unleashed all of his poison at once, covering Zeke in a dense, toxic mist. Zeke's companions grew anxious. While Edgy silently observed, Sandy, unable to hold back, asked what Zeke was planning to do. Inside the cloud of poison, Vanille spoke. He admitted that Zeke was right. He would rely on his poison. As long as he won, nothing else mattered. He knew he lacked talent in combat. But when it came to poison, he had confidence. As long as he had it, he wouldn't lose. In truth, he hadn't wanted to use this technique, but he had no choice. He explained that even he, as the creator, could barely detoxify this deadly cloud of poison needles. By using it now, he was forced to inhale some of it himself, but he was certain that after going this far, his victory was guaranteed. Then, suddenly, Zeke grabbed his hand again. Vanille's eyes widened in horror as he saw Zeke catch the poisoned needles with his mouth, clenching them between his teeth. Zeke calmly asked if this was his final trump card. Vanille couldn't believe what he was seeing. As Zeke spat out the needles, Vanille collapsed to the ground in front of him. His face darkened, his eyes trembling as he watched Zeke's hands slowly move closer. But instead of attacking, Zeke placed his hands on Vanille's shoulders and spoke seriously, telling him to listen carefully. Kneeling in front of him, Zeke said that Vanille had one big misunderstanding. When Vanille asked what he meant, Zeke explained that becoming strong didn't require talent in martial arts, nor did it require special ability with source power. All that mattered was the desire to win every single fight. That, he said, was the first thing Vanille needed to learn, because it was the path that would lead him to true strength. Then Zeke suddenly shouted, telling him that his claim of having no talent for martial arts was complete nonsense. The real problem was that he was using the wrong weapon. He suggested that Vanille should use something with a longer handle, and then casually added that an umbrella would suit him quite well. Vanille blinked in shock, asking if he was serious. Zeke simply replied that it was no joke. It might sound unusual, but like his iron fan, it was a weapon with a long history. With a small smile, he added that almost anything in this world could be turned into a weapon. Vanille fell silent, wondering if there really was a weapon suited for him. Then Zeke placed a hand on his head and said that despite what he thought on the battlefield, he was more of a warrior than anyone else. That statement left him speechless. Zeke continued, saying that in real combat, Vanille's mindset wasn't wrong. As long as he won, anything was acceptable. But if he clung too tightly to pride, he would never be able to protect anything. To win and to protect what mattered, he had to use every tool at his disposal. His thinking wasn't wrong. He was simply using it in the wrong place. Zeke then stood up and held out his hand, asking Vanille to come with him. Vanille stared at him in confusion as Zeke said that if he followed him, he would make him as strong as he ever wanted to be. When Vanille asked if he could truly become like him, Zeke confirmed it without hesitation, even pointing out that he was already far stronger. He added that once his training began, Vanille wouldn't have time to complain about talent anymore, because he would train him relentlessly until he became strong. Vanille stood there in shock, thinking that Zeke spoke boldly. But as he reflected on those words and remembered his desire to grow stronger and earn his mother's acknowledgement, he slowly reached out his hand to accept Zeke's offer. But just before their hands could meet, Zeke suddenly delivered a swift uppercut, saying that he had almost forgotten they were still in the middle of a match. Vanille couldn't believe it. After everything Zeke had said, he still attacked him. But Zeke simply stated that a match was a match. Once Vanille woke up, he should come find him. As Vanille fell unconscious, the poison within his body was expelled. Mintrick immediately declared the match over, though even he couldn't believe that Zeke had managed to detoxify everything with just a single punch. He then announced that this concluded the selection matches and that East Hall was victorious, the ultimate champion of the selection. The participants from the different halls of the Dragon's Nest returned as the defeated, carrying with them the weight of their losses. Meanwhile, as night fell, Zeke and his group gathered together and held a small feast to celebrate their victory. Before the celebration could even begin, right after the selection matches had just concluded, no one could help but steal a glance at Zeke. At the same time, questions started to rise among the group. Hadn't East Hall won the selection matches? Then why were they, along with students from the other halls, also summoned to attend the celebration? Edgy simply laughed and admitted that he, too, had no idea what the reason was. As everyone continued to look toward Zeke, he calmly said that he assumed Mintrick would explain everything to them that night. Meanwhile, Zeke kept eating the food laid out before them, completely unfazed. He soon noticed that his companions, as well as the students from the other halls of Dragon's Nest, had not yet started eating. With his mouth still full, he asked what was wrong and why no one was touching the food, even pointing out that it would all get cold if they didn't begin soon. Lika, however, suddenly spoke up, saying she couldn't understand how Zeke could eat so calmly at a time like this, and she asked if he wasn't even curious about what they were about to be told. Zeke simply continued eating, which prompted Lika to let out a helpless sigh. Just then, the door opened, and Mintrick entered, apologizing for keeping the students waiting. He told them to begin eating. only to notice that Zeke was already devouring the food beside him. So he casually added that everyone else should eat well, too. As the meal went on, Mintrick explained that the feast was also meant to reward them for participating in the selection matches. Soon after, he called for everyone's attention and announced that he would begin explaining the special mission. Edgies raised his hand and asked if they were even allowed to hear about it, to which Mintrick replied that there was no problem. Edgies himself might end up participating. This left Edgies confused. Mintrick then revealed that, a few days earlier, a special rift had been discovered on the Eldragon family's grounds. The announcement shocked everyone, including Zeke, who recalled having read about rifts in books before. Mintrick continued, saying that while everyone likely knew a bit about rifts, special rifts were different. Simply put, they could not be cleared by normal means. Lika asked what he meant by that, and Mintrick explained that this particular rift would only allow 7 people to enter, and all of them had to be at 3-star level or lower. Anyone at 4-star level or above, or exceeding the set number of entrants, would be forcibly pushed out. If the conditions were not met, entry was impossible. Not even the family head could enter. Therefore, any attempt had to strictly follow these rules. He added that, although the Eldragon family did have some 3-star soldiers, rifts had been appearing more frequently lately, leaving them short-handed. That was why the students had been chosen. He also revealed that the special rift most likely contained magic water, something necessary for awakening magic power. At the mention of magic water, the students were visibly shaken. Zeke immediately said he had read about it before, and Mintrick confirmed that he was correct. By consuming magic water, one could gain the ability to convert source power into magic power, which was essential to becoming a magician. Hearing this, Zeke's eyes lit up as thoughts of magic filled his mind. Mintrick went on to explain that the world was ruled by 8 great houses, including theirs, the Eldragon family, collectively known as the 8 Gates of Dominion. However, while the other houses all possessed magic springs that naturally produced magic water, the Eldragon family had none. That was why this mission was critical. They had to clear the special rift and retrieve the magic water. Failure was not an option. Mintrick's expression then turned serious as he added that the rift had appeared near the border of another of the 8 Gates of Dominion, the territory of the Kerberos family. It was almost certain that they would be targeting the rift as well. With that in mind, the selection matches had been held to identify capable 3-star and below individuals from Dragon's Nest. Edgies and Sandy exchanged glances, and Edgies pointed out that the 7 members of East Hall who had won would likely be the ones sent to clear the rift. Sandy smiled, seeing this mission as a major step toward helping Lika get closer to becoming the next family head. However, Mintrick clarified that, although East Hall had won, it did not automatically mean all 7 of them would form the strike team. Even so, Edgies remained hopeful, while Sandy thought about how she could support Lika. Mintrick then stood up and struck the table, declaring that, from this point forward, under East Hall's leadership, they would form the strike team regardless of wins or losses. The purpose of the matches had been to observe everyone's strengths and fighting styles as a basis for team formation. Glancing at Veniel, he remarked that some individuals had not been able to fully display their abilities. Then, turning to Zeke, who was still eating, Mintrick declared that Zeke would choose the members of the strike team. This shocked Zeke, who immediately questioned why he had to make the decision. The room fell silent as Mintrick asked why he found that surprising. As East Hall's representative, it was only natural that he would lead and choose the team. However, Zeke said that was not what he had intended. After glancing at Lika, he suddenly came up with an idea. With a grin, he suggested that Lika should choose the members instead. This startled Lika, who questioned why it had to be her. Zeke simply asked if he would be part of the mission, to which Lika replied that it was obvious he would be. She then asked if he was really okay with her making the decisions and leading the team. Zeke responded that whether it was okay or not didn't matter if he were the one to choose. He would just make himself the only member. This shocked Lika, who immediately pointed out that, knowing him, he would probably enter the rift alone if it were possible. As Lika began thinking about whom to choose, Zeke added that, if she aimed to become the next family head, this was a perfect opportunity to train her judgment. He then asked Mintrick if he minded letting Lika take the role instead. Mintrick said he did not mind and asked if Zeke was sure, reminding him that leading this mission would bring him one step closer to becoming the family head. But, with the expression of someone far older than his years, Zeke said he had no interest in that position. This stunned everyone, including Veniel. Edgies quickly asked if he was serious. Sandy echoed the question, and Lika herself sought confirmation. Zeke calmly replied that it was not a big deal to him. It all depended on what he personally valued. Edgies insisted that becoming family head would mean having everything the Eldragon family possessed, but Zeke firmly stated that he did not need any of it. There was only one thing he wanted: the end of the martial path. His words left everyone in stunned silence. Zeke then reassured Lika not to worry about him and told her to focus on choosing her team. Accepting his words, Lika stood and began selecting the members of the strike team. Meanwhile, within the Kerberos family, the family head questioned whether the report he had received was true. His subordinate confirmed that a special rift had indeed appeared in the Great Abundant Forest. When asked if the lizard's a term he used to refer to Balza, the head of the Eldragon family had already begun moving. The subordinate broke into a cold sweat. A heavy pressure filled the room as the Kerberos family head demanded to know why he was only being informed now. The subordinate immediately apologized, explaining that the Eldragon family had deliberately misled them, which had caused the delay. After hearing this, the family head remarked that he had heard of such tactics before and noted how unusually active the Eldragon family had been in the forest. It all made sense now. He called them crafty pests. The subordinate added that there was a high chance the rift contained magic water. Hearing this, the family head said that, in that case, the Eldragon family would stop at nothing to secure it. He then asked about the conditions for entering the rift and was told that it required 7 individuals, all at 3-star level or below. The family head noted that, while the condition was not particularly difficult, the Eldragon family had still beaten them to it and had likely already filled all available slots. However, the subordinate revealed that the Eldragon family did not have enough soldiers to spare and were instead sending trainees. The family head confirmed this and questioned whether they were truly planning to clear a special rift with inexperienced youths. When assured that the information was accurate, he was asked what their next move should be, whether they should quickly assemble a team. The family head replied that, even if they did, they would already be too late. However, if the Eldragon family was indeed sending trainees, then Balza's heir would undoubtedly be among them. When the subordinate asked what he meant, the family head instead asked how many deception bracelets they had left. The subordinate answered that they had 4 remaining. Upon hearing this, the family head issued his command: use all the deception bracelets if necessary, so long as they could eliminate Balza's children. The subordinate hesitated, pointing out that they did not know when they would obtain more. But the family head dismissed the concern, saying that if they hoarded them, they would only gather dust. It was better to use them now, where they would truly matter, and he said this with a cruel smile. He added that he wondered what kind of expression that lizard bastard would make when his child was killed, and that it would be quite entertaining to witness Balza Eldragon's reaction. The day after the celebration, Zeke told everyone that they would all have to become much stronger. He first called on Eric and Marin, instructing them to return to basic training. He explained that, like Ringies and the others, they would be running every day and building up their muscles. He added that, with a solid foundation, they would be able to handle more powerful techniques. Eric immediately questioned whether they were really going to train the same way Ringies and the others had trained before. But Zeke responded with a question of his own, asking if there was something wrong with that. Meanwhile, Ringies and the others were smiling behind Eric and Marin, leaving the two with no choice but to say that there was no problem, even though their answer clearly went against their true feelings. Even so, Zeke was pleased with their response. Soon after, he grabbed and pulled aside a red cloak, revealing a massive boulder, and then called Raymond over, telling him that he would be using the regeneration stone prepared by their instructor. Raymond immediately asked if he would really be using a regeneration stone for his training, and Zeke confirmed it, saying that he remembered how it worked and thought it would be perfect. As Zeke picked up a small shield, he explained that, as they all knew, the regeneration stone could reflect any impact dealt to it, multiplied 100 times over, and that it was something they could not break without using source power. Yet, he was about to strike it without using any source power at all, which made Eric and Marin wonder what he was planning. Gathering his physical strength into his arm, Zeke struck the regeneration stone with the small shield, causing a powerful gust of wind to surge through the surroundings. Marin could hardly believe it, realizing that Zeke had hit the regeneration stone normally and that, without using source power, the recoil should have been overwhelming. As everyone stood watching, Raymond was left stunned by what he saw, quickly realizing that Zeke had endured the reflected shock from the regeneration stone using only his shield. Zeke then showed them the cracked shield and explained that, just like what he had done, he wanted Raymond to train by taking the shock head-on or by deflecting it. Raymond acknowledged this, thinking to himself that from now on, he would follow what Zeke had demonstrated. Celine, on the other hand, remarked that she had never imagined there was a way to train using a regeneration stone. But at that moment, Zeke also called her forward. Celine responded immediately, and Zeke instructed her to repeatedly thrust her sword at the regeneration stone. He allowed her to use her source power, but emphasized that she needed to focus all her aim on a single point and not let any of her attacks wander. Celine quickly agreed and drew her sword, launching a series of rapid strikes at the regeneration stone. However, her attacks landed on different areas. As Zeke pointed out her strikes, he explained that, even when trying to focus on one spot, it was not easy, and Celine immediately acknowledged this. Zeke then said that her training would be to learn how to always strike a single point. Borrowing Celine's sword, he walked toward the regeneration stone and remarked that it had already repaired the damage she had dealt, adding that, no matter how many times he saw it, he never got used to it, and that this was exactly why it was perfect for training. He then told Celine to watch closely, and in the next instant, he unleashed a series of rapid attacks with her sword, each one landing precisely on the same point of the regeneration stone, leaving Celine stunned and nearly at a loss for words in her amazement. Zeke then explained that her flower sword style tended to focus on the number of strikes, but it would be better for her to learn to value each blow and aim it properly, and Celine nodded in agreement. Zeke then called Ringis, who answered immediately while wondering what kind of training he would receive. But he was completely shocked when Zeke pulled out a feather and said that it would be used for his training. Zeke used wind source power to make the feather float, and Ringis quickly noticed that it was the same wind source power used by Lord Veniel. Raymond asked when Zeke had learned to use wind source power, and Zeke casually replied that he had acquired it after fighting Veniel, explaining that, after taking Veniel's wind aura head-on, he found that he could use it as well, which caused Ringis to stare in shock, finding the situation completely unbelievable. Zeke then placed the feather on the tip of Ringis' spear and explained that what he wanted Ringis to do was to train himself to go with the flow. Ringis realized that the feather was so light that it would be difficult to control. Yet, he needed to move it freely, and he wondered what it meant to let himself go with the flow. Zeke explained that it was not about following the flow or trying to seize it, but about surrendering himself to it, and that, if he could master that, he would eventually be able to create the flow himself. Narrowing his eyes, Zeke then split the feather into two in a single instant, causing sweat to run down Ringis' cheek as he stared in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. At that moment, Lika arrived and called out to Zeke, saying that if they did not hurry, they would be late. And Zeke suddenly remembered that he needed to leave, quickly tossing Ringis' spear back to him. As he ran off, he reminded them that they all knew their drills and told them to train hard while he was gone. Ringis and Eric nodded, even though the training assigned to them weighed heavily on their minds, and Ringis felt that he might not be able to accomplish what had been asked of him, leaving him in tears, while Eric tried to calm him despite having his own doubts about whether he could handle his training as well. Meanwhile, as Zeke and Lika walked through a corridor, Lika asked what he had been doing that almost made them late. Zeke apologized, explaining that he had been assigning training to Ringis and the others for the time they would be away. He then shifted the topic, commenting that Lika's lineup for the strike team was quite interesting, and Lika proudly declared that her lineup was perfect, calling it the best team she could assemble. As they continued walking, they were spotted by the rest of the strike team assigned to the special mission. Edgies greeted them, while Lika apologized for being late, explaining that she had to fetch Zeke. The strike team consisted of Sandy, Edgies, Layla, Veniel, Alan, Zeke, and Lika. Upon regrouping, they immediately prepared to depart. Earlier that day, Mintrick had informed Balza that the strike team had already set out, adding that they had also received word that the Mutts had detected the presence of the special rift. Balza remarked that it was sooner than he had expected, but even if they rushed over now, the strike team would already be inside the rift. One of the men present confirmed this, but raised a concern, saying that after the rift was cleared, there was a chance the Mutts might appear to steal the spoils, and that it would be best if the strike team and the soldiers stationed around the rift's perimeter could link up quickly, though he was unsure if that would be possible. Balza fell silent for a moment before asking about the strength of the strike team. Mintrick responded that they had gathered the very best of the 3-star ranks, so there should be no problem in conquering the rift, adding that, even if they encountered the Mutts, they would be able to hold their ground. However, Balza remained doubtful and questioned whether that would still be the case with a 2-star among them. But Mintrick dismissed the concern and confirmed that the strike team could handle it, even suggesting that Zeke alone might be enough to face the Mutts, which shocked both Balza and the man beside him. Mintrick continued, explaining that, after observing all of Balza's children over the years, Zeke was the first whose true limits he could not begin to grasp. The man beside Balza questioned whether Zeke was truly only at a 2-star level, which Mintrick confirmed, adding that watching Zeke made him realize once again that rank did not necessarily equate to strength, leaving the man beside Balza silent, with sweat forming on his brow. Mintrick then narrowed his eyes and revealed that, when he first witnessed Zeke's techniques, he felt the same sensation he had experienced when he first saw Balza's dragon destruction combat arts, which shocked everyone present, including Balza himself, who immediately questioned what Mintrick meant, since the dragon destruction combat arts were a secret style passed down only from one head of the Eldragon family to the next, strictly concealed and said to be impossible for ordinary people to learn. The man beside Balza dismissed the claim as absurd, questioning whether Mintrick was suggesting that Zeke had mastered something so powerful. But Mintrick admitted that it had shocked him as well, and, having seen Balza's techniques countless times, he was certain of what he had witnessed, even stating that Zeke's martial arts were on par with Balza's dragon destruction combat arts, leaving Balza momentarily speechless. Mintrick then thought to himself that Zeke might even surpass Balza, though he quickly dismissed the idea as imagination. Meanwhile, Balza revealed that, a few years ago, he had Freya investigate every detail of Zeke's background, including his birth records. Yet, nothing of value was found, and there was no trace that Zeke had learned martial arts from anyone before entering the dragon's nest. The man beside Balza wondered if that meant Zeke had learned everything on his own. But Mintrick instead looked up at a portrait of the first patriarch, Gilfus Eldragon, and remarked that it was almost as if Zeke were the reincarnation of both the first patriarch and the 15th head, which caused Balza's expression to darken as he repeated the word reincarnation in a questioning tone. Balza rose from his chair and fixed his gaze upon the portrait of Gilfus Eldragon, the first patriarch of the Eldragon family. Under his breath, he muttered the word reincarnation, dismissing it as a ridiculous notion. Silence fell over Mintrick and the captain standing beside him until Balza let out a faint smirk and remarked that if Zeke truly possessed that level of power, then those wild dogs from the Kerberos family wouldn't even be worth worrying about. 1 week later, at the location where the special rift had appeared, soldiers of the Eldragon family had already gathered. Freya was searching for the vice-captain of the Black Dragon Corps, but one of the soldiers reported that the vice-captain had suddenly disappeared at some point. Another soldier quickly ordered the others to begin searching. Freya then commented that they were also supposed to receive reinforcements, expressing her concern that the situation might turn into a problem. Just then, she noticed a group approaching and said that it looked like they had finally arrived. As the group drew closer, Freya pointed out that if they had sprinted the entire way, they could have arrived faster, and asked if they were aware of that. Leica responded calmly, saying they had no intention of exhausting all their stamina before the mission even began. She addressed Freya as Instructor Freya and asked why she was there. Freya replied that she was currently on duty and not acting as an instructor. She explained that she had been assigned to guard the special rift and its surrounding domain. Leica murmured in realization, noting that this must be the special domain. Freya elaborated that certain special rifts can influence the outside world, forming a domain around them, and that this rift was one of those cases. As Zeke observed the pitch-black trees within the domain, he was reminded of the anger boar he had fought before. The eerie dark mist surrounding the area felt identical, leading him to conclude that the creature's power had likely originated from a rift as well. Zeke then asked why Freya herself was guarding the domain. She answered that it was to keep the Kerberos family in check and interfere with their plans. When Leah asked what she meant by interfere, Freya explained that if they managed to clear the rift and obtain the magic water, the Eldragon family's military strength would increase significantly, something the Kerberos family wanted to prevent. She added that they were also dealing with monsters being spit out from the domain. When Zeke asked what that meant, Freya explained that the special rift only allowed 7 fighters of 3-star level to enter. Edgies confirmed that he had heard the same information before. To demonstrate, Freya reached out and touched the barrier of the domain, only to be repelled immediately, explaining that those with higher star levels were rejected. She continued, saying that the same applied to monsters any creature 4-star or above could not enter. Entry into the rift was strictly first come, first served, and until the group inside either cleared it or was wiped out, no one else could enter. When Zeke reached out to touch the barrier himself, he immediately recognized it as something that chose who could pass through. He also recalled being told that it was impossible to break it by force, but hearing that only made him want to try. Noticing his expression, Freya began to sweat and warned him that he should listen properly when people explained things. Zeke simply winked and gave a thumbs up, insisting that he had been listening, though Freya knew better. She then said that since they didn't know when the Kerberos forces might arrive, it would be best for them to enter immediately if they were ready. When she asked if they were prepared, Laika and the others confirmed that they were. Without delay, they stepped into the special domain, while Freya wished them luck. Inside, animals corrupted by the black mist began attacking the team. Venial faced one of the monsters head-on, standing firm with his new weapon. Channeling his wind source power, he unleashed a devastating strike that crushed the creature's head. Watching the display, Alan applauded enthusiastically, praising Lord Venial as brilliant as always. But Venial remained silent, staring at his unfamiliar weapon. Edgies, who had also witnessed the fight, clicked his tongue as he recalled seeing Zeke and Venial speaking in the hallway before the mission. Back then, Venial had asked what exactly Zeke had given him, and Zeke simply replied that he intended to train him, just as he had mentioned during their previous fight. After handing over the new weapon, Venial had questioned whether Zeke was serious, to which Zeke confidently affirmed that he always followed through on his words. He explained that this mission presented a rare opportunity for real combat, and for that reason, he wanted Venial to use the staff. Venial had immediately grown irritated, asking if Zeke truly expected him to use a weapon he had never touched before on such a critical mission. Zeke confirmed it without hesitation, which only angered Venial further. In frustration, Venial threw the staff to the ground, accusing Zeke of mocking him, then turned to leave, muttering that he had no intention of using such a strange weapon. Before he could get far, however, Zeke infused the staff with wind source power. Feeling the surge of wind aura behind him, Venial turned back in confusion, asking why Zeke was using wind energy. Zeke dismissed the question and simply told him to use it. Venial refused again, visibly annoyed, but Zeke persisted no matter how many times he declined. Eventually, the argument escalated to the point where Venial dropped to his knees in frustration, saying they weren't getting anywhere. He pointed out that Zeke had mentioned umbrellas back during the selection exam. Zeke confirmed it, explaining that since they didn't have umbrellas here, the staff would serve as a substitute, as the handling was similar. For the time being, Venial would train using it. As Venial stood, he questioned how he was supposed to train with a weapon he had no experience with, pointing out that he lacked even the most basic fundamentals. Zeke, however, confidently assured him that there was no need to worry, as he had already created a fighting style specifically tailored for him called the Ghost Umbrella style. In Edgies' mind, the idea sounded absurd, as creating a martial art from scratch was no simple feat yet. As he observed Venial's movements, he noticed they were sharper than before, blending perfectly with his wind aura. Venial himself couldn't help but wonder if Zeke had truly created a brand new martial art just for him. Zeke then praised Venial's last strike, while Alan eagerly asked if the Ghost Wind Umbrella style was real. When Zeke confirmed it, both Alan and Venial exchanged glances, with Alan questioning what kind of person Zeke really was to create martial arts so effortlessly. Venial admitted that he had no idea. Nearby, Layla had been quietly listening. When Zeke noticed her, he asked if her name was indeed Layla, and she confirmed it. They fell into a brief silence before Layla asked if Zeke had truly created the new style. As usual, Zeke confirmed it casually, and when she asked how, he simply replied that it was obvious because he was Zeke. Layla clapped in amazement, while Sandy scoffed, saying Zeke was talking nonsense again, insisting that creating a martial art from scratch was impossible. Edgies chimed in, pointing out that it somehow made sense given what they had witnessed. Changing the subject, Sandy looked at Venial and warned that regardless of the new style, he shouldn't drag them down. Irritated, Venial asked her to repeat herself with a mocking tone. Sandy said he couldn't even fight properly without poisoning his opponents, questioning whether he really intended to use an unfamiliar style in such a mission. Her words quickly escalated into an argument. Alan, who had been holding back, finally spoke up, telling Sandy to watch her mouth. Unfazed, Sandy asked if the truth hurt, suggesting that if Alan was Venial's attendant, he should keep his master under control. Laika quickly stepped in, urging Sandy to stop, while Edgies reminded them that this wasn't the time to argue. They were part of the same team on a dangerous mission and needed to cooperate. Sandy, however, refused, stating that she couldn't work with people who had poisoned Laika and nearly killed her. With her eyes glowing, she declared that she had opposed this team lineup from the beginning. As the argument continued, Zeke quietly asked Leia if she was truly okay with all of this. Leia responded that it didn't bother her. She was simply glad to be part of the mission. Zeke laughed, commenting on her big heart. Meanwhile, Sandy continued to press the issue, questioning Laika's decision to include Venial and Alan. Laika hesitated but admitted that while she had her doubts, their strength made them necessary for the mission. Alan agreed, praising Laika's judgment, though he couldn't resist taking a jab at Sandy, which only enraged her further. As tensions rose again, Laika couldn't help but wonder if this was truly the right team. Zeke, observing everything, realized that the selection matches were still casting a long shadow over them. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to trust one another. He also noticed that despite Venial's attitude, he seemed to be struggling internally. Zeke understood that with such an unbalanced team, the situation was risky. But if they could come to understand and accept each other, they might become comrades capable of trusting one another with their lives. As they continued toward the center of the domain, they spotted a bright light in the distance. Excited, Laika urged everyone to move closer. Zeke observed it carefully, remarking that it must be the rift itself, noting how it resembled cracks in space. With a serious expression, Laika warned that once they entered, anything could happen, urging everyone to stay sharp. Zeke clenched his hands with excitement and agreed with Laika. Just then, Zeke's eyes suddenly glowed as he sensed a new presence from afar entering the special domain. But when Layla asked if something was wrong, Zeke paused before casually replying that it was nothing, urging everyone to hurry and enter the rift.